A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. 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 A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes.
I don't know what's up with my mic. Sometimes it does weird stuff. But we are live
You
talking
probably
about
have
poetry.
it where it auto mutes.
Oh, maybe. Maybe. We speak about politics once again. This week, a lot of things happened. I am excited to cover the 4 videos for tonight, which is mostly question period, because outside of Pierre Poilievre's great speech, not that much is happening. And now the big teaser for this week is maybe question mark a spring election incoming, because Marxist Carney truly wants his majority, and Canadians are stupid enough. Maybe they will end up the keys. And I will be blunt and honest. If if he's in and out a majority, it's the end of Canada as we know it. It's the end of Canada because it won't be a beacon of democracy. It won't be a beacon of freedom. It will be another communist shithole if we really end on the key to Carney in the spring. So, what I invite everyone to do once they call in that election, do door knocking. Go tell everyone that guy is the only threat to democracy Canada has seen in years. Because we have closer ties to China because of Carney. Because Carney rather deal with Chinese in their surveillance state than deal with Donald Trump, which is ridiculous. But hey, this is all a Marxist elitist things. Anyway, with that being said, because now everyone is in election mode, we got a great speech at some point. So let's get into the first question period. Let's get into it.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Curem fiasco is costing a lot of money. We were wondering where Quebecers' money was going. The cost of this software went from $1.75 to $6.6 billion, which is almost $5 billion more. And all that money seems to be going into the pockets of private business. Well, actually, $3.4 billion, more than half, has been sent to the private sector. And we don't even know what that money is being used for, because the government is refusing to unveil its contracts to media or to MPs. When will there be a public and independent inquiry? The Honourable Secretary of State, Seniors.
They don't know what the money is being used for, but they were on the committees that approved the spending. They know that this money has been used to complete the transformation of a 60-year-old system. If we had let that system stand, people would not be getting their benefits. Mr. Speaker, this program is not costed in a cost overrun situation as they would assert. This has cost just over $1.4 billion, and the OAS conversion is now complete. The amounts that they're talking about is a theoretical approval for a possible 4-system transformation. This OAS system is now complete, people are being transitioned, and there's no cost overruns.
This is liberal gaslighting 101, because she's saying there's no overcost. Yes, it is. It's always overcost, first of all. Second, I decided to start with this because the opening question were about immigration, which will be a big issue we will tackle in the next election, and we will cover that eventually once there's another constituency week. But it's kind of funny because the question is, when will be the public inquiry? When can we study really where the money is going? And that's a big issue with Carney because he doesn't want to share anything. It's kind of funny because also the other factor that really happened recently, we had an MOU with China, and Carney was asked what is in the MOU, and Carney doesn't want to tell the full story. He only told the surface of the iceberg. And it's a trope with Carney at that point. There's no transparency. He truly hates transparency. So the angle of the block right now is give us more transparency. Because Carney, as a prime minister so far, has not given transparency at all on any of the portfolio. It's a joke. It's ridiculous. People are still blinded somehow, somewhat. Any thoughts on everything we said, Dragon?
I was gonna say, by the way, on you have like some of the. It's interesting. I actually saw a. Jack Harris has a video out on what's fascism. Now, is fascism back? And I would recommend that to anybody. There was a comment in there about Canada. And you look at the criteria to be a fascist state, you guys meet pretty much a lot of the indicators, which is the list according to people. And the irony is, and there's a comment, I'd have to go back and find it before, but it's the idea that there is a form of this, and it's a system that you've been utterly conditioned. It's kind of like the guy talks about no transparency in the government wants more power. You're not necessarily along the road, but you are more along the road of, I wouldn't call it fascism.
I think it's more communist than fascism, but
So the funny part about it is, Jack Harris basically said the bigger threat to government is illiberal government.
that's true.
He
That's
called
what's
it
going on.
illiberal government, which is not neoliberal government. It's something different. And it's a really good researched video. And even at the end, the people screaming, "Oh, TDS, TDS," is not there. It's like, it's easy to say, but it's not the same. So it's the weird part is, you shouldn't trust the state that broke the government to fix itself. That's
And
like
I'll also say this, and I will repeat it. If Carney gets a majority, this is the end of Canada. With all of the kind of laws and bills he tried to ram through this parliament, like a few weeks ago, there was a lot of surveillance state, both
I had to review
BS.
gear too before I left.
There was a lot of BS. There was a lot of power grab, and I actually forgot to mention it in the title, but the Conservative, they got it. A bill C-15, which was a huge power grab that would basically take away many rail guard against corruption. So basically, that bill, what it was saying is, any MPs, member of parliament, can basically say, you know what, we can disregard the ethic laws and we can do whatever we want as long as it's to create investment. So that would mean basically any MPs that the prime minister says, you know what, we will disregard the Transparency Act. So now they could basically say, you know what, we will have a project on the taxpayer cost, but we won't disclose any of the expense. We won't disclose any intel. So basically, we would always, as the people, we would always write blank check to the MPs, and we would have no ways to investigate where the money went. That's the kind of stuff they wanted to do, and through that they could also directly benefit from basically creating new project. Like, for example, they want to build EVs. They could give that contract to any agency, even if it breaks the ethics laws. Who cares? That was really what happened with C-15. And what happened, the Conservatives were like, that's dangerous. Like, what's the point of the opposition if the opposition can no longer access any of the intel because of the law? So basically, they gutted that law, and they placed a lot of safeguard, and they made sure like there's no abuse of power. But that only happened because the liberals were a minority. But now again, if they get a majority, you can bet they will bring back that kind of law, and we won't be able to push any safeguard. We won't be able to limit the power, and you can trust me, like the C9 censorship we talked about for like 3 weeks will be brought back. And because that will be a majority, he will just be able to vote that crap on, and and now we will turn into the UK, where if you post a meme that's offensive, you can go in jail. So again, we will need, as conservative, because I know the liberals won't do it, but as conservative, we will need, the moment the snow melt, we will need to go in the street and do door knocking, warn the people. If we give Carney a majority, if we give a majority, it's the end of Canada. And if that really happens, again, I don't like saying that because it's giving up, but I will give up.
So
Like,
I will find that comment, and it's funny. It's from a Canadian. See, everyone has basically talked about. They talk about socialism, fascism, but the idea is, what is it? Like, it's funny that the guy actually, you would think he has severe. You would think he has TDS, but it's not really the case. It's like Canada meets the state clamping down on democracy, because the funny part is, a lot of Western democracies have been trending. They've been trending
censorship and power grab. But
yes.
I will also say this, because I'm not quite sure I finished through my ideas. If Carney gets a majority, I'm leaving Canada. As simple as that. I think I will go in the US or Alberta if Alberta separates, because I don't want to raise my kids in a communist country, and I feel like if Carney gets a majority, we welcome open arm a tyranny for years to come. I think if Carney gets his majority in the next election, we will turn into an Argentina. So I expect the next 40 to 50 years to be communist, socialist crapple if he gets his majority. So I will fight till the end. But if he gets it, I will just vanish from the internet. Maybe I will still review movies, but we are not doing these streams anymore because I will be scared to end up in jail. And once I will be moved into a actual democracy with actual freedom, then we can do these streams again. But if Carney gets his majority, Canada is cooked. As simple as that. And I'm very worried because his numbers are still quite high. And again, it's because people don't see the true Carney. People didn't read values. Speaking of values, I read 10 extra page this week. It's sickening. The guy is praising Karl Marx. He's saying Karl Marx is right and we should think like Karl Marx. It's crazy. Like almost 10 page in a row, he was speaking about how his ideology is the best. It's ridiculous that someone in the right mind read that and says, "Oh, you know what? We should follow Karl Marx ways." I
See, I will say this: what you're thinking of is, if you look at it like with not specifically. So Trump, the reason why Trump feels he has a lot of power in the U.S. It's not for it's for the reasons people think. He believes firmly, in his own right, he got a mandate. Now, if you know what a mandate is, do you know what a mandate is in terms of political power, Multi?
Yes, it's having a majority. It's having a lot of power, a lot of trust.
Basically meaning the people said,
A
we
lot of
want
trust,
you to do whatever.
Like
The thing,
we had McKinnon, the House leader of the Liberals. He kept saying we have a mandate while they had a minority government, but then another floor crossing happened, and they are now it's actually true because like some shenanigans behind the scene gave them the mandate, but it's not the people that gave them the mandate.
and the worst part is, I'll say this: like, if your government is, when I find this like thing in Jack Harrison's video, he basically, sorry, Johnny Harrison, I'll find it. It's a good video. He basically, it's in Canada. You look at what people are missing. You guys
So
have
much.
all the hell parts of it. You guys could easily tip. And the thing is, everyone goes, "Oh, Orange Man bad all day."
Yeah, Canada is one of the most fragile democracy there is, because the moment there's a majority, it's all hell break loose. As simple as that.
And when I say, sorry,
If you got a tyrant, if you got a smart tyrant, and that smart tyrant gets a majority, he can tear apart bricks by bricks the freedoms and the system around that democracy. So it's kind of funny because the liberals, I think that was the first mandate they had under Trudeau, which was 2015, or it was 2019. I'm not quite sure, but one of the two mandates under Trudeau, they had a majority. But Trudeau was so stupid, that's why not that much happened. But now we got someone, and I will give credit where credit is due. Carney is very smart. He knows what he is doing, and that's the threat. That's the danger, because we had a clown, and now we got someone serious, but it's not someone that has good intention. I think he proved it at that point. He has 103 conflict of interest. He's not transparent at all. He does shady deal with freaking China, and he doesn't want to share the information. And I'm not quite sure if you were there when I addressed it, but apparently now our military will have a special program with immigration linked to the military. So that means we will recruit foreigner, and I won't be surprised if most of the recruitment will come directly from China. And one of the two position they want to fill in is for surveillance. Like you remember in Iraq when they were building like surveillance posts that could also shoot people down. They basically had special engineer making these surveillance posts and assault posts. Well, one of the two position is exactly that, surveillance and assault, and the other post is the military that can turn into soldier. No, the military that can turn into cops. So basically, they would use special training to use these military people as cops for the civilian. And I don't like it, because what's going on is they will most likely have these trained soldier in the cop duty, probably watching the cities. And if you protest and they don't like your protest, they will basically shoot you at sight. I see that coming. It's crazy. It's crazy. And the people that vote for the liberals, they don't know that. They wouldn't be voting that. And when you try to tell them, they are so stubborn, they don't listen. Or they're like, oh, you're paranoid. Oh, I'm paranoid? Go watch in the website of the military. You will see by yourself. You will see by yourself. I think Canada is good, but
that's extreme in opinions, which I'm not saying it's impossible. Like, okay, everyone fears 1980. Look, there's two kinds of futures, and ironically, one is 1984, the other one's Brave New World. I've actually seen the comparisons that we're more closer to the cyberpunk future than we are anywhere else. But the idea of a government actually turning over, and when I see this in the thing as I was like, I'm not saying that Australians voted for their own prison. I have said about Australians, I've never seen a population willing to basically vote. The average citizen takes turn being guards, the warden, everything else, right?
yeah.
They choose their prison. They are one of the largest open air prisons, similar like to the UK. They choose their.
It's like us. If we decide to give freaking majority to Carney, we will create our own demise. So let's play more of that, because we got a lot to do, and there's a lot of very interesting moment in question period. Let's get into it.
L'honorable député de...
The honorable member for Saint-Jean. Well, apparently, The cost overruns are so unimportant that the government says that they're common practice. Well, that's exactly the problem. That's what happened with ArriveCan and with Phoenix. It is common practice. And in 2023, the Auditor General stated that there were risks. It warned the government.
ArriveCan was basically a big scam that cost the taxpayer and that filled the pocket of many of the liberals insiders. So that's why they mention it, because they smell there's a new ArriveCan right now going on.
It said there were risks to taking shortcuts, like what happened with Phoenix, but clearly no one listened, because now, once again, there's a $5 billion cost overrun. And this software is causing problems for 85,000 retirees. When will there be an arm's length inquiry? The Honourable Minister. With a project of this scale, the money is dispersed in sections. There was a disbursement of $1.7 billion for the first phase of the project. And did not include the full benefits in certain cases, so there will be gains in reliability and effectiveness for seniors in future.
That's why we need an inquiry, as the bloc is asking, but she's not. She's like, oh, that's normal. We will spend money, but tell us details, please. It's a democracy. We are there to criticize you because we are the opposition. So it's a circus. It's a clown show. Like, Carney doesn't give a crap because he knows he has a bunch of NPCs, a bunch of drones that will just vote for him without thinking, because he's the liberal. It's so sickening, because the blood question is like, can we have inquiries? Can we really investigate where the money is going? And she's like, oh, there's a lot of money spent. That's the response to the question. This is what we are getting with the liberals. Evasive, non-answer to great question. And people still vote this crap. Let's play more.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, 85,000 retirees are experiencing problems with their OAS because of this software, which has now hit $5 billion in cost overruns. And yet those responsible for this problem are giving themselves bonuses. In 2024-25, higher-ups at Employment and Social Development received bonuses worth more than $15 million. At a time when retirees are suffering and when taxpayers are paying for this. How can it be that those responsible for this are being paid for their so-called good work? The Honourable Secretary of State, Seniors.
Speaker, my friends across the aisle know there are no cost overruns. This was a planned, phased
like
project, and just over $1.4
blind.
billion has been spent, and the OAS
BS.
project is completed. If
It's
there are
BS.
individuals
It's
who
not.
are having
It's not
problems
ready.
with getting payments on time, we invite them to contact us, and we would like them to do so. Those numbers will go down as Canadians transition to an online system, and we would really like them to transition to the online system, and this will speed things up, Mr. Speaker.
It's like saying, trust me, bro, we are doing it right. Any thoughts on the two questions in a row? Dragon? So I guess the
It's like
dragon
I'm
is
bouncing
away.
between. No, I think it's fine. Like, the problem itself, I'm not saying if you think gaslighting is a real thing. Like,
She's gaslighting. It's a real thing.
how do I put this? All politicians lie. If you
Not
don't
always.
think politicians lie, they do. And the thing about it is a lot of the policies, it's interesting because I brought it up with a friend the other day. They're creating the policies which are the problem. So when they create the policies that are actual issues, and they themselves, like, you talk about bills, people don't usually think a slip into totalitarianism is, they think it's a quick pace. I don't ever think it's a quick. It's usually a tasteless prison that engulfs you that you don't realize you're doing.
And I think Trudeau did set up foundation for it. Like, we already had censorship laws, C11, C18. What C11 does is it put forward Canadian content above anything else.
Yes.
And C18 gave basically the control to the Bureau of, like, media in general to decide what's being pushed forward. So basically, they stop outside information, and they place whatever they want at the forefront. So we have like a don't like China basically. Maybe it's not as effective as China, but it's very similar.
Do
And
have more of a conditioned populace, and that's your. The
that's
trick
the other thing we
is
have.
the
Yeah.
trick is when you have a more conditioned populace, it's a lot easier to control that.
Yeah, for sure. For
So
sure.
the idea is, I mean, look, they're promoting Canada, blocking it off with the Great Canadian Firewall, like promoting produce people. Look, you still have some. I mean, it's not like the worst, like overnight stuff switches. That's the deal about, like, you got to bear in mind, it took 2 to 3 elections before Hitler took over Germany.
Yeah.
It wasn't Trudeau just set it in motion. Now, what gets me about Carney is Carney basically isn't. If
He has
anyone,
a resume.
if anyone says anything about him, his style of governance is the extreme liberal government.
Yeah.
I've always said it. It could easily tip to totalitarianism,
Yeah.
where it could go. I think it's in stage liberalism, but illiberal government, the concept of it, is a government that basically hides its intentions. You already got pretty much a conditioned populace to do what they need to do.
And they accept that. They accept that because they are brainwashed into the propaganda tool. Anyway, let's play more of that. Very interesting line of questioning.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, 6 million Canadians don't have access to a family doctor, and it takes 30 weeks for the average Canadian to see a specialist. But the Liberals use a Canadian taxpayer dollars to fund a Cadillac healthcare system for asylum claimants, including free access to glasses and contact lenses, physiotherapy, nursing homes, and hearing aids. These are free benefits that regular citizens don't get, and this doesn't come cheap. It costs nearly $1 billion this year. Will the Liberals support our motion and ensure that asylum claimants don't get better health care than regular Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the first thing I would say is they call them bogus asylum claimants. There are actually a great number, in fact, millions of legitimate asylum claimants all over the world. Our country has distinguished itself over its history as being a welcoming place for legitimate asylum claimants. We will always be a welcoming place. And when people arrive here from war-torn areas or children are in need of health services, every single Canadian I know, Mr. Speaker, would insist that we provide those health services to that person. And that's what we're going to continue to do. And enough.
So our health system is so broken. My wife is pregnant. She called 4 different hospitals because now she is a few weeks pregnant, and it was hell for her to find a place that would follow up with her pregnancy and all. And she knew she has a friend that knew someone, and through that friend, she finally, after so many failure, found a place that would actually look into her pregnancy and do a follow-up and make sure she gets the proper treatment. I'm lucky. I can bet there are many people that don't have proper access to healthcare. Because if my wife struggled to find someone and she needed someone else to help her out, there's something fundamentally broken with our system. And my own experience, last summer I had a bike accident and I was badly injured, and at some point I went at the emergency room because it got infected and I didn't know it. I waited 5 hours, 6 hours in pain. I was bleeding. I was in bad shape. Finally I got proper care, but I mean, it's 5 hours. if I had something worse, I can't imagine what would have happened to me. So our health system is broken, and then you're telling me all of the asylum seeker have access to superior care, because they do. They also have a special package where they can have their glasses paid. I can't. I need to pay from my own pocket. They have dental care the regular Canadian don't have. And again, it's all people that don't even live here, that don't even pay taxes, and they have all of these benefits. So we attract the worst kind of immigration with our broken system. And that's why it will be the spring election big issue, and the cost of life as well. I think the cost of life will be a big factor. So we will see how it goes. But this is real, and we just got the Stephen McKinnon lying on everything and gaslighting us, because that's the liberal way. That's the only track record they can defend. Lies.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, it doesn't change the fact that they have created a two-tier healthcare system that disadvantages ordinary Canadians. The Liberals continue to betray Canadians, putting bogus asylum claimants first by giving them access to healthcare benefits that regular citizens don't get. And we just learned that the government automatically gives residency to refugees from North Korea, Afghanistan, and Yemen without even talking to them. Instead of an in-person interview, these Liberals are blindly granting residency, all while giving generous healthcare benefits. So I ask again, will the Liberals support our motion and ensure that asylum claimants don't get better healthcare than regular Canadians?
The Honourable Government House.
Spoiler alert, they didn't
In
support
addition
it.
to our humanitarian obligations, in many cases treaty obligations, as Mr. Harper found out when the Supreme Court ordered him to restore health benefits to asylum claimants for their well-being. Mr. Speaker, in our case, we have managed this number of asylum claimants down. We have passed a law in this House to move that number down. We have passed or about
It's
to
still
pass
too
a law
high,
to take
and
benefits
Stephen Harper was
down
there
for this
years
category
ago.
of person.
It's
We will
fair.
continue to manage this carefully, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thousands of people in BC can't see a family doctor. Yet the Liberals now provide deluxe health care benefits to rejected asylum claimants at taxpayers' expense. The PBO has shown that the interim federal health program has skyrocketed in costs to almost $1 billion. Will the Liberals support our motion and ensure that rejected asylum claimants do not get better health care than Canadians?
The Honourable Government House.
Look, I want to assure all Canadians that asylum seekers who come to this country are judged for their legitimacy. If they are found to be legitimate refugees and
It
asylum
can take
seekers,
months,
like all
and
compassionate countries,
they
like all
have no way
signatories
to
to
turn them
international
back.
agreements, they are permitted
You
to
also
stay.
assume
Those who are
they'll
not
show their
found to have
documents as
respected
soon
those
as they
criteria
land.
are asked to
Yeah.
leave. This government has made very, very tough measures in this Bill C-12, currently before the Senate, to make sure that we can continue to get that number down.
The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
What the member did not mention is that Liberals at the Health Committee are currently filibustering any attempt to even study this program. That doesn't sound like they're trying to fix anything. They want a cover-up. Conservatives are clear on the solution. No more physio or vision care for rejected asylum claimants. Will the Liberals support our motion and ensure that rejected asylum claimants do not get superior health care benefits to Canadians?
L'honorable ministre de la Santé.
Mr. Speaker, it's really unfortunate that we have this kind of conversation where we are talking of the health of Canadian and asylum seekers. The reality is those people are in the country and we have agreement. And our system, the health system is a compassionate system. So what we are saying is those people, they need to have access to health. And we are working closely with provinces and territories.
Question. I thought he's not a speaker, but he's still a Liberal, right? The tall guy in the back, even though he's not on the council anymore.
Which one?
The one behind him. Behind her. To the left. That's the asshole guy that was...
Yes,
he resigned his position, right?
No, that's not the same, first of all. And second, usually how they sit in the House, it's by parties. So everyone you see right now on camera are Liberals MPs.
No, was that the guy that resigned
No.
over the ecological?
No, the one you think about is Steven Guilbeault. He is a backbencher, and he is still like a liberal, but he is no more in the forefront. The one you see on the left that you think is Guilbeault is actually Saint Fraser, and that's our failed previous immigration minister, and right now is the failed justice minister right now. So it's not the guy you're thinking
He
about.
looks similar. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, I agree with that. That's true. Like someone that's not familiar with the face could.
I'm usually
Yeah,
familiar with faces. It's the hair. I just can't really tell.
they a lot of them have the same haircut. I won't lie. So
Oh
I
yeah.
get
By the
that.
way, the funny part about the whole thing is I'll be honest. So I don't know if this is true in your case in Canada. The problem here in America, we have an issue with what is it? With immigration, sanctuary cities. Did you know the federal government can have federal immigration laws,
We do
right?
have that here, but what the liberals have been doing for years now, because each time it's the liberals, they want to override
Blind
them.
to you.
They want to trample on these province rights. Uh, when it's a liberal government, you can see a lot more centralized power, and that's why each time, or I exaggerate a bit, but that's why most of the time when they are like separatist movement, it's under the liberals. Like in the 90s, I think it was 95, it was during the liberals of I think that was Jean Chrétien back then. I'm not quite sure, because that's before my time or around my birth.
I mean, the thing
But
about this is, right? It's either you're going to have a two-tier justice system, a two-tier
we have
medical
a two-tier,
system.
we have a two-tier and everything. And even sometimes our province should have more power, but again, when it's the liberals, they trample over that. So,
It's no, it's not just who it's in power. I think a
but in
lot.
our case, yes, because again, I'm telling you, when we had a conservative government, they would just let the province be province. It's really when we have the liberals, they're like, oh, we want to take over everything because we want to do more things and pretend our existence to be more important than it should be. But again, when it was the conservative, you never had case where they were like, "Oh no, we decide for you." It's not happening.
See, the problem you find, right, is despite, like, let's say, when I said during your election, you have like 3 states of liberals. Like, it's that strange section. It's like when I look at what makes, because the term, it's not like he's promoting.
What were you about to say? Are you
I was
finished?
gonna say, basically, I'll find it. I'll show you the video after we get done with this. I'll show the comment section from the Johnny Harris,
Okay.
but
Okay.
I'll wait to. The thing about an illiberal democracy is it masquerades as a form of tyrannical, because what you think is you have freedoms. The problem is, like in our place with sanctuary cities, the federal government, states are still allowed to do what they need to
We
do.
don't really have sanctuary cities, to be honest. Like, I think so. How it goes in Canada, we are mostly the same across board. It's not like the USA. Like we got 10 province, 3 territories, and I'd say most of our province and territories are mostly liberal states outside of like Alberta and Saskatchewan. They are the most conservative places. And if they were not in the federation, we would never see a conservative in power ever again. But overall, most states are actually quite liberals, and that's part of the issue we have in Canada. It's
But why would they push? I asked this though. Now we understand about the two-tier healthcare system, because I think I asked about Mandalore. Mandalore nearly had issue. Actually, had like he went like you had that ER visit. He had the thing when he went to the ER. I asked him, and he had a similar waiting that they didn't have they had one hospital for 8 hours overnight. One doctor, sorry, my bad. One doctor.
Yeah, it's
And the thing
common
about
thing.
during our
It's
State of the
common
Union,
practices.
the thing about during our State of the Union address that just occurred under Trump is he actually, it's not that I don't disagree with it. The Obama Affordable Health Care Act is what it was supposed to be called. But a lot of insurance companies made a lot of money. At the same time, this is something to remember. They made a ton of money, but it also gutted. See, we cannot get insurance plans across other states. So, if you understand that, that gets really screwed up.
Yeah,
And
you need some insurance to not go bankrupt if you need the hospital.
and if you're in even if you're in New Jersey, you can't get insurance from New York. A New York company.
I'm not surprised.
And the thing about a lot of stuff is costs. Like I had to recently get a kind of a donut hole plan for what we call our insurance. Ish. We had to and the thing about it is it's different from every state from another. And what covers, like, because I want to go to a doctor and get a specialist care. One is $20, the other one is not.
Yeah.
So we're talking if healthcare costs eat up a lot of our costs, sure. And there's also the waiting line. What they don't tell people about insurance for migrants here, they promise people we're going to actually give it. Now, here's what they don't tell you about immigration. You either going to treat them as second. I do like how the Europeans try treating them as second-class citizens.
I also like the idea. I mean, you're a guest, so you should be treated as not someone that fully experienced the place. Like,
so, like the idea, that's what Europeans do. The Europeans largely have their migrants. They have a work pass, right? They have the ability. They have subtle, like, oh, you get sick, you can get covered under whatever system. Germany's did this. France has done this. But they take advantage of that.
And usually, I will also tell you this before we play. Usually, healthcare is like mixed in Canada, so it's mostly falls under provincial aspect, but the federal also inject money in it. So like they send enough money to each province so they can function their free healthcare system, even if it's not that free, because again our taxes pay for it. And but usually it should really fall into the provincial aspect.
Like what it's going to concern you, but what do they consider? Okay, so I understand. Elective surgery is you have no private insurance.
We actually, it's very recent. It depends where you are in Canada. There are places like Alberta that used to have like a bike system like Japan, where you have the public health system and the private health system as well. And Quebec also partially do, but not to the same extent as Alberta. And there's a lot more like public centers than private. And the other factor is we have some coverage for like the glasses and the teeth. They're not covered by provincial
Dental.
or
That'd be
dental. Yeah, dental and eyes. It's not covered by neither. Like it's not considered in the free aspect. The only free aspect is like the hospitals and the clinics. But like the moment it's something else, like the ears or the eyes or the dental, you need to pay from your pocket. But usually,
you might be asking, what do they call like people who want hormone replacement, stuff like that? That's elective.
that's actually under the liberals. The federal pays for it. But when we had the conservative, it was very different. They didn't want to pay for that. So it used to be like, it used to be under the conservative, something like more private, like the eyes and the dental. But under the liberals, they're like, you know what, we'll cover you on that. So
and then what do they consider? So I'm assuming psychological is covered.
Psychological is never included, so it's another thing that you need to pay from your pocket. And I think that's also one of the reasons why we have so many mental health.
That's why you got so many issues.
Yeah, because it's not included.
Because a base psychological, right? But if you have to have a major surgery, like, let's assume
it depends what. There are
let's
some surgeries that are covered, but others that are not.
What happens if you have an emergency pancreatitis?
To be honest, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
The reason I ask this is I would think a base psychology would be covered, mental health.
Nope.
But elective is where a lot of the insurances get weird.
And that's also why we have some insurance policies sometimes to cover like the mental health stuff. But again, I feel like we should have more program to have mental health fixed, because I think that's bad, man. Our society is sick. Like it's
okay.
sick.
And last thing I say too is, like, is the system you have is if you're a migrant, you go to an urgent care clinic or you go to a emergency room versus go or wait to see a GP, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that make sense?
And they have a special card as well they can flash. Anyway, let's play more of that, but our system is broken in so many ways.
Is also to get more access to Canadian people. Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reports the interim federal health program will cost nearly $1.5 billion a year to cover health care for fraudulent asylum claimants. This program gives anyone claiming asylum better health care than Canadians who pay for it, even if these claims are denied. As wait times grow and health care access shrinks for citizens, the Liberals prioritize a growing list of bogus refugees over Canadians. Will the government support our Conservative motion to stop criminal claimants from receiving superior health benefits at Canadian taxpayers' expense?
Well said. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I would put more credence in my honourable colleague's argument if he or his party actually had a record of defending better health care for Canadians. Think about the record that they have demonstrated over the time I've been a member of Parliament. They have opposed the largest transfer to provincial health care systems. Wow. They have opposed dental coverage for Canadians. They have opposed birth care and other essential medicines that Canadians need. This isn't about the quality of health care that Canadians need. The only solution that they're putting forward is to deny the children of refugees dental care. Frankly, Mr.
Use the Fifi. And when I see MPs like the two on the left on their cell phone, I find that so insulting as a taxpayer. But hey, let's play more of that.
Speaker, this is disgusting, un-Canadian, and beneath this house.
What's un-Canadian is crazy.
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, too many people in Niagara cannot find a family doctor. Right now, taxpayers are being charged up to 5 times the provincial rates to provide health care to rejected asylum claimants. Families have waited long enough, and our failed asylum system is making them wait even longer. Conservatives have proposed.
We are standing up for Canada.
Skyrocketed 7.3%, rising more than twice as fast as other goods. This is not an imported problem. 70% of the food Canadians consume is produced domestically, including 80% of processed foods. Yet nearly 90% of agribusinesses now say the future of Canadian ag is at risk. So why are food prices rising? Punishing regulations and inflationary spending and Liberal taxes continue to force Canadians to pay more at the store. How expensive does food have to get before the Liberals stop strangling farmers and get serious about bringing back affordable food?
By the way, speaking of that, I heard so many stories of Canadian that live by the border and they actually do their groceries in the States because it's like 300, 400 bucks cheaper for the same freaking bucket. So yeah, it's not normal, folks. Let's play more of that. Let's hear the gaslight from the liberals.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We're getting very serious. It's called ensuring food security for Canadians. I'm happy to share that with the member. You may want to explain that to his constituent. The great thing, Mr. Speaker, with the Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit, we're helping Canadians, 12 million Canadians. But in addition, and I'm sure he's going to call his constituent, we're putting 500 million to help to have a more resilient supply chain, Mr. Speaker. We need to grow more food in Canada. We need to have a better supply chain. We need to focus on food security. That's exactly what we're doing, and I hope that the Conservative will vote in favor of the bill, Mr. Speaker, because this is
So they know there's an election coming soon, and you know what they did? They did a rebate, so that's like a coupon that makes your groceries like, I think it's like $10 a month cheaper or so, and it's only the poorest that have the worst salaries. Like if you do under like 14 bucks an hour, then you can apply for that, but it will cost billions. So the new estimate of our budget is from 78 to all the way up to 92 billion because of that BS program that will only serve like a small fraction of the people. It's ridiculous. It's like laughing at your face. It's like saying, "Oh, here's a brown paper for you to vote for us again." It's like it's like a bribery.
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook-Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, under this Prime Minister, food prices have jumped 7.3% and are rising twice as fast as other goods, making Canada the food inflation capital of the G7. This is a made-in-Canada problem. 70% of our food production is right here at home. Yet nearly 90% of agribusinesses say Liberal red tape is putting them at risk. Punishing regulations and the industrial carbon tax are driving up costs. Just how much higher must grocery bills climb before the Liberals stop strangling Canadian food production with red tape and punishing taxes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is a bit rich to listen to the Conservatives talk about Canadian farmers and agri-food businesses when they had their chance in April 2025 and they had absolutely nothing in their platform for Canadian farmers or agri-food businesses. Mr. Speaker, we know the price of food is a major issue in this country. That's why we've introduced the Groceries and Essentials rebate. 12.6 million Canadians will benefit up to $1,900 a year. But we're also introducing the National Food Security Strategy, Mr. Speaker. This is an opportunity to look at the systemic aspects of food, what we can do to help support farmers, agri-food businesses. It won't be cutting the industrial carbon price. That's not a real plan, Mr. Speaker.
Thomas, London South.
Thank you.
So I must pause it because it's funny. The other day they were saying imaginary taxes. Now he admits there's an industrial carbon tax. It's kind of hilarious. But so the angle of the Conservative is you cost us so much. You're Prime Minister because he's a liberal, because now it's the liberal idea that does that. Because he's a liberal, our cost of food has increased. So the idea is, elect Conservative, you will have cheaper food, and the defense is, oh, here's a rebate, here's a coupon, so people can like have slightly cheaper food. It's ridiculous. It's insulting people in general. Yeah, let's play more of that because that question I remember being very interesting. It's always the end. Always.
Mr. Speaker, a British Columbia School Board trustee was fined $750,000 for the egregious crime of saying there are two genders. These are the same kangaroo courts that the Liberals' Online Harms Act empowers. It's the same regulation of emotion that Liberal Bill C9 supercharges. The Liberals claim they will uphold freedom of expression, but still have not said whether they will acknowledge and accept the Federal Court of Appeal ruling that they violated the constitutional rights of Canadians by invoking the Emergencies Act. Will they commit now to giving up on their censorship agenda and letting Canadians live their lives and speak their minds?
So again, the question is, will you stop with the abuse of power? Because the court especially said the use of the Emergency Act during the Freedom Convoy broke the Constitution. It infringed on the people's right to protest, and he also connects that with C9 being the censorship bill. He's like, will you stop trying to trample us and turn us into like China with freaking snow half a year? That's the question right now. Can you stop with that kind of really harmful agenda? So we will hear the response that will probably be a non-response, because this is all the liberals can do, not responding to question period or deflect.
A couple points, Mr. Speaker. There is no censorship agenda. We will keep our kids safe, including safe from child pornographers. And the convoy was an illegal occupation of the downtown of our capital that people wanted gone. And he supported with his leader. Shame on them, bringing donuts to people occupying our nation's capital.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni. We're moving on to another question.
Speaker, we keep asking this Liberal government when pharmacare will expand, and we can't get a straight answer from the Minister of Health. British Columbia's pharmacare agreement starts next week because New Democrats push for it and because the BC NDP moved quickly. Families in other provinces are still waiting because the Liberal government isn't negotiating. This means access to life-saving medicine depends on your postal code. When will the Minister of Health finally start negotiating so Canadians can access life-saving medicine no matter where they live?
L'honorable ministre de la Santé.
The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
His question, and as he knows, I'm having conversation with each of the health ministers in provinces and territories about pharmacare. So we will let you know as long as we are ready to move forward. Thank you.
That ends question period. My understanding is that the honourable member for Carleton is oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are fed up with Liberal waste. This Liberal Prime Minister has made inflation increase and double the debt. And now we're seeing the waste, just like with Arrive Can and We Charity. We're seeing this waste with Curram. Under this Liberal government, 85,000 seniors are not getting their checks. And yet the Liberal governments are saying this is good news? Does the Prime Minister agree with his House Leader that wasting money and depriving seniors of their checks is a piece of good news? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to recognise that today is the 4th anniversary of the beginning of the unjustified and horrifying war that Russia launched against Ukraine. Canada stands with Ukraine. We are providing more humanitarian and military aid today. And regarding the Leader of the Opposition's question...
By the way, can I say this, Multi? Why does the fucking Canadians, who barely can pay for their own stuff, care about the war in Ukraine?
We don't. It's
fucking
Carney
retarded.
and Brookfield.
It's such... Okay, there's this thing about caring about social causes.
I will
that
admit,
I
some of
swear
the liberals
irks
they
me.
support that kind of stuff you're telling me, but I'd say on average, a
It's
lot
not
of
the average
Canadians don't
citizen. They'll go, oh, free this, free that. Okay.
But you know what's funny? He didn't answer yet the question, and we are in question period. And what does he do? He does the liberal strategy to divert you attention.
It's called
to something else.
bloviating, Multi. Bloviating. Yes.
To my knowledge, the Curram process started in 2017. The project, was broadened to other services like OAS.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government wasted $5 billion in cost overruns. And today, when this Prime Minister is in power, 85,000 seniors are not getting their checks. They cannot put food on the table. The Prime Minister has doubled the deficit, saying he didn't have enough money, but apparently he had enough to waste $5 billion. What will the Prime Minister do to put an end to this Liberal scandal, protect taxpayers, and ensure that our seniors will get the money? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, the former government began this project with OAS, and then we broadened its scope, and we added EI to it, as well as the GIS and other services. All of the sums have been budgeted for, and this project has already been reviewed by the Auditor General.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve good quality health care. But after a decade of this Liberal government, 6 million Canadians do not have a family doctor. Part of the reason is that mass, out-of-control Liberal immigration has overwhelmed the system. And many of those resources are going to people who are here illegally and have been rejected. There has been a 1,000% increase in the cost of providing deluxe benefits to many people who are here illegally. Will the Prime Minister reverse this policy, support our motion, and put Canadians first for health care?
You know what's also funny? I don't know why I was muted like that, but when we had Harper, we had lots of cuts in the foreign aid aspect. So more money went to actual Canadian instead of fueling wars. And I've seen a very interesting theory on why Europe and Canada, they keep funneling money to Ukraine. Apparently it's the West against the USA because the USA wants Ukraine to end the war. That's very interesting perspective.
I wouldn't think it's the WEF stuff as much as the... I really do think it's something different. My personal perspective is a lot of what you see here is the people basically... It's okay. So during our State of the Union address, right, they're seated liberals and Democrats and Republicans on one side. You know, you can, you know, and it's like, so it's kind of like, oh, you hear the applause from one. And they tell you what people are thinking here. Which, in the deal of, let's assume, Trump played it masterfully. He got the Democrats, basically they're telling the Democrats and the other extreme liberals are telling you what they're going to vote for. They go, well, but what about food? Like, or the bloviating like thing. Because when Trump asked them about and brought up the illegals that had been murdering people as an example, they didn't stand up. But conservatives stood up, Multi. So it means most liberals sign
I'm not surprised
off on having this. And in these, it's a similar scenario. No one on one side, the liberals are pretty much telling you what they want to vote for. They're not sugarcoating it. It's either A, they don't know how to fix a problem they created, or like this, GP doctors. People don't have GP doctors. They're not acknowledging that their healthcare system is broken. They don't acknowledge their food bank system is broken. Like, I was told by one, I think he's in Quebec too, like, they go, there's always been a food bank problem.
Actually, no, it wasn't that bad in the past. It has gotten worse over the years, but in the Harper years, our food banks were not as used. Like, it was by half, I think, the use of what it is now. A double under, like, the 11 years of whatever we got with Trudeau. But it wasn't that bad in the past because people had more money and they would give more, and our deficit wouldn't be that bad. But again, liberals, voter, they don't give a crap about that.
I want you to notice the thing about your social spending. Here's the thing about social spending, right? The social spending, you can either spend it on that, social programs, unironically, or you can spend it on them. Because the cost of your healthcare, because you are the model. See, unironically, people in America think that Canada has a better healthcare system than the United States.
No.
Do not ask why this is a thing. Do not ask this.
My only explanation on why is maybe we don't fall in debt as much as you guys, but we also have a lot less money than you guys. It's a double-edged sword. Yes, we don't go in crazy debt, but we are paying high price. And like a lot of times, again, as I told you earlier in the stream, the service is not that great. Like my wife, pregnant, called for hospital and like many clinics, and if she didn't know someone that knew someone, she wouldn't have the care she needs. And this is the truth on the field.
Is she able to get prenatal care?
That's what I'm telling you. She wasn't able. Like now she got it because she knows someone that knows someone, but on her own, when she was trying to get prenatal care, she was hitting walls after walls. That was what was going on. And
prenatal is specialized, right?
Yeah, and usually it's covered by our free system that we pay through with our taxes, but that was a nightmare.
Okay,
Again,
it's not free. It's just covered under taxes.
yeah, exactly. And again, we are not as much in debt, but we don't always have the care we need. That's the truth. Like, they've been telling to sick people, look, there's MAID. it's like the alternative. Like, you can stop suffering. You can just end your life now.
No, you know the joke is they said MAID. They said the thing about MAID, right? They weren't going to extend it to teenagers. Yeah,
and that's because of the conservative. They blocked that. It's the liberals.
You know what's funny? I used to joke years ago about, people get marijuana licenses just because they can smoke weed. They have a migraine.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. That's the joke, basically. But it actually happens, right?
Yeah.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Canada is not America. Yes, Canada provides essential health care to everyone in this country. The increase in costs in this program referenced in the opposition motion is a result of the increase in applicants for that program. Now, what has this government done?
There's more immigrants. That's why.
Okay, do you know something I heard? I heard this on Arch's thing. I'd run this past you. The thing is, it's not that you guys have an issue. You're turning into you'll probably be the first minority nation.
Yeah, like
you'll be the first minority white nation.
Yeah.
In certain provinces.
It's already happening. Ontario is now mostly Indian because they're all set there, and Quebec is Africa and Asian because they are the one that speak French, and we were able, because we are Quebec, we are more privileged than many other provinces. We have a lot more control over the immigration that goes in our province just because we are Quebec. And one of the stipulation we had for years, even under Trudeau, was French-speaking crowd. And let's face it, a lot of African and Asian, they do speak French.
Caribbean blacks would be speaking.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because since Carney took over, he wants to throw that special Quebec right down the window. He really advocates for us having less control over the immigration. It's really frustrating and insulting. I fully understand all the separatists out there. Carney is dangerous. Anyway, let's play more, because even Amy admits there's more applicant. It's because there's more people, but he two and two together. But the voter, they don't see it. The voter, they don't think. They don't think. It's sad. Canada is a joke. It's a laughing stock. And yeah, I'm sad. I used to be a proud Canadian. I'm no longer proud. Let's play more of that.
This government has taken back control of immigration. This government has reduced the number of temporary workers in this country by 50%, the demanders of asylum seekers by 1/3, and we're moderate.
The Honourable
saying we accepted like millions and millions for like 10 years. Now instead of accepting millions and millions, we will only accept millions. So it's like we still accept a bunch of people. We don't have the infrastructure, but let's do this. Century Initiative. Like, he is a believer of that. He wants it. And like our ambassador, like Canada, USA is another Century Initiative folk. It's the laughing stock. Like right now we are 45 million of Canadian, and they want us to be 100 million by 2100. So in the next 74 years, they want our population to more than double. They want our population to increase by like 230% ish, and we don't build enough stuff for that. So we have people that live in just another realm altogether. They are so out of touch with what's going on with our lives. It's so miserable. It's laughable. It's a circus. Canada is a circus. That's how I feel. It's a circus.
Leader of the opposition.
The problem is that this government is not taking care of health care for the Canadian people. 6 million do not have a family doctor. 100,000 people died on waiting lists since the Liberals unleashed out-of-control immigration.
And I say it's more because I can tell you, many people don't seek. The numbers they say right now is the numbers we know of. But how many others we don't know of? It's crazy. Like, you can't double that. Because you can't bet a lot of people know our system. They're like, you know what? I'm cooked. I won't find anything, so I'll just give up on that. So these numbers are the numbers we do know. That's like the surface of the iceberg. Imagine what's underneath. We don't have family doctors. It's a nightmare to find a family doctors. You need to know someone that knows someone. And I'm in Quebec, and we are one of the most helped province in the country because the Liberals in Ottawa always knew Quebec is the second most important electoral district because we got so many seats. So we got 343 seats in our parliament. 78 of them are in Quebec. And Ontario has 120. So just with Ontario and Quebec, we get most of the powers. And that's also why we see Saskatchewan and Alberta that wants out, because their voice is simply not heard. Like Alberta and Saskatchewan together, they don't have as much power as Quebec alone. Add Ontario on top of that, forget it. They are the neglected child that eventually will break in tears. So let's play more of that now.
There are currently literally thousands of people who are waiting for procedures as we speak. And the Prime Minister claims he's getting it under control, but it's all an illusion. He's just another Liberal. There has been a 3,000% increase in refugee claims under his out-of-control system. Will he rein it in, support our motion, and put Canadians first?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to coming up to my one-year anniversary as Prime Minister.
He needs to say it because you know why? I know why. He's a narcissist that thinks he's the elite, the biggest guy, and he also wants to say, everyone, I'm the guy in charge. Remember this. I'm important. Remember this. It's how he thinks. He thinks of himself as a superior human being, as the pleb, as me, as my wife. And by the way, my wife is black, so he's racist by thinking that way.
So
anyway,
he basically is more of an elitist snob. The thing is, what I've seen at Davos, when his speech at Davos occurred.
Mark the Clown.
Yes, Mark the Clown.
Yeah.
Take this as a perspective of somebody who's
Marxist Carney, that's also how I call him.
So here, take this as a grain of salt from an American.
I agree with you, Joshua. I agree with you 100%. Save us, please. But I'll also tell you this, Joshua. if you annex us, don't give us the right to vote. Otherwise, you're cooked. You no longer have Republican in power.
So, okay, in an American perspective, what we've seen, and plus I also look at the Europeans as well. The funny thing about Carney is basically doing in-stage liberalism. It's either going to become a form of socialism, but the problem is everyone worries about, what's funny is if you ask voters this time around, why did the conservatives have a problem? They thought they were going to be downstream.
as Trump-ish.
Yes. Here's the thing. Up there, that doesn't really work. The UK is on the verge of a subtle revolution with Rupert Lowe. But the trick about this is, so Carney himself, I said, was a status quo for liberals.
Yeah.
Now, the thing about this is, it's holding true. But his grand plan is not totally what you actually think it is. Now, he's closer to doing illiberal. Well, okay. So if people think it's fascist,
the UK is gone. The UK is cooked.
Actually, it's not totally cooked. It's just people are waking up to it. The problem itself is they got about 2 years of darkness. So,
and I will tell you this, Joshua. Canada is cooked. If Carney gets a majority in the spring election, I'm not joking. I will close most of my social media because I'm right leaning, and I will most likely be threatened to do some jail time, and I don't want that. And I will accumulate enough money to go live in the USA because you guys have actual freedom. And I don't want to discard my entire life in Canada. Like, my friends, my family are still in Canada, and most of them are actually drones and brainwashed, but I still love them. It's just very sad to see them like just being so gullible and accepting anything as long as it's a liberal in power. But if Carney gets a majority this spring, we are cooked. They looking up people for posts in Britain these days. Well, in Britain, yes. But basically what's going on in Canada, they tried to do it, but the only reason they didn't do it, it's because the opposition has more power than the government because more people were elected in the opposition. But again, if Carney gets enough vote and he gets a majority, the opposition will be powerless, and then Carney will ram through anything he wants, and he will pass that law that will jail people for like online posts and that kind of stuff. And that's why if Carney gets a majority this spring, it's the end of Canada. And I think it will be a slow descent into tyranny. That's exactly, I see it coming. Like they jailed the trucker convoy, the Freedom Convoy, they jailed them. Like, 2 of the leaders were jailed. They are political prisoner. The moment you got the liberals taking prisoner like that, it's a bad precedent. And when questioned about it, you know what they say? I would do it again. This is what the liberals tell. So if we protest the liberals, they will jail us. This is what's going on.
So the issue itself, Joshua, is not.
They also tried to take the gun with a failed program that not enough people sign in to do. And even the cops, they're like, that won't stop crime. So a lot of the police actually revolt against the gun buyback. But they're trying it. It's just not successful as of right now. But yeah, Canada is in a very dark path. And as the election is announced, I will do door knocking. I will try to wake up some of the sheep, some of the zombies. I will try to break through. And I will tell them, look, as long as you don't vote liberals, well, you vote anything else. You can vote NDP if you want. The Socialist Party. Yeah, but again, it's a question of time. Don't end up like Australia. Again, I think we will turn into them if Carney gets a majority in the next election. Canada is done. I will fight for Canada, but if we get defeated, I don't give the skin too much, or I should say, I will flee. I will ask to be a refugee in the USA. America and Israel are the only two last beacon left. Yeah, I will tell you this. I heard good stuff about Russia, and that's surprising. But I have a friend that actually moved to Russia a few years ago, and he's like, it's amazing. And it's not like the Western media try to tell and the Western school tell. It's very different. It's right leaning, but most of the country is actually right leaning. But yeah, I will fight for Canada, but if he gets a majority, I'm out. I move to you guys. USA is one of the last few places of freedom. Anyway, let's play more of this because why not? Why not? Let's do this.
During that time, new refugee claims. During that time, new asylum claims have gone down by 1/3. During that time, temporary students have gone down by 60%.
I don't know what's going on with that, but at least we got the subtitle. But again, I said it. The numbers were crazy, and now they're just not as crazy. I'm wondering what's going on with the sound. What's going on with the sound? Do you know if it's your video? Shouldn't have no asylum seekers in Canada. Dragon, can you try to see if you can re-download this? Because I don't know if this will keep going like that. I don't think it's my video. Dragon, download it again, maybe. Yeah, the video is fine. So Dragon, I think it's the download that's muting this because the original video I have sound there. Do they have turn limit? Not exactly, unfortunately. We should have that kind of stuff, but we don't. Usually, we used to have a shift each 10 years ish, but this time around they dodged it by having Carney instead of Trudeau. But yeah, Dragon
Get into the ground today, and it's not just healthcare that where there's two-tiered, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister keeps in place laws that allow foreign criminals who are visiting Canada to have less time in jail after they commit crimes. Will he get rid of the two-tiered system so that we can lock up serious criminals and then kick them out of our country when they're done their time?
Hold on. It's not bad to have asylum seekers in your nation, Joseph. The problem is that...
Oh, I just realized the question. How did the asylum seekers get to Canada? Well, there's a program special, but we don't do proper checkups. And the Liberals, what they did, they shattered our very functional and very good system we had for years. We had the best system on the planet. But what happened is Trudeau policies is almost open border. Like, you can actually live here without having your paper fully ready and processes. So basically, sometimes they realize, oh, it's bogus, but we won't deport you yet. actually, we don't have any means to deport people, unfortunately. So what happens is sometimes we realize that person said BS and they can still stay. And that's what's going on. We got so many people that didn't get deported that should have been, because like again, I I will tell you this. Uh, in general, a lot of them don't. A lot of them don't. But
Modern. Okay, there's a two.
I will defend some of them because my wife was an asylum seeker, and I think she did assimilate a lot. But it's not perfect. I think we should like fix our system really. Like the Harper years from 2006 to 2015 were the best years. We had a robust, solid immigration system. It wasn't the circus it is under Trudeau in 2015. Um, from what one country? Africa. Um, and I think one of the few reasons why she assimilate well, it's because she is a Christian. Like a lot of African country, they are Christian and they assimilate much more than Muslim or other places on the globe. Um, but yeah.
So here's something about it. Why I say asylum seekers are.
So people are walking from Canada.
No, they're not. Let me just say, CK Justin.
They can almost do it because Trudeau did a mess of our system. It wasn't always like that, though.
So when you're talking about asylum seekers, there used to be a way to vet them because take the situation that Syria, because there's two kinds of immigration issues. So when the Syrian conflict kicked off, you seem like an older man, Joseph. So if you're familiar with this, I'm in my 40s, about to be 41 this year, so I'm familiar with this and followed the politics. When the Syrian crisis kicked off, the Syrian civil war that started to depose, God, I think it's al-Bashar.
Sorry, I will cut you off right now because I'm scared I will lose my idea. So keep your idea in mind, and I will just mention that it's hilarious. Our Carney says Canada is a Muslim country, and we are the most progressive country out there. We are pro-woman, pro-trans, pro-gay, pro-whatever. We are pro-everything. And you know what? You know what a lot of these Muslim countries like to do? Throwing rocks at gays and trans. This is what they do. And women's rights are down the toilet. So it's hilarious that our liberal prime minister says Canada is a Muslim country with Muslim value. It's like, bruh, what are you smoking, man? What are you smoking? And I heard stories of like a lot of Muslim being like, that's a joke. That guy lost my vote. It's like, how insulting this is. And again, not all Muslim countries are like that. But let's be honest, a lot of them are still like that, throwing rocks at gays and not having women having rights. It's a circus. It's a circus. Marxist Carney is a joke, and it's sad. And I will let you continue your idea.
So,
Dragon.
Sorry for this to be a little bit. This is going to be a longer explanation. So when you look at like modern immigration as an example, U.S. our doctrine still operates off the Chain Migration Act and Ellis Island era. See, Joseph, you know what I'm talking about. I can fill this in if you don't. So we still have a very we also have a sanctuary city policy. But when the Syrian refugee crisis kicked off, Syria had a major civil war. Now, this is the one that started to depose Al-Shir, I think it's, God, I'm going to butcher the guy's name right now because it's late and I'm thinking about it. Al-Assad, who was the head of Syria for years. And then when ISIS tried to depose him, that caused a bunch of Syrians to leave towards Europe. So when you started seeing them get into Europe, they would flood across the border because the irony is the Turks didn't want them. The Egyptians didn't want them. So they would take their documents and get into Europe. Some of them started just randomly losing them, so you didn't know. Then there were other crises in the Middle East, so more started fleeing, especially even after the Muslim Brotherhood took over. Now, that's how a lot of them started to get into Europe. Here's the problem. They didn't have documentation. First thing they would dump is they would dump that overboard. Now, you are correct. Certain ones don't assimilate. They try to take over a culture. That's actually, unironically, Saudi Arabians and more conservative Muslim nations hate European jihadists because as of this year, as a prime example, Dubai is not sponsoring scholarships in Europe because of the radicalization. Now, what you're seeing is a lot of them were getting from country to country, shredding documents. Unironically, in Germany, they had a massive, because they were a humanitarian people. France.
It's sad, but I agree with you, Joshua, and I think it's like following their doctrine and how they are raised. It's just like most of the extremists in that crowd. They want to take over the world, and I think that's the biggest difference between the Muslim and the Christian. I think the Christian have a lot more restraint, and again, my wife is a Christian from Africa, and she has narrow ideas on the trans crowd and the gay crowd, but she knows she's in Canada, so she knows she needs to behave with that crowd, and she will be the kind of person that will maybe ostracize them in silence, but she will never get violent toward them. While the Muslim, we all know it, in some countries they throw rock at them. So I think there's a lot of very different things. And now we got Joshua saying Germany is gone. I don't know in detail Germany, but again, I think Muslim, we need to watch out on what they do. And I know many Muslim people that are very nice, but it's really some of the ideology behind that religion that are frightening. And maybe you can tell the same about Christian, but again, the big difference is I really feel like the Christian have a lot more restraint than the Muslim. That's exactly how I feel, and I feel like the Muslim are far more controlling. In public, just in public, you need to wear a hijab in a lot of cases.
You're confusing with, okay, so when they first got into Europe, that's why I said this is going to be a little bit longer. They got into France. See, Joseph, this is the actual things that happened. Because the French were tolerant, they allowed them to establish Sharia law. It's not that Islam was as bad. You can look up what happened in the U.S. in the 90s and what Saudis believe. The Saudis at one point were promoting to the rest of the world. France allowed their borders to be broken down. Germany didn't allow them to practice Sharia law. They just had a tendency to go crazy as second-class citizens and stab people on trains. Now, when you talk about a culture that doesn't assimilate, they're less likely.
That's true, Joshua, and I know that's true because I'm of French descent. You know, I'm from Quebec. I'm from the French part of Canada, so I know exactly what you're talking about, and that's freaking true. The French are weak-minded, and that's also why a lot of French, their philosophy is we want the American dream, but we don't know English, so we will go live in Quebec. It's kind of hilarious because
the irony is Europe. And the reason why Brexit happened is they wanted them to take all these migrants. Now, we have our own because we have basically Latin America, which has been imploding for
wow,
10 plus years.
I didn't know that. That was worse than I thought.
Yes, England, yes.
No,
yes.
I didn't know that. Wow.
France, okay, France.
That's messed up.
Okay, literally, okay,
Can't
multi.
believe it. It's
The-
worse than
one
I
of the
thought.
first things.
I knew France and England were bad, but having Sharia courts?
Okay,
No
no,
way. I don't
no.
believe it.
England doesn't have
I
it
don't
yet.
believe it. I
No,
refuse to
England
believe
doesn't
that.
have it yet. France, just here's what they said. They
Whoa.
took in a lot of Muslim migrants,
No.
and then these police created no-go zones, multi, which allowed them to create Sharia law sectors. Then they actually went to the government of France and asked to the practice Sharia law. The thing is, they tried to do that with CARE and other organizations in the United States. We won't allow it. The funny thing about this is, now it's not that the Africans, which are your equivalent to Mexicans that come up and work in Canada, then they leave.
Our African don't leave.
So the concept is
because they integrate better.
So they'll go. So here's the thing a lot about migrating. It's not that all asylum seekers are bad.
Are you
Like in the
kidding me?
case of Latin America.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Yes, they have 31 Sharia courts in
Actually, I have
England
to
right
look
now.
that up.
It's no way.
I have to look that
it's
up.
a clown show. And I
See,
thought
I would have
Canada was
blamed.
stupid.
That's what I think. There is usually not that my European news comes from Sargon of Akkad, but that's like something I don't think they would miss.
Wow. I didn't know that.
But Sharia law.
I'm glad I'm not there.
But Sharia law does not trump British law yet. That's the key, Joseph.
Look it up. Yeah. So I want to cover more of that question period because it's quite entertaining. So let's get into it.
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage, in the spirit of the members' opposite question, support for C2 and C12, which will help to address some of these issues. That's the first point. The second point, Mr. Speaker, when someone commits a crime in this country, they should serve the time.
Deport them. We don't need them.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the sponsorship scandal cost around $330 million. The Quebec Saclay scandal, $1.1 billion. The infamous Phoenix, which is still not over, $5.1 billion. And Curram has now gone from $1.6 billion to $6.6 billion. Is the Prime Minister proud of presiding over the worst financial scandal in the history of Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the project started in 2017. At that time, I was the Governor of the Bank of England, number one.
But he still continues it.
Number two.
What do you want?
Hold on a sec. The thing about what you're seeing with your government, multi, is U.S.
I don't think it's the same thing in Canada, to be honest, Joshua, because we got a lot more diversity in terms of immigration.
When I was telling him early,
I think that'd be Singh because we got some Indian here.
So here's the thing: they have more Indian and Pakistani migration. That's the thing. More. That's the thing with the UK. UK is becoming less. Majority. Okay, so let's assume you have a trade deal with India. Trade deals with India largely, I hate to say this, come down to allowing them to send people. So, whether as fucked up as that sounds, that is actually how the Indians trade. They can't keep that population there. So they deport, they don't deport them, it's a nice way of saying it, they pawn them off to the rest of the world. Now, the funny thing about a lot of asylum, they seek either come over on skilled worker visas because that's usually how, and there's a whole thing.
It's Olivia and Noah for Canada, my friend. I'm not surprised. Well, I'm actually surprised it's not the same because we got so many Indian, but I don't think it's Mohammed.
So there's also this thing too. You're seeing multi-corruption and financial scandals. See,
the liberals have so many of them.
We actually
they collect
have
them
that
like
here.
Thanos rings and Infinity
We
War.
actually have that here amongst our liberals, but it's not as blatantly obvious because our liberal organizations. So, like, Kamala Harris was funded by like 5 black billionaires or high rich people. So you got like a lot of money that flows through them and causes, which it's easier to get the money through Canada. Like one of the people who
it's because of the scam and the lies. A lot of them, they come here and they think they will have that glorious life, and they just end up being trafficked somewhere.
So,
or they become like truck drivers.
So the thing about
This Canada need more bomb vest technician.
So
Ontario needs them, but the rest of Canada, I don't know. Like maybe BC. BC would need it. British Columbia, I think they would
there's
need
a
it.
thing about a lot of the corruption scandals. So, like, if we really looked into it, like, there was a Supreme Court decision in our country that said corporate money and foreign money can go into, like, super PACs and other funds. They said conservatives were going to use that. Do you know, Multi, who the majority of people have been using that for super PAC funds?
I don't know.
And corporations? Democrats and foreign people. The issue is they've been using it to fund any of the DEI initiatives and everything else. What's funny is we're coming out and finding this, but that's not as much corrupt. See, corruption doesn't care from what you believe. It's a neutral party. Like the fact alone, you have money flying out all over the place is something that should be fixed. Like Trump during the State of the Union says he's going to clamp down upon certain parts of the fraud. But good luck with that. You'll be able to hit the Somali fraud up in maybe Minnesota. But
we will have that here in Canada, and we will actually help them.
California, they basically think about it this way. Why were most these cab companies run by Somalis? Why were these taxi services run by it? They found a loophole to use because how the Somali fraud scandal was actually found was found because we started becoming like the third leading funder, the U.S. federal government, of Al-Shabaab, because they would take the money they earn here, send it overseas. First, Multi, they learned.
I'm not surprised about that, sending that money.
They learned if you claimed your child had autism, there was a sudden rate of free money for autism. It went from like under 100,000 all the way up to 200,000 applicants.
Only a damn Democrat would think about that.
Over a couple of years. And then there was the taxi and medical fraud. They said, oh, we're just doing that. Then there's a daycare stuff. They find a way to scam people. I really hate to say it. Them next to India have the biggest fucking claim. I've said this, and it is one of those things.
I know. Let's play more of that. We all know that. We are socially
19.
awoke.
It's more than that.
All of the money was budgeted for, including the $6 billion. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Oh, it's not my fault, Mr. Speaker. Well, in 2019, the Bloc Québécois asked for there be a purchasing power adjustment for retirees. And then after that, there was the pandemic and post-pandemic inflation, which made it even harder for retirees to make ends meet. Also discrimination between retirees over 75 and under. And now we have Kurum, which is causing 85,000 retirees to have errors with their checks. Does this Prime Minister realize that his government has mistreated retirees? I'm sure.
By the way, I will pause here because I need to explain that. So the Bloc and the Liberals, they have one big common voter base, the Boomers. And that's why the bloc, each time you hear about them, it's about old age security and about old people, because they both share the same kind of voting base. And by attacking that angle, the bloc tried to strip away some of the support from the liberals among the boomers. So that's what's going on right now. So let's play more of that.
There are retirees in Talbot who are wondering that.
Let me explain something. I know it's pausing a lot, but Joseph, you probably, if you're not familiar with this, I'll explain this to you as well, and whoever sees this in the future.
Drink Carney.
The problem with a pension system is a pension system. You got to think of it as a long-term pyramid scheme. It's not like, but you got to remember the idea of unions. Okay, union pensions to work, right, rely on people working. All right, it takes maybe 5 or 10 workers. I have to go back and remember Glenn Beck did a thing on this a long time ago. And it's something that I've always learned. And when I learned, basically you need a number of active workers to maintain a pension system. For one retired fireman, you need like 15. At one point, like 10 firemen working, maybe 15. So the idea is the pension systems have been failing everywhere because younger people are not working. The unions failed because there wasn't enough normal workers paying.
By the way, I will address that comment. Joshua, I never lived in the USA, but my experience with Canada, a lot of our money goes into tax. It's crazy number.
Yes.
It's like more than 42% of our money is taxes. And the 58-ish% is like the roof, the food. So we are broke and we don't have a strong economy at all. We suffer nationwide because we keep giving away money everywhere, because we keep electing these liberals over and over again, because Canada doesn't think, because Canada is full of NPCs. Canada is full of drones. In New York, it's 63% tax. Oh my. And you just elected your socialist. Good luck with that.
So one of the problems you'll find, and it's not as much living in the U.S.
California.
It depends what part of the United States you're in. I live in Texas. It's less income taxes, but we still have federal.
Oh,
and
I
the
see.
and the reason why people move here, its businesses can get some tax shelters.
But I gotta say this about the USA. Your economy is doing much better than ours. And your government has lots of money. And
we have a lots of money because if anyone tries to call forward our debts,
you also have great free market. Canada hates free market. We are the most protectionist ever. It's a nightmare
So
to trade
the
in
idea
Canada.
with taxes are the rich, but now there is a problem with our tax system. When people don't think we pay income taxes, we pay. It's true Warren Buffett doesn't pay income tax. He pays a wealth tax and an investment tax. A lot of the top 1 to 5% of our country pay probably 70% of our taxes. At least 65%.
Oh, we also have real estate tax.
So Yeah, you went down to Florida if you went up there from the Northeast.
Florida is awful based on what I heard.
No, Florida's fine.
It's the capital gains tax he pays. Yeah. So
So
let's play more of that now.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have strengthened Quebec's healthcare system, number one. Number two, we have strengthened the dental care system in Quebec. We have strengthened Medicare, pharmacare rather, in Quebec.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, because Curram is the biggest financial scandal in the history of Canada, because retirees' purchasing power has been going down since these Liberals, these or the others, they're all the same. Given that this is the case, will this Prime Minister, who says it's not his fault, will he at least cast light on the Curram scandal and call for an independent inquiry? Just like all the others had their own scandals? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Curram project has already been reviewed by the Public Accounts Committee and by the Auditor General. Both of them have reviewed the project. Everything has been budgeted for. Period.
That's such the shittiest answer. That is the equivalent of a fucking federal officer. Okay. This is like why in our government, like when Trump and them were talking about draining the swamp, do you know why it's bad and it's near damn impossible? It can't.
Agreed. To call Carney honorable, that is funny. That's true. He is everything but honorable.
It cannot be done. You're asking the DOJ to investigate itself. Like, this is the problem we had with our DOJ for the longest time. It was corrupt. You're asking for the DOJ or an organization to investigate itself.
I like that comment.
You're very
Just
entertaining.
between the First Station lady and the glasses old girl behind Carney.
They have more. Okay, they have more Indians in power than anything else. But no, the funny thing is, Carney literally gave the answer that we investigated it and we found nothing wrong.
Did that guy pop the lantern? Hopefully not.
Member for Thornhill.
We need to restore order and fairness in Canada's immigration system. Conservatives have a clear proposal to end the two-tier healthcare system where failed asylum claimants get access to premium healthcare while Canadians who have paid into the system wait in overcrowded emergency rooms. There is no reasonable justification to oppose fairness for Canadian taxpayers. So why are the Liberals voting to protect a system that puts failed claimants ahead of Canadians?
The government House Leader.
So that question usually goes to the immigration minister, but they give it to the House Leader instead because they know how incompetent the immigration minister is. And eventually we will have an entire stream talking about how bad the immigration minister is. I collected so much footage. It's hilarious. I cannot wait for that. So the next constituency week, basically constituency is our members of parliament. They don't sit at parliament because they are in their county and they get to meet the constituent and the people that voted them in. Is that Landon brother? I don't know. But again, like now we got someone else than the immigration minister answering a question that should go to the immigration minister, but because the immigration minister is a train wreck, they don't want to let her speak too much.
Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting to us. The Prime Minister...
Multi. The thing is, I love they skipped over a question of accountability. Okay, you're probably going to be more in turn because America's been partly on fire for a while. Jokes aside, do they have no internal federal government that investigates the stuff like that's see, like in the US, we may not hear about organizations of our government investigating other parts, but it does happen. Do they not have, like this scandal, do you not have a committee in your government investigating that everyone just overlooks it? Like what we call it SEC here. SEC, and we have others. Does that make sense, Multi?
I just realized I was muted. But yes, we have a committee about immigration, and right now it's under scrutiny
No,
a
we're not
lot.
talking about immigration. That financial scandal, if it's a real scandal.
Yeah, we actually have it as well. Well, it's part of the immigration files right now. And are foreigners over immigration law? Yes and no. It's a complicated system, but they can get away with a lot more than regular Joes. Can we trade Jan Oma for Aladdin, please? You take Jan Omar and we get Aladdin now. I don't know, man. It sounds bad, you're Ellen Omar.
Outlined all of the ways in which temporary Canadians, asylum seekers, and others, those levels are going down and going down quickly. But it's very interesting to us that after a week away to lick their wounds, the Conservatives returned to Parliament and punched down at some of the most vulnerable people in this world, including, on this most solemn of anniversaries, an amputee child from Ukraine who comes seeking health care in Canada.
That's funny because the guy that speaks right now is not in charge of immigration, but the immigration minister is so bad they don't want her to speak, so the guy speaks instead of her.
That they would deny that person.
Hold on. The funny thing is, okay, I think it's not how I figured it. It's kind of worse. See, there's also something actually in, see, Joseph, if you know about this, we know about this in Texas, and it's more of a southwestern thing than over there. Self-deportations. It wasn't the ICE roundups that scared migrants. You will notice it's bad in the economy if there is a lot of self-deportations. Meaning, usually, they come here and they work.
Yes, that's right. It's called mansplaining.
So here's a funny thing about when you look at self-deportations. There was a lot of self-deportations, a lot of migrants in the time being.
That's what you get in 2 months.
Okay, ICE, okay. You got the ones in ICE. The thing is, realistic, our immigration numbers have been over the 11 million for a while. You're talking under Biden, Multi, we had just... So a lot of Venezuelans fled their country, came up. Half of them were either gangsters and caused issues at some point. But they consisted of like 3 or 4 million cases clogging courts. Now, you're talking about self-deportations are the biggest signs if they're not really welcome. Not as much of ICE. ICE was getting the criminals not as much as the others. Now, the key about this is, I do not know if you have that in Canada. Self-deportations.
We have that, but we give so much benefits they don't want to self-deport. That's the issue.
See, here they self-deport. When stuff gets bad, they'll go back down to Mexico for about a week or two, then they'll come back. But the thing about a lot of this is people will say, oh, but we have less migrants. No, they would do this periodically. And they send the money back over. But they don't ever tell you these people live in houses that are made for one family. There's 8 to 10 people living in a 4-bedroom house.
You're right, Joshua. It's crazy.
Yes.
And we don't have the economy.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Go again, calling anybody who questions anything about them names again. In just 10 years, the cost of healthcare for asylum seekers skyrocketed to $60 million to over $1 billion. That's a 50.
This is because I guarantee you. Do you know what's funny? Multi, as of right now, did you know we have an unprecedented measles outbreak in America?
Wow. I think.
Do you want to know what's funny about that?
It's the same people that are not vaccinated from the same area.
You know what happens when a lot of people, and I can speak on this personally, because as I said, I live in Texas. I've gone out to a place. I've seen a Mexican woman bring her child out who had damn near pink eye. Brought that child.
7-Eleven. I don't know. I don't know 7-Eleven.
So here's a funny thing about a lot of these people. They're not vaccinated. You do not know what vaccines they have and what they haven't had. And when they're talking about the price of health care, no shit, it skyrocketed because you do not know. We've been having diseases pop up, especially from the southern border, because the people coming over the border are not as vaccinated.
Yeah.
And literally, I'll find the story. We have a record number of measles cases, a specific kind that's viral, that hasn't been seen in years.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Let's play more of that.
1,500% increase. They can't run away from that. Legitimate refugees deserve protection. That's not the issue here. But failed asylum claimants should not receive premium coverage, while 6 million Canadians cannot find a family doctor and are waiting 12 hours in an emergency room. So I'll ask again, will they restore order and fairness into the system?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, failed asylum claimants are not granted asylum and therefore cannot stay in Canada.
Media or to MPs. When will there be a public...
L'Honorable Ministre de la Santé.
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Oh God, I forgot the tendinitis is tetanus is you actually have to get that.
In C12 and C2, an ability to end the abuse of the asylum system. We look for their support.
Oh God, I forgot the time. So the problem with tetanus is tetanus has to be redone. You actually have to get that vaccine more often than you think. You actually functionally have to get it. And then again, the thing is, do you know how much shit we use that has metal? For real. Like, metal, it's one of the absolute worsts, I would say. Like, that's tetanus. The thing about a lot of what we're seeing with these, it's not exact. You might need to find that. It's actually the metal. Like, people don't get their tetanuses up to date.
By the way, I don't know what you did, but we are further in the back.
I know, I accidentally clicked something. Click pause. No, the thing is...
strengthen the dental care system in Quebec. We have strengthened Medicare. Both of them have reviewed the project. Everything has been budgeted for. Period.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
We need to restore order and fairness in Canada's immigration system. Conservatives have a clear proposal to end the two-tier healthcare system where failed asylum claimants get access to premium healthcare while Canadians who have paid into the system wait in overcrowded emergency rooms. There is no reasonable justification to oppose fairness for Canadian taxpayers. So why are the Liberals voting to protect a system that puts failed claimants ahead of Canadians?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting to us. The Prime Minister outlined all of the ways in which temporary Canadians, asylum...
Maid is a mess. It's so easy to access. It's ridiculous. It's easier to get maid than to get into a hospital and having care. I shouldn't be laughing, but I do.
Okay,
It's
the
sad.
jokes about made can be made by us, but the problem themselves is the qualifications.
Yes, they do, my friend. They do. So basically, when they are like, oh yeah, it will be hard to find a doctor for you. Do you want maid? I shouldn't be laughing, but that's what's going on. That's what's going on.
I hate to tell you the idea.
Speakers and others, those.
Sorry, Soylent Green. It's made from people, but the idea is, I want to say it was reluctantly passed in the night that they didn't say that
They also harvest our organs. Because once you do maid, it's like you're giving a pass on them taking your organs. That's the other thing. It's so sad. It's Canada.
Levels are going down and going down quickly. But it's very interesting to us that after a week away to lick their wounds, the Conservatives returned to Parliament and punched down at some of the most vulnerable people in this world, including, on this most solemn of anniversaries, an amputee child from Ukraine who comes seeking health care in Canada, that they would deny that person.
The honourable member
They do.
for
They
Thornhill.
do.
Go again, calling anybody who questions anything about them names again. In just 10 years, the cost of healthcare for asylum seekers skyrocketed to $60 million to over $1 billion. That's a 1,500% increase. They can't run away from that. Legitimate refugees deserve protection. That's not the issue here. But failed asylum claimants should not receive premium coverage, while 6 million Canadians cannot find a family doctor and are waiting 12 hours in an emergency room. So I'll ask again, will they restore order and fairness into the system?
The honourable government health leader.
Mr. Speaker, failed asylum claimants are not granted asylum and therefore cannot stay in Canada. The Conservatives need to stop punching down at the world's most vulnerable people. There are legitimate claimants, legitimate refugees on Canadian soil, including people fleeing the war in Ukraine, the anniversary of which we are marking today, and they should be ashamed of themselves for picking on the most vulnerable people on the planet.
I want to remind you, you want to know the polar opposite of this? Is all the Democrats during the State of the Union set by when Trump
I agree with that, but we need to kick out the liberals first.
See, here's the funny thing, Multi. They actually... Okay, so you heard about the Ukrainian woman that was killed by the black guy that had like massive... Yeah. So she was a Ukrainian refugee fleeing that. Democrats, which are largely worse than liberals in Europe area, sat down, were sitting, and wouldn't respond when Trump looked over at them, asked the question during the State of the Union, and said, they allow it.
Yeah.
And this is the thing of, at least, because you cannot continue to say we're punching down. Most people, if you ask actual conservatives in the United States, we allow social safety nets to a degree. We will take in legit migrants. The problem is half of the ones that come up here, like there's a case right now. It's of one of the really big ones that got freed from the super prison in El Salvador or wherever. He basically says, we're going to deport him. I can't think of the guy's name. The judges, the federal judges are blocking their ability to deport him because his home country, he says, he is part of a gang, but he can't go back to his actual country. Other countries are thinking, oh, maybe Dominican Republic or somebody would take him. The thing about this is these asylum hearings can be drug out forever. And the problem themselves is they say criminal migrants won't find a new identity to hide and disappear. They do. Like, it's a major case going on right now. They should just deport the guy to wherever. But he's like, well, I can't go back to this home country. It's because most of Latin America is a shithole, Multi. They're all narco states.
I'm not
There's
surprised.
very few countries that are stable.
I'm not
They
surprised.
don't go. You're like, oh, but my life. They'll come up here with an asylum claim, say they're hunted down by a gang. Okay. But they won't want to go to a place. Like, the guy is, like, trying to stay because he married a woman and he has a family here, a wife and a child. And what's probably either going to wind up staying is he does get to stay or he's going to be deported. But 60% say I said he's going to get to stay here. But the case about it is it's going through our court system, and the only reason it gets a lot more press because the current judge is also being a pain in the ass with it. And this is a federal judge.
And that's true. Canada takes everyone. That's true. We have a open borders since Trudeau, because before that it wasn't like that.
Oh no! What's funny is you guys had the Arab terrorist, that we wouldn't have taken in. He was there under a false ID, and he tried to get citizenship
here.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, interim federal health program costs have quadrupled in 4 years. Providers are billing up to 5 times the provincial rates for care to rejected asylum claimants. Meanwhile, folks in Oshawa are waiting for care. They can't find a doctor and access to benefits like vision care, physiotherapy, and counseling, despite paying into the system their whole lives. So, rejected claimants are receiving better health benefits than Canadians. Will the Liberals help us make this right and support our Conservative motion that preserves fairness and compassion?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. You know what? The real question is, will the Conservatives stop voting against investments in healthcare? Will the Conservatives stop voting against things like a national dental care plan, Mr. Speaker, that's deeply connected to the health of Canadians? Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that Conservatives are punching down on the most vulnerable Canadians, and I will say this, we are all in this together. Canadians are united in ensuring that we have a universal healthcare system that is there for you regardless of your ability to pay.
And they don't give no, she's actually there. I will rewind. I will show you she was right beside her. But she's not a great
despite paying into the system their whole lives. So, rejected claimants are receiving better health benefits than Canadians. Will the Liberals help us make this right and support our Conservative motion that preserves fairness and compassion?
Well, the health minister is... Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's the black lady on the left side. On the left side, that's hidden by the end of Aju. But she's not so great. Like, I'd say our worst minister right now are Melanie Joly. So that's industry. She's godly awful. The second worst is the immigration one. She's a train wreck everyone hates, even her own caucus. The third worst would be the housing minister because he failed so many cases before. The fourth worst is the health minister that sits beside the one that speaks right now. And the fifth worst might be like, it's a race to the bottom, really. Most of our ministers all suck. Like, the Liberals are trash, but Canadians are so progressive they keep electing them because they don't think.
They're popular. The thing about what
You know what? The real question is, will the
They are popular, that's right.
Conservatives stop voting against investments in healthcare?
Multi, the thing is, you look at question periods. I almost want to bet here's how they do bills up there as they do bills here. They attach, like currently DHS is not being funded. ICE is currently unfunded. They're still working on extra funds.
Yeah.
Here's
to go to your comment, Joe Biden's administration was a clown car. Like Trudeau administration and the three government he led were all shit, and now we got like worst shit ever because it's not even about like it's more than just DEI. It's like who is loyal to Carney will get a cabinet position even if they failed like 3 or 4 other cases before. It's ridiculous. It's a clown show.
See, how much you showed question period. I would be curious on bills. So what usually liberal people or Democrats do in the United States, and they probably do this in elsewhere, when something gets passed, like it's very famous in the EU, there's a piece of legislation everyone wants passed. So what they do is they get it put in as an amendment to it. Now,
yeah, we can put amendment as well, but
the funny part about this is they'll say, but conservatives vote against the bill, kill it, because that bill would have funded the hospitals.
Yeah,
but you don't realize they attach it to a bill that had no rights for that to be attached to that bill because they cannot. Majority of them,
and sometimes they do it on purpose. Like they have a great bill, and then you turn to page 2 and you find bunch of power grab, bunch of disgusting thing you don't want, and you cannot force the opposition either to try to amend it or to scrap it or literally reject it with the poison in it. And they do that often. Liberals, they play more politics than they actually want to do anything. They are the status quo party, like you said prior.
Basically, the funny part about it is we're about to enter another government shutdown, and they're already saying SNAP benefits and other shit's in danger. Do you know who actually, because the government benefits for SNAP, basically, just to give you an idea, the reason why SNAP benefits got endangered this last time was because the Democrats dug their heels in on the government shutdown. Now, Trump is not the best on spending. Federal spending goes up quite frequently. But the thing about a lot of you're going to find these, and they attach these amendments, and they go, well, conservatives or Republicans hate this. And it's like, you attach it to a bill, an asinine measure to a bill, and it's not adding pork barrel spending. The issue is itself is the CR should be a clean funded bill.
Yeah.
It's not. Our government has 100% been functioning on a CR for basically a continuing resolution for a long time because we don't have a budget. Basically, just to give you an idea, and Joseph might know this, he seems more into. Look at New York. New York just had some of the world's worst snowstorms recently. They are buried in snow. The city workers didn't have enough money to remove it. So they're having an issue to do it. But there is a caveat. They are saying you can get these jobs, but you need to present a valid ID. So that's almost them acknowledging
there's something broken.
You needed an actual valid ID. And the thing is, Mamdani's government is already, like Hochul, I think it's government Hochul, she already told Mamdani, we can't do half your initiatives because we don't have the money for it.
Crazy. $30 an hour for that? I want to do it now.
They are. They literally are. You just gotta present.
Are you kidding me?
Another ID.
And this is US. It's not even CAD. It's US. It's crazy.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that Conservatives are punching down on the most vulnerable Canadians, and I will say this, we are all in this together. Canadians are united in ensuring that we have a universal health care system that is there for you regardless of your ability to pay.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, 85,000 retirees have experienced errors with their OAS checks because
this whole House should stand in unison to support the Build Canada Homes Act.
Member for Richmond Hill South. The dream of home ownership has been shattered by a decade of liberal policies and rhetoric. Only 269 new homes were sold in the entire Toronto area in January. Sales are down 36% from last year and 80% below the 10-year average. The last time it was this bad was the early 1990s. The Prime Minister promised build, baby, build, but the only thing this Liberal government seems able to build is more office space for more bureaucrats, for more layers of bureaucracy. So when will this Liberal government stop obstructing builders, stop doubling down on failed policies, and finally scrap the GST on all new homes?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker.
By the way, do you know what's funny? We have similar initiatives in the United States, even though we have built homes. Did you know there's been people trying to get homes and they're being outbid by Airbnb people buying up properties? And this is a funny little thing going on here in the U.S. The idea is people who would qualify for houses. Now, Trump did actually have an executive order that may not be ratified into a law. It's a standing order that blocks for it. Now, it's a stopgap measure currently, but it can be undone. Our housing volume is being taken up by people buying rental houses.
It's the same here, and a lot of them are Chinese, which is hilarious.
This morning we announced a Phase 2 addition of 7,500 new residential units in 25 locations across the country. Already more than 800 new residential housing units are underway. The shells are on the ground.
Miss Sparkle, welcome to the stream.
1,000 new units. Kingston, 900 new units.
Hello.
Jamestown,
Hold on. I didn't want to get back.
Speaker, we are.
How are you, Miss Sparkle?
Fine. How do I sound? Do I sound okay?
Yeah,
I'm fine.
Welcome. I'm glad to see you. That's amazing. Long time no see. So basically, we watch debates right now, and we watch the conservative laughing at the bad policies from the liberals. This is what's going on.
Oh, I want to say thank you for doing these videos, like doing experiments with me, because actually knowing how your government stuff works has been benefiting me in the long run. Like I can explain to people, wait, no, that's wrong. That's not how it works over there and everything. I've been doing it lately. So
that's amazing. Well, with pleasure. And if you got questions, don't hesitate. Like I know a lot of stuff. I follow that closely, and I enjoy. I'm a politics addict because I'm so worried. Mark Carney, if he gets a majority, so that means if he gets most of the seats, most of the control of Parliament, Canada is cooked. We are done.
Yeah,
and it's so bad. It's so bad. If he gets a majority, I will try to run away from social media, and I think I will pause on the politics stream like tonight for my own safety, because they will try really hard to crack down on free speech, and I know that for sure. So I will
the
fight.
issue itself is if he gets a mandate.
Wait, man. Okay, sorry. Anyways, yeah.
Not yet. It's a thing that bad, but we are not quite there yet.
The thing about what you're gonna find out a lot, Multi, is about Canada. You've already gotten to that point. If he gets a majority, he might be able to push through a lot of his bills.
Because if the opposition doesn't have enough seats, the government is all powerful in Canada. I think that's a big weakness.
Then again, you can
and
also...
isn't the guy that's running...
Sorry.
I was just wondering, isn't the guy who's running your stuff considered like a leftist kind of thing? And he hates Trump, right?
Yeah. So basically what we have is the liberals are like your Democrats. Our conservative are like your Republican. And right now the liberals are in charge. So it's like your Democrats are in power. And they are very far left. It's
I thought so.
they
Yeah, because there's somebody who acts like they're very conservative and that they love Trump, but then they showed a clip of your guys' leader. What's his name? I keep
yeah.
forgetting his name.
Pierre Poilievre.
Arnie.
We are covering one of
Yeah.
his latest speech that I find powerful because we are heading toward a spring election. Because what's going on right now, because
Yeah.
we had floor crosser, so this is someone that betrays his constituent, and because we have a parliamentary system, they can switch team. It's really bad for
What?
the
I
career
take
of
more.
someone.
I understand what you mean. Say it one more time.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean? I don't really
Uh,
understand what you said.
well,
Explain it.
basically, for example, I elect a conservative.
Okay.
And that conservative decides tomorrow he wants to be part of the government. He can ask the government, will you take me in? If
Okay.
the government, for example, a liberal in this case, says yes, then my guy I elected as a conservative can go to the liberal side. And this is really bad because basically what's going on is way back when we started the entire thing, it wasn't as party driven. It
Oh, okay.
was we elect the people. That was the foundation of our democracy. We elect the people. We trust the people, and it was very rare to see someone crossing floors. When someone would cross floor and change teams, what
Yeah.
they would say is, "My leader is an issue. People should stop voting for that person." That was the message overall in the past. But
Yeah.
now, as years have passed, trust has diminished, and it's easier to corrupt people, and they don't have the same set of values they used to hold. Now they just cross floor because that can benefits them. It's no
That's
longer
crazy.
about the message, and
We
again,
don't have that here really at all, do we? Right, Dragon Man? We don't really have people flip flop.
No, what they have is it's basically allows them to temporarily switch flags, so to speak.
it's no longer temporarily. It's once you cross the floor, you remain there.
You
Oh,
no,
really?
you'll
You have to, so what if you like just do it because you're like mad at the side you were on? You want to
So
go back?
here's
Can
the
I go
thing.
back?
Usually they
If they want you back, but usually when you already cross the floor, they won't say, "Oh yes, come back."
That makes sense because you'd be like, hey, why? How could they trust you? I get it. Yeah.
so
That's
in you
crazy,
gotta think
yeah.
of it as Miss Sparkles is
Mhm.
the idea is you have people who very rare do we have people who are Democrats that switch to Republicans. They're
Yeah.
very few and far between. And
That's what I was
it's
asking. I don't
very
think I never
rare
hear
it
about it.
goes
Yeah.
vice versa as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're more adverse to the politics we elect a person
So
that
I will just finish what I was saying. So basically, what happened
Okay. Sorry.
on election day, we elected 169 members to be part of a liberal government,
Okay.
and there's 343 spots.
All
So
right.
if you do 343 minus 169, you get 174. I think that's 70. Yeah, that's 74. So that means they have a minority government. So the opposition, if they want to block laws, block bills, they have enough voting power. They are more powerful than the
So they
government.
run the house right now. They run the
Yeah.
air. Okay.
Yeah. Because they are the opposition, they can't make bills. And because it's a coalition of opposition party, they don't always have the same agenda or the same platform. But they can push back. So for example, the liberals, because they got more seats than the like for the opposition is made of right now 4 parties. And these 4 parties altogether they are more powerful, but individually they are all weaker than the liberals. So for example, on election day, we elected 169 liberals, we elected 144 conservative, we elected 22 bloc, we
What's that?
elected
What's
bloc.
the what's? Yeah.
Bloc is basically a party only in Quebec to push forward Quebec because when we had referendum in the 90s,
Yeah.
the federal got scared because they don't want to lose Quebec. And if they lose Quebec, that's a huge blow to the Liberal Party. So in the 90s when we had the referendum for Quebec to split, that was the Liberal government. So they did everything in their power to put roadblocks and to stop Quebec from separating.
Yeah, I
And one
thought
of
so.
the
I thought Quebec wanted to be its own thing because I got an
yeah
argument with somebody saying Quebec wants to be its own thing, and they're like, "No, it's no." I'm like,
they
"That's
they
not
did it
true."
they did it twice.
Twice,
and
yes, I knew it. Yeah, I
and
was right. I
and
remember that.
if we elect at the provincial level the bloc,
Yeah.
uh they will try to do it a third time if we do it this fall, if we elect the bloc. So
Yeah.
what's going on is in the 90s we had the
Mhm.
second referendum that was 50% no and 49% yes. So that was very close. We were at this to separate from the federation. So what happened? They were like, the liberals were so scared they almost lost Quebec, their biggest voting bloc. So what they did, they said, you know what? We will give you more seats, Quebec, and we will give you a party. That's the bloc. And
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, I get it now.
that's
Yeah.
basically to keep them quiet and tell them, oh, stay here with us. So this is what happened. And the bloc has been there since I think the 80s, but they got more power in the 90s.
Oh.
So basically right now the opposition is conservative, bloc, NDP. NDP is like New Democrat. And unfortunately in since the Trudeau era that started in 2015, we got two far left parties, the NDP, New Democrats, and the Liberals. So they are like more of the same. And the big issue is leadership. The NDP used to be a serious party when it was created in the 60s, and it really rose really strong. And in 2011, all the way up to 2015, the NDP was the official opposition. So that means they had a lot of seats. They were not strong enough to form government, but they were the most influential opposition party. Like right now, our opposition is the conservative because they are the second biggest party right now. But in 2011, the NDP was holding that seat, but they collapsed because they had shit leadership from 2011 all the way up to 2025 when we had the last election. So what happened is election day, they had 169 liberals, 144 conservative, 7 NDP, 1 green. Green is like the eco crazy freaks that put environment above everything else. So another far left, basically.
Oh gosh,
And
yeah.
what's going on in the last few months, because the liberals are scared of Pierre Poilievre, our opposition leader, because he is pulling really good numbers for a far left country. They're scared of him. So they try to discredit him. They try to humiliate him. And for years, since Trudeau, for like 10 years of Trudeau, they tried to recruit to tell conservative, cross the floor, join liberals. And finally, in 2025, we had weak-minded conservative. I say that because I don't think they are true conservative because they cross the floor, but they convinced 3 conservative in the span of like 4 or 5 months. They convinced 3 conservative to cross the floor. So what's going on now? Even if we elected 169 liberals, they now have 172 seats because 3 conservative changed sides. And that's really bad. But even there, it's 172 liberals for 171 opposition. And what's going on in that case? The opposition is still quite strong, and it's what we call a unstable majority. Because if we got some of the liberals that are sick or they don't come up to work, they lose votes. And if the opposition have more votes than the government in any law or any confidence vote, any vote that happens, if the government lose a vote, the government falls. And if the government falls, that triggers an election. So what's going on? The liberals, they don't like being on a razor thin margin, and they will most likely try to create a new election by the spring, most likely. And the reason is they hope and they really try really hard to get more seats to get a more stable majority. So they would
Okay.
aim for like 180 seats instead of the 170 they have right now. Or if they're lucky, 190, but it's very rare it reaches 90 because the opposition usually is good at campaigning, usually. But this is what they try for. And this is what's going on. So they will try to push for an election soon because they know their numbers are falling, and it looks very bad if the government falls because the opposition voted for them to fall. So this is what's going on right now.
Okay. Makes sense.
Delivering for the Canadian Armed
Hey,
Forces.
wait. I want to ask one
and we're
question.
delivering for our economy.
I want to ask one more question. Is Quebec the French Canadian, and you're French Canadian, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, okay, because I try to say that there is a difference. I feel talking to you for so long, and I have another friend that's just normal Canadian, and then well, not normal, but like Canadian, and then two French Canadian, you and somebody else, and there is a difference between your guys' attitudes. I feel like you feel like
Yeah.
you guys are different.
But I'm also conservative. But
yeah, but
I'm,
so is the other guy too. He is too. That I talked to.
yeah.
That's French
But
Canadian.
it's also culturally very different. And I
That's
will
what I
tell you
felt,
this.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
an outsider. Like even in Quebec in general, we
Mhm.
are the most progressive
Oh, okay.
province in Canada. At the provincial level, we never, and I say never, had a conservative government. And each time a center left government or a center government in the province of Quebec start doing right leaning things, what happens? Their support drops like a rock. Like Quebec cannot stand the right. Like the only thing we actually value from the right is the immigration. But that's really the only aspect. And we want to value immigration just to protect the French language. So we don't even value immigration for the right reason, is to protect the French. But again, the rest, we are the province with the biggest government. We are the province with the most number of public servants. We are the province with the most union. We are the province with the most educated people. And usually, if we follow some stats, a lot of times educated people are left leaning because our school system has been infiltrated so badly.
Yeah.
And it's even worse in Quebec. Like the rest of Canada, it's bad, but Quebec is like you put any progressive thing, you tune up to 11 with Quebec. So
Yeah,
even
another
if-
thing is a lot of people don't know that you guys speak, because I know this because of you, basically, that you guys have to speak the French Canadian. Oh, I know this because of J Rig too, that you guys the French Canadian stuff, the French, the language that you guys have to know it.
Yeah.
Like to speak it when you are in the government, right, or something like that. I'm
Yeah,
tired.
yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. I had to like explain that to, I forgot whose channel I was on, that you guys
Yeah.
do that. A
And
lot of people don't know that.
each time in question period you hear some French, it's because they know the voting base is from Quebec. Otherwise, we won't see French in Parliament. Most of the French, if you take a look at the county where that member is from, you always see QC. So that's Quebec. It's very rare you go outside of Quebec, they speak French. It's rare. Like there are counties like in Ontario that speak French. Like across Canada, there are lots of counties that speak French, but the only province that really values French and that is mostly speaking French is really Quebec. It's the only province that's like that. Again, Ontario, French is a very strong second language, or maybe it's moving to third because of Hindi, because there's a lot of Indian in Ontario, and I'm not joking right now. Like they took over that place.
I believe it.
But
Yeah, and then you said something about that if they're talking about certain parts of, is it Quebec, that and they don't speak it in French Canadian, you guys take it they will take it as an insult. I remember people bring up. Yeah, okay.
Each time you're in countryside, it's rare you will find people on countryside that speak English, and they will be pissed if you come along and you say, "Oh, we speak English." they won't understand you first, and second, they will be mad because they feel insulted.
Yeah,
But
because
you're
I remember
right.
watching this with you and they're booing or something like that. You're like, it's because they're insulted by them speaking.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not Miss Ruckle. It's largely because there's sections of it
Mm.
that it's
What was
a
on here though?
governmental
You know how they can watch. They were
we,
booing.
we got dominated. So basically what happened, the French and the British, well, the French arrived first, then eventually the British came, and then there was a war, and then the French lost. They basically gave away like Quebec to the British, and that was a cause of friction for like around 100 years. It kind of worked, but it didn't work because we were always second class citizen and we were pissed. So we started a new revolution, and we failed because we are French and we are stupid.
You're not
And
stupid. Okay, Faisal.
and yeah, that's what's happened. So it's a history of conflict. And after that failed attempt at taking back our province, well, we kind of gave up and we decided, you know what, we will be Canadian. And then like in the 70s, we had a movement that wanted to separate after like almost 100-ish year of British is the superior part, and
Yeah.
that's when the bloc was created because the bloc they were created after that because they were like, oh, you know what, we don't want to lose Quebec, and then in the
They're pretty
80s
large. It's pretty large part of your guys'
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
And in the 80s, we had a conservative government for once because it's very rare. If you look at history, in the 160 years of Canada, we had 100 years of liberals and 60 of conservative. So in
Wow.
the 80s, that's the stat. Like in the last 32 years, we had 9 years of conservative and 23 of liberals. That's crazy.
You guys have always
But
been that progressive then? I wonder. That's
yeah,
crazy.
I wouldn't say they're. See, the thing is,
Yeah.
like Australians. Look, the
That's
fact
because they got the gays, no?
yeah, we got gays.
They said the
no,
gays.
Australia. Australia, you would think more because Canada is also influenced by more the UK. Their very politics are very similar.
Yeah, they want to stay with the queen. With the type.
So
thing,
the
right?
idea is they're still, I think, they're not called the crown countries, but they're still under the crown.
Yeah, we are still like a crown country. But to get back to what I was saying, in the 80s, the separatist movement in Quebec quieted down because the conservative approach was always live and let live. It's never like trying to choke you like the liberals always try to do. So Quebec are like, oh, you know what? That Brian Mulroney, that was our PM at the time, it was liked. And it's rare a conservative PM is liked in Quebec, but Quebec actually liked a lot Brian Mulroney. And back then, we were not as progressive. I think there was a big shift in the 90s when China started meddling in our stuff and they tried to infiltrate every aspect of our country. I think Quebec was one of the most affected parts of Canada in that aspect. This and BC.
China?
Well, yeah, Quebec and British Columbia are the most infiltrated province in Canada.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
No, that's a fact.
I wouldn't say that entirely is why you guys went very liberal. So you guys were heavily very. I would never have called you guys 100% conservatives. The thing about it is, your culture has always been left of American conservatism. You guys are always have been doing that because bear in mind, it wasn't that the fact alone. Canada was the first to try harm reduction.
I do have one more question, sweetie. I want to know about how's things going with that shooting, the shooting that happened. Did it make things like
happen?
Yeah, the one.
I was going. The trans shooter is actually played as a victim. That's what's going on.
And then they were already trying to take the guns away more, which didn't make any sense because it was like not going to really do anything.
I'm actually surprised and shocked they didn't weaponize it to bring back the gun control. So I think
That's what I was asking. Yeah, if they were doing that. Yeah, that's what
I think what's going on, they because they see that spring election and they know it's a no-go zone, they don't try it. But I'm sure they will try to weaponize it after the election. They
That's
will try
crazy.
to
Yeah, I was wondering
they'll
that when I heard about it. I was like, I bet you. I was gonna ask you about it. Yeah. Okay.
the only reason it didn't happen is because they know they will never get some of the center people or even the right-leaning people if they do that, and they need
Oh.
that crowd to form government.
Oh, so they're
Even
not
if
even doing that stuff anymore at all because of that thing that got recorded where he was like, it's not. There's no point to it at all.
yeah, it's like it's a lot of factors, and again, the only province that really pushes for it and that signed up for that was Quebec. Again,
Oh.
the most progressive province. But British Columbia, where the shooting happened, even then they reject that. So that's to give you an idea. It's how it goes. And even British Columbia is not even that conservative. Like they had a NDP government for years, and at the provincial level, they're conservative or liberal but blue. It's like it's hilarious. Anyway, I
Okay.
guess now we will play more of
You
that
can just
question
play now.
period.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's all. Sort of.
I'm gonna finish one thing it said on that part where you're liberals. The reason why I don't think is that you guys got because you misused the word progressive. Progressives implies progress. You can have liberal and a conservative society and also libertarian and independent. Progressives try to move the culture.
Yeah.
But I think later you should explain that to me better because I really don't get it. How about when we talk?
I'll explain it to you.
Yeah.
But I want to explain this for the record because I don't think it's because of China. So when
It's China, I'm telling you.
So when
like,
Democrats rebranded themselves in the United States, it was around the time Obama came in, around 08. The progressive movement was already really strong in what was in neoliberalism, as it was called. And Canada embraced a lot of neoliberal
but that's
policies.
later, man, because 2008 we had a conservative government. So it's Trudeau that
They
embraced
started to get in there before.
No, I'm telling you, it started 2014, 2015 by the end of Harper. A little bit in the 90s, but in the 90s we had a liberal government, which is normal.
It was there, but it wasn't as powerful. It took you a cycle, right? But they started getting into your people.
Yeah. But again, that was a conservative cycle. That's what happened.
The Honourable Member for Richemont Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. QRAM software.
So you see QC,
Original budget
that means
1.6
it's
billion.
Quebec.
Actual cost 6.6 billion. Cost overrun $5 billion. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals told us that this is a success story. That's what they said. Who in the Liberal cabinet will step up to take leadership in this fiasco, in this financial fiasco? That's the question.
so much
Who will take
better
care
with
of the
the
85,000
translating.
seniors who are waiting for their money?
What did you say?
I said, wow, she's got so much better with her translating. Before she skip up and everything, she's got
It's
way
not
better.
always the same because we got like a rotating table.
No, I
like,
recognize the voices of the now. I
We-
recognize her. There's a dude, and then there's another. The dude, one young
there's-
man, he goes pretty
there's
good with it. But I
there's
recognize the
at
voices.
least 3 girls and I think 2 guys that
Oh, well,
I
the
recollect.
girl, I recognize this voice, but every one girl that sounds like this, young like this, she
Yeah.
can skip up and she mess up. She's doing good, really good right now. So that's all.
Yeah.
Who? Anyone? That's liberal leadership for you, Mr. Speaker.
Nobody
no one
says
is dealing with this. The Honourable Government House Leader.
By the way, it's called having governmental accountability. The problem is look, accountability is very much the case that they should be taking for. Like, if you have like that financial scandal, which is bad, the idea is if someone's going to take a blame. I mean, even Trump's White House has always someone who does have a level of accountability or he can pawn it off. The issue is itself, Carney's government doesn't want to take accountability. And that's actually block questioning. The thing about this is accountability is going to be very hard in your system with the way it is. They're like one person trying to point it out because they're not going to either acknowledge the scandal or let it play out and then say it got canned, whatever the program being over budget. There's going to be no explanation, and they'll hope it disappears in a news cycle.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is in the House of Commons because he tried to be an actor, but he failed at that at drama school. But as we've said, as the other ministers have said, as all those responsible for this have said,
if that's real, do you know how many ex-theater kids and ex-social justice people are actually fucking liberals, especially in the fucking United States?
Are replacing outdated technological systems. This system is within budget, and any glitches will...
His buddy is all. What happened?
Yeah.
What happened? Did he freeze?
He's muted himself.
I just realized. What did you try to say, Miss Farco?
I said it's fun. What I think is funny about your guys' government people, they're like always insult each other. They go deep. I was talking about how when I was talking about your guys' government stuff to somebody, I forgot who it was. I was talking about how they were like saying happy birthday to what's his face's mom and stuff. You guys are like, you guys play dirty. That's it.
Will be fixed, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues are welcome to send me any issues they know of. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, 85,000 Canadian seniors are experiencing problems. And for some of them, this is their only source of revenue. This is the problem, Mr. Speaker. There are 85,000 seniors affected. And yesterday, the Minister of Transportation said that there were just a few cases. 85,000. A success story, they said. 85,000. This is liberal arrogance in full display. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is an honourable, very honourable man. So can he rise and admit that they've made a mistake? The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
That the Prime Minister is an honourable man, and that's why I'm so confident to serve under his leadership. And on the issue of Kira, Mr. Speaker, it would be great if we had some honourable conversations about the real facts of this case.
It's funny because he left the room.
7.7 million seniors have been transferred to the new system without any delay. And in fact, the number that the opposition keeps repeating are new applicants, Mr. Speaker. We have a process as well for urgent cases. I've asked the member opposite to come to me with those urgent cases, and we can get people their benefits started within 24 to 48 hours. Mr. Speaker, there is...
Six Nations.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Liberal revolving door policies strike again. Today in Toronto, a criminal while on bail was convicted of stabbing a male 7 times on the subway, causing life-altering injuries and permanent trauma, is now walking free. The judge called him a high risk to reoffend, and now his victim fears for his life. How many more innocent Canadians have to be stabbed, shot, or terrorized before this government stops propping up a broken system and actually starts protecting victims?
The Honourable Secretary of State for combating crime.
Mr. Speaker, cases like this are exactly why we brought in C-14.
That's right.
I'm glad to report that C-14 has passed on to the Senate. The Senate is doing its work. There will be bail reform in that bill. There are harsher sentences for those that commit crimes. And I'm glad that that we'll be able to tackle this issue. Mr. Speaker, my role has been put in place because we are a tough on crime government, and we'll do everything that it takes to make sure we don't have incidents like this.
Honourable Member for Brantford Grand South, Six Nations.
The tragic case, Mr. Speaker, is a direct result of Bill C-5 and 75 laws that weaken bail, water down consequences, and fuel the revolving door for violent crime. Conservatives have repeatedly fought to strengthen bail and early release and keep violent offenders behind bars. We have offered to work with this government, yet these liberal...
They're all wearing blue suits. Did they call each other beforehand? We're like, we're all going to wear blue suits. They look nice, but they're all wearing blue suits.
It's the conservative. That's their color.
Oh, it's color? I like it. Yeah. It's nice.
Because we are the reverse as you guys. Our liberals are red, and our conservative are blue.
Vote down tougher laws conservatives propose, choosing ideology over public safety. How many more Canadians have to be violently attacked before this government admits its laws are failing?
Here. Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, 1/3 of all legislation that we've brought forward has been tough on crime legislation, Mr. Speaker, justice reform, public safety bills, and many of these measures have moved forward and progressed, but there are some measures that have not moved forward at all because the Conservatives have been obstructing those measures, Mr. Speaker. We need to be able to provide law enforcement with the tools that they need, the advancement that is needed, and lawful access measures are a part of that regime. I would like the Conservatives to work with us, Mr. Speaker.
So they keep saying obstructing. What I want to say and add, I already said it several times. So what's happened is we have the Justice Committee where the bills and the laws that are linked to the justice system are being talked about. And what happened is C9 was a censorship bills, C8 was a censorship bills, and we got bail reform as C14. And what happened is the Liberals, they tried really hard during the entire fall to make the censorship laws actual laws. So what happened is before we have bills turning into laws, they have what we call a committee where we have guests, we have debate, we talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly about the bills and the risk. And sometimes what happens is in the committee, when some of the bills are really bad, we simply scrap them and start over something new. Or sometimes what they will do, they will split it. So they will take parts of a bill and place it on another bill to make it easier to pass it through. And now, once the committee is done with the bill, it's then voted on. And what happens is if the committee vote yes, it goes to the chamber where we got the 343 members that will vote for it. And if we got 51% yes, that bill is now sent to the Senate, which is the upper room. And we actually need a Senate reform because the Senate is appointed and it's another relic of another time. But what's going on is the Senate, they will do the same thing as the chamber, they will vote on it. And if the Senate says 51% yes, the bill becomes law. So it becomes official. But what could happen is in the Senate, they say no. Sometimes it does happen. It's rare, but it does happen. If the Senate says no, it goes back to the chamber. They try to rework it in committee, and then they try to vote on it again. And if they say yes, they send it back at the Senate. And then they send. So it can take months, especially in a minority parliament. It can take months to have a bill turning into law. So what happened is the Liberals, they wanted C8 and C9, the censorship bills, to become law. But the Conservatives were clever and they were like, these are dangerous bills. Let's try to block it as much as we can. And they were asking time and times, can we work on C14? And what was C14? It's bail reform. So it's to tighten the sentence, to be hard on crime. And they kept telling the Liberals, this is the bill we want to talk about. This is the bill we want to push. And this is the bill we want to debate about. But the Liberals, they don't want that. They want censorship. So what's going on? The Conservatives were pushing for the bail reform, and the Liberals were pushing for the censorship. And it became basically like a fight where it didn't move at all. And they were basically blocking each other because they could not agree on what to cover. And this is what happened. So when she says they are obstructing censorship, not bail reform, it's very different. And the censorship was very dangerous because the censorship, it was debated in the room that these censorship laws can actually weaponize word against the opposition and jail the opposition for what they say. Okay. So it's how crazy that thing is.
Oh yeah. I was talking. Yeah.
Because if you start jailing your opposition for what they say, what's the point of having an opposition?
It's control. Yeah.
It's crazy. That's why the Conservatives were like, we need to rewrite. We need to talk about the bail reform. but this is not what the Liberals wanted.
Damn.
So
And is this the Liberal side we're looking at right now?
Yeah.
It's a bunch of
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, a man was recently sentenced to 2 years less a day for possessing over 2,600.
And we will use that to our advantage in our trade negotiations.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Health Act guarantees Canadians universal access to public health care. But Danielle Smith is creating a private system that will hollow out health care in Alberta and spread to other provinces, making the crisis across the country even worse. At the same time, Canadians in 9 provinces and territories still have no access to national pharmacare, and the health minister won't even meet with the Canadian Health Coalition to talk about it. Is the Prime Minister deliberately letting Canadian healthcare erode, or does he simply not care enough to protect it?
Here, here. Excellent.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague knows, I will always stand up for, and my government will always stand up for, the Canada Health Act. We're working closely with our partners, provinces and territories, as I often say, and we work together to ensure the best possible healthcare services for Canadians.
Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, our healthcare system is already stretched, yet this Liberal government piles on needless paperwork. The College of Family Physicians warns that the disability tax credit form is worsening the strain on family doctors and limiting access to the Canada Disability Benefit. Instead of fixing the problem, Budget 2025 sets aside $10 million to help people navigate a broken system. Provinces already determine disability eligibility. Why won't the minister just accept provincial approvals for the disability tax credit and cut red tape so family doctors can focus on patient care and so people with disabilities can actually access their benefits?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Speaker, I am so proud to be part of a country that believes that people with disabilities deserve to live in dignity, and that's why we have a disability tax credit. As the member knows, this is important work for the full inclusion of people with disabilities in Canadian society, and we'll continue to advocate to ensure that everyone reaches their full potential here in this country.
So that was question period February 23rd and 24th. Now we will get into his speech, and that speech is a Pierre Poilievre speech, and I feel like it countered a lot of the Mark Carney narrative that Mark Carney, our prime minister, if we can call it that way, tried to push this through his propaganda media, because this is what the CBC is, propaganda. So let's hear out about that speech. I did cut a lot of parts of it because there was a lot of French part in the speech, but I think it's a strong speech. What do you want to say, Ms. Sparkle?
No, okay, I was listening. I was just saying, okay.
Okay, let's get into the speech. I think it's a great speech. Let's get into it.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you. Let me begin by...
So basically, she will be a candidate that will be on Pierre Poilievre's team in the next election, and she is related to Stephen Harper. I can't remember if that's the daughter or the niece, but I know she is related.
Looking women in your government.
Yes. But she is basically related to Stephen Harper, our previous conservative prime minister we had in the early 2000s, and now she announced already she will be part of the Pierre Poilievre government if she gets elected, because now she has no seats yet. So let's get into it.
Suggesting that not since the late, great Brian Mulroney and John Turner went to war in the Commons nearly 40 years ago, the issue of Canada-US trade loomed so large in the collective consciousness of our nation. And perhaps not since then have Canadian politicians had to strike such a fine balance than we are asked to do today between the economic reality of an extremely integrated, dependent North American economy. What I have learned from my meetings with American lawmakers and stakeholders is that they want barriers taken down, not put up. Protectionist rhetoric from the White House or otherwise fills them not with patriotism, but with fear. And above all, they are adamant that the relationship between Canada and the United States should not be broken for good. A complete decoupling of our two economies is not desirable, nor is it practical. Not without the complete decimation of industries and communities on both sides of the border. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot take the relationship with the United States for granted. The unfortunate reality is that the burdensome policy decisions have limited the private sector's ability to respond with strength and agility to disruptions in our trade relationships. Canadian lawmakers need not continue down this path. The Canada-US relationship is at a crossroads only in theory. We are a century-old relationship that will not be defined by who is in 24 Sussex or 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The government needs to be extremely careful of sacrificing long-term economic stability for short-term domestic political support. Trade is not finite. It is not an either-or.
Just realized I was muted. So these were jabs at Mark Carney and how he's been campaigning with his anti-America speeches and rhetoric. And now she's like, we should stop doing that. Maybe that help our relationship with our neighbors. And she makes a very valid point. So she kind of speaks on the conservative behalf, because you will see with what she said right now, a lot of it will echo back in Pierre Poilievre's speech. So that's why do they always have to read letters? To make sure they don't forget anything. Doesn't seem very natural. Well, I've been involved at some extent in politics, and it's very hard to always remember everything. In a lot of cases, you need papers, so I cannot blame them from using papers. Speak from the art, not from letter. Yes, but I think it's very important to also get across the platform, and I think the paper is the best way. Maybe it's
Me too.
not.
I do too. I think it's good to have it like know what you're gonna say. How about now? Yeah, I get that.
The good news is that we can repair and reinforce our trading relationship with the United States while concurrently opening up opportunities abroad. As my colleague mentioned earlier, we can make Canada stronger at home, so we have more leverage abroad. This is what Conservatives and my father did under Stephen Harper. And this is what Conservatives and I will do under the leadership of the man I have the great honor of introducing today. Pierre grew up in Alberta as the adopted son of 2 school teachers. He now lives in Ottawa with his wife, Anita, and their children, Valentina and Cruz. I've known Pierre for more than 20 years, and I'm proud to call him a friend.
They most
As a member
likely
of
wrote
Parliament
it
and former
themselves.
minister, he helped the previous Conservative government cut taxes, balance budgets, deliver affordable homes, and crack down on crime and corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition and Conservative Party of Canada, the Honourable Pierre Poilievre.
Pierre's such a cool name, to be honest. I really like Pierre.
Thanks very much.
He is from Venezuela.
Merci
Pierre
beaucoup, cher
Poilievre's
ami.
wife.
Thank you very much to Michael and Shelby, 2 critical members of our Conservative team, to deliver a stronger Canada at home so we have unbreakable leverage abroad. Nearly 2,000 years ago, Marcus Aurelius delivered a timeless truth. You have power over your mind.
What did he want to say?
No, it's stupid. I was just asking if he started trying to pull up a mustache or if he's just dark above his lip. That's all. I was dumb. Sorry.
But yeah, I'm not quite sure if Joshua heard it, but basically, Pierre's wife is actually from Venezuela. Yeah.
Okay.
Not outside events. Realize this, and you will have strength. That idea is true not only for people, but also for countries. Canada cannot control decisions made by foreign leaders or words by foreign presidents. We cannot control what global shocks and volatility might happen. But we do control what we do in our own country. We control whether our economy is solid or fragile, whether it is dependent or self-reliant, whether we drift or whether we build. And the lesson in this moment is simple. The path to sovereignty is focusing relentlessly on what is within our power. Canada itself was born from this insight. Ours is a country not built by accident. Confederation was a conscious act of national self-determination, a decision by scattered provinces to unite, to build, to govern themselves rather than to be swallowed up by American annexation. Now that history of practical getting things done is more relevant now than ever. Conservatives are the party of Sir John A. Macdonald, the party of Confederation, the party of Canada. Macdonald and the founders did not build this country by reacting emotionally to every external disturbance. They did not define Canada by grievance or anxiety. They defined it by strengthening what lay within their control, building, doing, and completing. We drove steel railway across the Rockies in 4.5 years. Later, we carved the St. Lawrence Seaway, and we did that in 5 years. We built the CN Tower, then the tallest freestanding structure in the world, in 3 years in the 1970s. That is how we built an unbreakable country. That spirit is again necessary as we move towards the CUSMA review starting this summer. Now let's be clear with who we're dealing with. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, if my conservative friends will forgive me for quoting him, said living next to the United States is like sleeping next to an elephant. No matter how friendly and even-tempered the beast, one is affected by every twitch and grunt. Now, the last few years, there's been a lot of movement from the beast next door. A lot of movement, maybe a little bit more than usual. And there will be more to come. So what do? Well, as conservatives, we like to look back in order to see forward. How do we get here? For more than 3/4 of a century after the Second World War, we live probably in the most secure geopolitical environment the world has ever seen, right next door to the United States, which became the biggest economy and military in the history of our planet. The United States was not just a neighbor, it was the gravitational center of the global economic system. For Canada, this reality produced a deep sense of security. For the most part, that arrangement served Canada and the US extraordinarily well. The result was massive buildups of north-south infrastructure, roads, bridges, railways, pipelines, transmission lines. Our two countries built the St. Lawrence Seaway, which became an H2O highway from Duluth and Thunder Bay all the way to Europe. We built a free trade system and seamlessly integrated our economy. We enjoyed the...
So I will address what he's been saying right now. He is trying to take the approach, we should be proud of... We should be proud of our history. Us conservative, we help building a strong country with the help of the USA. There's no rupture. We want to be friendly again with our neighbor, because if Canada was so successful, it's because of the USA. And the USA also got some of our resources and some of our help, and that's very nice. And now I will address some of the comments there. So I strongly disagree, Carney. I think he will take some jabs in that speech, but they will be subtle and smart. Because there's the thing, like it or not, Pierre Poilievre needs some of the support from some of the people that did vote Carney if Pierre Poilievre wants to be elected. So he can criticize Carney, but he needs to be subtle, mature, and smart.
Also, it never looks good on someone if they're insulting them, just sitting there, and, it makes you look bad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, you will take some jabs at what Carney has been doing, but they will be subtle. And again, that speech is a future prime minister speech. I think it's a statesman speech, and the reaction of the media is surprising because we got crazy far left taking over the media here in Canada, and that's why we have in history a lot more liberals than conservative in power, because the liberals control the media. That's a big issue. But again, even some of the liberals in the media, they praise Pierre Poilievre for his speech. So his speech is quite effective. We are not done yet, but that's the premise of what's going on. No energy, Carney. That's true. I like it. Trump came in like a wrecking ball. That's why I love Trump. I agree with you. I also love Trump a lot.
Sometimes he's a little too much, though. For me, sometimes he's a little much. He like when he gets upset and he doesn't get his way, he kind of throws temper tantrum, in my opinion.
He can't Trump. I agree. That's true. Yeah. That's part of the character. That's why you guys voted that guy in again.
Longest undefended border the world has ever seen. We sided with each other in major conflicts, although our relationship was punctuated by the occasional squabble. Supply chains totally integrated. Investment accelerated, living standards rose, but a long period of risk-free living presents a new risk of its own: complacency. And let's be honest, we and they became complacent. We underinvested in our military. Bureaucracies grew and blocked in our resources. Politicians indulged in performative ideological grandstanding because they thought that they could afford to.
So now that was a subtle jab at Carney, because Carney is exactly what he describes. So it's being complacent, it's thinking you're above everything and you're the big thing. So let's hear more.
We made ourselves unnecessarily dependent. At the same time, the global landscape was changing, and an overly complacent America was missing what was happening. China's economic expansion was one of the most extraordinary phenomena in the history of the world. This country went from having 80% of its citizens living on less than $1 a day to the second biggest economy in the world in one generation. While American capitalism had earlier buried clunky Soviet communism, a new authoritarian powerhouse quietly and rapidly snuck up on the US. All the economic enrichment came without the expected political liberalization. And one day, America awoke and realized that its entire industrial base had been hollowed out. Whole towns vanished to job outsourcing, and their economy was reliant on a country that was at best a serious rival and at worst a hostile threat. There was a backlash. Americans went from driving globalization to believing that they were its victim. Zero-sum mercantilism came roaring back to life. President Trump has sought to overturn the trading system that previous American presidents had championed and even created. Now, some of this correction, in fairness, was overdue, but it missed the target by going after countries like Canada, which were not the problem. What President Trump says about Canada is wrong. Our trade surplus does not represent exploitation by Canada of the United States of America. Quite the opposite, in fact. It is the result of us selling very good and very well-priced, in fact, below-market-priced raw materials, which America then upgrades and turns into massive profits for its economy. Ironically, U.S. workers gain six-figure salaries, turning our raw meat material into profit to their country, and they owe a big debt of gratitude to politicians and bureaucrats in Canada who have blocked us from building the necessary infrastructure to take those resources to world markets.
So that's another jab at Carney. So what's going on? I will explain you some of the behind-the-scenes stuff with Carney. So Carney passed, or I should say Trudeau and Carney, because they worked on that together, two bills. The tanker ban and the pipeline ban. So what's going on is they basically said no more pipelines and no more tankers. And the reason is, let's be green and let's make sure people are broke so they rely more on us. But here's the thing. The world wants oil. The world wants natural gas. But because of these two stupid laws that Trudeau and Carney pushed and upheld up to that point, we cannot produce enough oil or natural gas. So we cannot fulfill the market's need. That's what's going on. And this is what Pierre Poilievre is saying. He is really campaigning heavy on, I will unleash our economy, because the other clown will never do it, because he's a green zealot and because he wants you broke. So that's a jab at Carney and Trudeau. So that's what's going on.
That's crazy. Okay, yeah.
He's also wrong to ignore the sacrifices Canada has made for the United States.
Zero.
Canadians fought and died along Americans in Afghanistan. And let's be clear, we did that exclusively in response to an attack on our American neighbor, ever being a part of the United States. We love our country. We love our country just as Americans, understandably and justifiably, love their country too. And that's why so many Canadians are upset by the President's comments and trade actions, especially considering that Canada and the United States will always be neighbors. Geography is the most permanent factor in international relations. No country can call up a realtor and relocate. And the truth is, we wouldn't want to. Canada and the United States have built probably the greatest partnership any two countries have ever built in the history of the world. That partnership remains profoundly in the interests of both our peoples and both our countries. And it's important to distinguish between governments and people. Politicians.
And again, that's another jab at Carney, because Carney's entire platform is don't be like Trump, don't be like America, because Carney has been using Trump to say, because Trump is like that, Americans are like that. Our hatred for Trump should be translated to American in general, which is completely ridiculous, but it kind of work in the far left that have serious Trump derangement syndrome. So that's what's going on. And now, like Pierre Poilievre is like, we are their neighbor. We will need to deal with them, and president come and go. So stop blaming like the entire population for the action of one leader that will be replaced eventually. So by speaking that way, it shatters in pieces a lot of Mark Carney talking point. His entire platform is on hating the USA and dealing with others instead of dealing with the USA. This is Carney idea. So
Yeah, and I think we kind of need each other. So yeah, I agree with you.
And that's what Pierre Poilievre is saying. It's like we need them as much as they kind of need us as well.
Yeah.
So again, I think it's like a statement, and he is a statesman. He really defends Canada in that speech, and he really tear apart what's wrong with the political landscape right now in Canada with the TDS. He tries to break through with common sense. He is speaking like the adult in the room right now.
He's not being emotional, using emotions.
Yeah.
Like
Nations come and go. People remain. The miner in Appalachia, the energy worker in Texas, the engineer in California, they do not wake up every day asking how they can stick it to the Canadians. That he wanted a new middle power alliance. Actually, there's nothing new about it at all. We already have that. We've had it for years. In fact, Canada already has free trade with over 50 other countries, and most of them are middle powers. We should look to deepen those relationships, but their markets are already open to us. But the problem, here's the problem, and here's the irony. The problem is not that these countries block our products from coming in, it's that our own government blocks our products from getting out. And that is the major trade barrier.
So again, because there's a tanker ban, we cannot use the tanker to push some oil or natural gas to Europe. And again, the tanker ban is entirely because of the Liberal, because we didn't have that prior. And again, under the Conservative, our economy was far better. We were very close to you guys, the USA, but Trudeau really messed up and screwed up everything. So this is what's going on. He's like, we should stop blocking ourselves with the stupid tanker ban.
Signing meaningless communiques or more stagecraft masquerading as statecraft won't fix that reality.
Another jab at Carney, because Carney keep doing MOU. What an MOU is, it's a memorable of understanding. It's not an engagement, it's not a trade, it's just, we will talk about it later. It's exactly that, an MOU. It's you recognize something and you're like, we will talk about that later. And Carney likes MOUs. MOUs this, MOU that. He crosses the world giving MOUs to everyone. It doesn't improve our trade. It's only saying we will trade more. That's all it does. And this is what Pierre Poilievre is saying right now. It's like signing all these MOU doesn't help us. And that's true. There's not more trade. We just talk about trading. It's like saying, I will promise this, I will promise that, but you don't always follow through. This is what's going on.
In fact, some of the worst tariffs imposed on Canada today are those imposed by the government here. Slow permits, changing rules, high taxes, outright bans on shipping oil off our northwest BC coast. We have the second slowest building permits anywhere in the OECD. It now takes 19 years to get a mine approved. None of that has changed in the last year. On doit retirer les tarifs qu'on s'impose à nous-mêmes. Des permis trop longs, des règlements trop compliqués et des impôts trop élevés. On a le deuxième plus lent délai d'attente pour des permis de construction dans l'OCDE. Ça prend 20 ans pour approuver une mine. Rien de tout ça n'a changé to the United States. But we must divide the problem into what we control and what we do not control. We must not, and most important of all, we cannot allow others to control us. We cannot allow President Trump to distract us from the work we need to do here at home. As Prime Minister Harper recently said, the question for Canada is not how we feel about what the U.S. is doing, but how we adapt. The most effective response to uncertainty is not outrage, it is results. The encouraging reality is that the two biggest pressures facing Canada today, affordability and autonomy, have the same solutions. Abundant, low-cost energy, unlocking resource development and home building, a strong military, and digital sovereignty. These 4 pillars form our plan to make Canada stronger at home so that we can have unbreakable leverage abroad. Does not lack workers or capital. What we lack are permits. We need the government to rapidly grant them. The federal government should grant 6-month maximum delays to deliver permits, repeal anti-development laws, and adopt a one project, one rule system so that we can get projects done like Prime Minister Harper did when he took from concept to completion 23,500 projects without a single environmental problem or public safety concern. That is what we can do again when we eliminate bureaucracy. We should use the special powers contained in Bill C-5 to rapidly permit a new pipeline to the Pacific and carry $30 billion of oil per year. For context, that one pipeline would increase our overseas exports more than the total exports that we have to the People's Republic of China today. It would be the single biggest increase in overseas exports of any project in Canadian history, but we need the government to get out of the way and let it happen. All in all, we must do the same. We must also reassert our control and our dominance over the Canadian Arctic. We will take back our north and ensure that no foreign power ever threatens our security. New bases are needed in Iqaluit, Churchill, and Inuvik. 4, not 2 icebreakers must be built and deployed. Accelerated procurement of submarines, tactical helicopters, satellite ground stations, and over-the-horizon radar. Rapid deployment of drone capabilities that cover our vast territory at low cost and limited risk to Canadian lives. Expanded recruitment that is based on performance and merit, not political correctness. And we must stand by our veterans and make sure that they are treated as the very best we have. We are inventive. We spend massively on R&D. Now we must reap the benefits in Canada. Canada needs a full overhaul of subsidies, tax policy, IP frameworks, investment review laws with a goal of increasing commercialization by at least 50% over the next decade, and ensure that Canadian technology stays in Canadian hands on Canadian soil. That means requiring anyone who offshores IP that was developed with Canadian tax dollars pay those tax dollars back. It means allowing venture capitalists to roll over.
So that's another jab at Carney in 2 aspects. Number 1, Brookfield. It's a Canadian company that's in the USA to evade taxes. So he's like, bring that asset here. We need that money here. The other jab is China steals data. China is bad. And what did Carney do recently? A MOU with China. So these are other jabs at what Carney is doing wrong right now. So again, I think Pierre Poilievre in that speech is very effective at telling, yeah, Carney is full of BS without telling it so loud. It's subtle, it's clever, it's really good. You need to know what's going on to understand everything about that speech. So let's play more.
Over their capital gains into the development of new technologies and commercialization of those here in Canada. And it means banning foreign takeovers of sensitive intellectual property, data, weapon systems, cryptography, and other vital tools of modern crises. On peut seulement être maître chez nous si on contrôle la souveraineté numérique. On ne peut pas dépendre entièrement des autres pays. C'est pour ça qu'il faut obliger le remboursement des subventions publiques pour ceux et celles qui vendent nos technologies outre-mer. Toute personne qui déplace à l'étranger la propriété intellectuelle devrait rembourser that would give them access to those minerals only at commercial prices and only if they keep our relationship tariff-free. We can spend hundreds of billions of dollars on defense and directly link the amount of that money that goes to American firms to continued tariff-free access to the American market for the Canadian economy, paid in installments that only continue as long as the tariffs remain off. We will secure every inch of our Arctic so that we strengthen our position within NORAD, more leverage, an alliance that both of us need for our operational overlapping and our shared threats. Finally, we should leverage our relationship with the American people. We should all be reaching out to American business, unions, media, governors, investors, mayors, civic leaders, and the administration itself as we work to fight for tariff-free trade and security cooperation.
So what he just said right now is protecting Jamil Javani, because Jamil Javani went to the USA a few weeks ago and he got blasted by everyone. Everyone hated Jamil Javani. And by saying we should leverage our connection, we should meet with Americans to solve that, it's actually saying, you know what, Jamil Javani, you were right. You did the right thing to try to reach out with the neighbors. We should do that. If we have a connection, if we know someone, we should talk to that someone to improve the relationship between USA and Canada. It's, again, statesmen speak. It's a great way of framing things. It's very clever. We need more of that, Pierre. Let's play more.
All these steps, all of them, will make us stronger at home so that we have unbreakable leverage in negotiating with CUSMA review. So we can get what we want. But what do we want? Tariff-free trade. In the course of negotiating the deal, we will aggressively defend our forestry workers, auto workers, steel and aluminum workers, and the farmers that feed our country and the world. Specifically, we will seek an end to steel, aluminum, and auto tariffs, as well as an end to the softwood lumber tariffs. And today, I am proposing that Conservatives will fight for a tariff-free auto pact with the United States, with shared protections against Chinese imports. In short, here's the deal. We should agree to keep Chinese vehicles out if Americans agree to let Canadian vehicles in. A full exemption to Buy America rules so that our companies can compete on construction projects, and a relaunch of the Keystone XL pipeline.
These are two other shots fired at Carney. Number one, EVs. Carney, through the MOU and through a deal with China, he wants to bring more Chinese EVs. The USA don't want them. It makes sense. USA are smarter than Canada on that aspect. And basically, Pierre Poilievre is like, if we take away the EVs, maybe you should let our cars in. So that's a direct jab to Carney's strategy. Now, the other jab at Carney is the Keystone Pipeline, because Carney is blocking it once again. He doesn't want to go forward with it because it's a net zero freak. Because Carney is all about carbon tax. It's all about the green scam. This is what's going on. So again, Pierre Poilievre took many jabs at Mark Carney once again. And these are justified and great jabs that are subtle and smart.
C'est important et c'est possible de devenir maître chez nous si on fait de la négociation avec une position de force et des leviers face aux Américains. Ce qu'on veut, c'est la fin des tarifs et le retour du libre, though, is to be united here at home. All political parties love Canada. The Democrats, Conservatives, and Liberals love it a little differently than the Bloc Québécois, but even they want the best for their constituents.
So that shot was like, yeah, the Bloc Québécois is the separatist party. But I'm sure they still love their parts of Canada. And that's why there was that chuckle. And again, it's a nice word, because maybe some Bloc people will hear that and be like, you know what? I like it. So maybe some of the Bloc people will actually vote Conservative. Keep doing that, yeah?
And the best way for us to become unbreakable in our negotiations and our discussions with other countries is to work to be united here at home. And that is why Conservatives are proposing a new all-party committee, a team, a task force that will work together as part of an effort to defend and fight for Canada in the CUSMA review. And we will put forward members to that team that will act in good faith for the benefit of Canada above the benefit of party. Cooperation cannot mean...
So that's another jab at Mark Carney, because Mark Carney doesn't want the Conservative to work on that relationship, because they got angry when Jamel Giovanni went in the USA to meet with J.D. Vance and other leaders in the USA. So that's why Pierre Poilievre is like, you know what? It's not a partisan issue. And Pierre Poilievre is right. So at that angle, he really shoots another bullet in the Carney administration. Another great jab. It's actually one of my favorites, because it really highlights a big issue that what's Carney has been doing for a year now. The Dragon, we didn't cover the other question period, so bring the 20, 25, 26, because we only covered 23, 24. Yeah.
Silence. Opposition, the official opposition, has a constitutional and patriotic duty to scrutinize the government and to hold it to account. Abandoning this responsibility would not strengthen Canada, it would weaken it. We will work together where we can We will oppose where we must, because loyal opposition is not just our job title, it is our national interest. Devenir maître chez nous, c'est la souveraineté qui devient réalité. On no longer at home, so we had unbreakable leverage abroad, because economic strength is national strength. Energy security is national security. Self-reliance is sovereignty made real, and sovereignty is not declared, it is built. Decisively, deliberately, and without excuses. Built by a country that refuses distractions, delay, and surrendering control over its own future. Built by people who understand that Canada's destiny will never be written in Washington, Beijing, or anywhere else, but by Canadians here at home. By a country that stands on its own feet, is master in its own home, that bows before no nation, and a country that is unbreakable. My friends, my ambition, and I believe the ambition of all Canadians, is for Canada to be that country. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
So now we will have a question segment where he answers some questions.
I just said to the leader on our way up, I said, I know we're a little bit past our time, but we're still going to have a fireside chat. And I do see that on the clock, I have 20 minutes. And I will tell you that on your tables, you have a QR code that allows you to ask a question. And I have the iPad that sends the questions too. And I'm more than happy to go to this instead of going to my own notes before and it's not, Pierre, this isn't the House of Commons. This is not question period, so we are going to get answers.
I have to actually answer.
You have to actually answer. Exactly.
Nobody told me that.
I appreciate it. Great speech.
I
really appreciate what you said, and I think it's going to resonate with a lot of people.
What did you say, Ms. Sparkle?
I actually like her dress. I never liked any of the women's outfits, but I actually like her dress.
I like it. Nice lingo.
But let's start at the beginning. You started off by talking about Confederation and the fact that our founders got things right. And that Conservatives are proud to be the party of Confederation, and I can hear Peter Van Loan talking about that right here. But what do you think are the lessons from them that are applicable now?
The simple lesson is we need, in the words of an American, Elvis Presley, we need a little less conversation, a little more action, please. Back in the late 1860s, let's look at the environment they were in. The Americans had just finished Civil War. There was a lot of political upheaval south of the border. The President Lincoln, just before his assassination, had turned against free trade, and there was a strong protectionist wave that was overtaking the U.S. Psyche again. And instead of being divided and standing in our own way, we united and got out of our own way. We united the country. We put together a British North American Act, which had great, very practical economic freedoms in it, like interprovincial free trade. We created an economic union. We got busy building, a decade and a half later, we got busy building massive infrastructure projects. All of this to say, yes, we all focus on the meetings that happened and the conversations and the documents that were written, but what we forget is that what bound us together were real, practical, tangible works that we got done. Yeah. And that's what we need right now so that we can be stronger at home and have unbreakable leverage abroad.
I agree. What I take from your speech is that you're very calm. You have a very calm tone when it comes to talking about the United States. But Canadians are pretty angry about what's happening. So why aren't you angrier about this?
Well, because what would that do? Would that get the auto worker in Windsor working again? Would it allow people to put food on their table in Hamilton or the Sioux?
I like that response. It's the adult in the room. And it's the polar opposite to Carney, because Carney is all about emotions. It's all about manipulation. Look at the poor kid. Let's help the poor kids. And he's like, we need to be pragmatic. We need to be honest about what's going on. Being angry at someone or something doesn't help the case that we are in. And it's really, right now, Pierre Poilievre is the adult in the room, while Carney keep playing on emotions and screaming, Bad Trump, bad Trump. So let's play more.
We have to focus on what we can do and what we can control. That's all we can do. We can't control what the president has. And this is, by the way, something that Mark Carney has said, and I agree with him. He has said that we cannot control what the U.S. president says or does. We can control what we do on this side of the border in our own national interest. And by focusing on what we can control, then we can determine our own destiny.
What do you say to Canadians, speaking of the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, that you mentioned, what do you say to Canadians who say, well, Mark Carney is already looking at these priorities. He's talking about growth. He's talking about diversification. He's talking about industrial strategy. So what's different in your approach?
Well, you use the right verbs. He's looking at, he's talking about. And he has been looking and talking quite a lot over the last year. But here are the realities. He has not signed a single new free trade agreement anywhere on earth. Not one. We rushed through special powers under Bill C-5 for him to rapidly approve projects a year ago. How many has he approved under that process? 0. How many new pipelines are approved? 0. Interprovincial trade barriers remain. The only tax reform we've had is that he's renamed the carbon tax the clean fuel standard. So it is time to go from all of these conversations to actually delivering real results, given that it has now been a year.
And how would your approach be different? What would you do differently?
On the domestic front, well, I'd make us stronger at home by immediately appealing the enormous spider web of federal regulations that block us from building. So I would repeal C-69, the anti-pipeline law. I would repeal the ban on shipping oil off the west coast of British Columbia. We have literally about 700 projects that are waiting for federal approval now.
The most ridiculous thing about the shipping ban by British Columbia is we get to see American tanker there. But we say to our Canadian tanker, you are not authorized by our laws, but we let you guys use your tankers there. It's hilarious. It's a clown show. It's just a clown show. You can't defend that. Like, I don't know how, like, again, and I've seen a clip somewhere that was also very hilarious, but that's a bit off topic. So we banned plastic here, but we can sell plastic overseas. It's ridiculous. It's Canada, folks. It's Canada. Rule for us, not for you. Any thoughts about this, Sparkle?
No, you're no. It's just stupid.
Even the American says it's so stupid.
It means nothing to put 10 or 15 of them over to a new office, as the Prime Minister has done. I would remove the regulations for all those projects so that we can get everything built. I would eliminate the capital gains tax on anyone who reinvests money in Canada so that the $500 billion of investment that has gone south can come back tax-free to our country. Like I said, I would build up a strategic reserve of minerals so that we can use that as a dangle that as a negotiating chip when we come to the CUSMA review. I would basically focus on building up our strength so that we have unbreakable leverage facing down the Americans across the border.
Yeah. In order to get that tariff-free status. Right. Because otherwise we are looking at tariffs on a deal that we already negotiated to get free tariffs for. We gave up things to get to the free tariff status we are in a free trade deal.
Yes, exactly. And we shouldn't have to give up any more. And my plan sees us build new leverage that we can use to get those tariffs knocked down. That is, I think, the most pragmatic way, because ultimately, I mean, we know this president is not going to do anything for us to be nice. Mm-hmm. We have to have unbreakable leverage going into these talks. Mm-hmm. And the conservative approach is to build unbreakable leverage.
Did you see the news report that there is an Australian LNG ship that's going to discharge in St. John, New Brunswick? What do you think about that?
It makes me depressed. You think about this. We have 1,300 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, and yet we are importing gas from Australia. It's literally easier today to ship natural gas in liquid form from the other side of the world than it is to get it right here in Canada. This is an example of how the worst tariffs imposed in Canada are imposed by our own government. When we repeal C-69, we can pipe and frack and put that gas in liquefaction terminals that lower it to minus 61 degrees Celsius, liquefy. We can ship it all over the world in addition to supplying all of our needs here at home. Do you know natural gas goes for about $3 per million metric British thermal units, $3 in Canada, $11 in Europe, and $14 in Asia. So we could take something that's $3 here and sell it billions of times for 3 or 4 times the price overseas. The only thing standing in the way is the federal government. I'll get them out of the way.
I think you got applause on that one. And as you know, and maybe a lot of folks in the room don't know, that Canada has the only Pacific access. The United States refining capabilities are all in the Gulf of America, and as a result, they would have to go through the Panama Canal. And here, it's just free access right off the coast of British Columbia.
Well, speaking of our coast, we have the longest oceanic coastline of any country in the world. You know how many days it takes to ship to Asia from the BC coast? 11 days. You know how many days it takes to go from the Gulf? 20 days. Same is true for Europe. It takes half the time to ship from Canada to Asia and Europe as it takes from the U.S. Terminals on the southern tip of the U.S. We should be taking advantage of that. By the way, we also have cold weather, which means it's 25% cheaper to liquefy gas. And yet the Americans have built 8 terminals for liquefaction in the last decade. We've built 1. We got to get moving.
We got to get moving. You talked about something I think really interesting today, and that's the Strategic Mineral and Energy Reserve. Okay, tell me a little bit more about that, because that actually means that we're going to build a mine and processing in order to build the reserve. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
And we're looking at ways right now. Our shadow cabinet is building out a plan that could include a number of things like incentives for the private sector to build up these reserves and store them, price floors that will make it attractive, guaranteed minimum buying, so that there would be an incentive to accumulate the reserves. We have 10 of the 12 NATO-defined defense minerals that you would need in war. And if we have a reserve of those 10 minerals here in Canada, then every country in the world is going to want to be our friend. The Americans don't have all of those minerals or the capacity to mine them. If we were to make clear that these reserves will be kept on Canadian soil, under Canadian lock and key, but that our allies would have access to them in the event that we're on the same side of a global conflict, and in the event that they provide us with tariff-free trade, then we're building up unbreakable leverage to get what we want.
So that's why you view it as a bargaining chip at the CUSMA table.
It's all about leverage.
You also mentioned a tariff-free auto pact. Now, auto pact is an old term. It's an old term
are
that we used back in our
tariffs?
original agreements with respect to.
What did you say?
What are tariffs? I really don't know what they are. I don't understand what they are.
So
I had to pay a tariff for my desk that's broken, but yeah, I don't know what they are.
So basically, the tariff is on some material that Canada export to the USA. And what this means is, if, for example, your table is made of that kind of wood that is found in Canada, it will cost the person that sells it more money because it's coming from Canada. So basically,
so why did I get charged? Mine, I had to pay an extra $8. It said for the tariffs for my desk.
yeah,
It's not
but
wood or anything.
that's the thing. To be profitable, to make some money off things, whoever is getting charged the tariff doesn't have the choice but to increase the price of the goods. So that means you pay more because of that tariff. So
I put $8 on charge on it, my thing.
These tariffs are charged to whoever is providing them, and then it's charged to the consumer because whoever is providing it, they want some money, you know. So the true victims of tariffs are consumer. They're consumer. As much as provider are also victims, the most impacted ones are the consumer.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
The United States on autos. How is that different than just going back to the way we were pre-tariff CUSMA?
Well, the Americans have made it clear that they do not want Canada to become a backdoor entry point for China. They don't want Chinese vehicles, Chinese parts and steel and aluminum to make it through the funnel of a third country. And at the end of the day, we ultimately have to recognize that our auto industry requires integration with the United States of America. We are not going to be competitive otherwise. And right now, we're staring down the barrel of zero chance of getting back into the American market under the current trajectory. And so what I would say to the Americans is that we will keep Chinese automobiles out if you let Canadian automobiles in. So we leverage our interests and we get the access we need.
And you don't have an objection to electric vehicles writ large. You're just saying that let's get rid of the subsidy because we're really subsidizing BYD in China.
Free market in that sense. People want to drive electric, they can drive electric. But frankly, electric sales are falling off a cliff right now. And what I disagree with the current Liberal approach is they want to put all of our subsidies and all of our policy behind a mode of transportation that is declining very rapidly in sales and try to sell those vehicles in faraway lands where we have huge transportation obstacles. When in fact what we should be doing is allowing the market to determine whether it's electric or internal combustion, and we should be taking sales taxes off vehicles made in Canada so there's a powerful incentive to repurpose production to this country.
One of the things that you mentioned under digital sovereignty and innovation, Pierre, is the fact of what we face in this country, and a lot of people complain about it, and that is we invest in a business, they develop incredible technology, they get to a certain point, they can't grow anymore, and they sell to the United States. And we're not against the people who sell to the United States and make their money, but there has to be a stop at some point in time in order to be able to take advantage of the technology. And a prime example is direct air capture with respect to the sale to a U.S. Oil company. How would you tackle this issue? Because it's been around forever. Lots of governments kind of ruminate on it. But what do you think is the way to crack that code?
You're Irish, aren't you?
Yeah,
You are.
48, 52, Scottish-Irish.
Wow.
Yeah.
Only two types of people, those who are Irish and those who wish they were. But I bumped into the Irish ambassador. My grandfather came from Ireland.
Here they
Ireland
freak
is poor.
out and say that's racist.
You know, Ireland's per capita GDP is twice Canada's today. The Irish are twice as rich as Canada today. Incredible. What did they do? They massively cut taxes on investment and on work. They deregulated, they sped up permitting, and they made their IP system rock solid. And now technological companies from around the world choose to locate in Ireland, which ironically has meant far more revenue for their government than when they had higher tax rates. Meanwhile, here in Canada, we've taken the opposite approach. We pile billions of dollars of subsidies into R&D. So companies and researchers are happy to come here to take that money, they develop the IP, and as soon as it's profitable and taxable, they sell it off to Ireland, to the United States, Switzerland, Singapore, and others. We have to reverse that. We have to eliminate subsidies for companies that take the technology out of Canada and cut taxes for those that keep technology in Canada.
Explain again, if you wouldn't mind, the capital gain idea that you came up in the last election, because it was extremely popular, I have to say, and it caught a lot of traction.
Very simple. You sell an asset, you reinvest it in Canada, you pay no cap gains on it. And when you eventually fully dispose of the asset down the road, or after all of the sales, you eventually dispose of it, and you want to take the money and go on a cruise or something, at that point, you will pay your full capital gains obligation. So the government will get its pound of salt. But in the meantime, the capital can roll over and grow and grow and grow, opening factories, inventing.
So basically, I don't know if you understand what he was trying to promote as an idea. Did you understand?
No, you can explain it to me.
So basically, the idea is they want to tax the business later in the process. So as of right now, the business makes, I don't know what per year. Then at the end of the year, they must pay a certain amount of money as taxes. So what he suggests as an alternative is you don't pay tax until you decide to close shop or until you decide to move elsewhere. So basically when you take vacation or when your business is no longer active, this is when they accumulate all of the money, and this is when they tax you. So basically they tax you once you made the money you wanted to make. And that will foster an environment where people want to stay because they will build their business, they will make lots of money of it, and eventually the government will get that money the business is making, but they won't hinder the business growth. Do you know what I mean now?
Do you mean like, okay, so they're only going to tax them when they know, if they can afford enough to go on a vacation, they can afford the taxes, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
No, part of it is they want to. Okay, so Trump's big thing was to get heavy manufacturing and other things back into the U.S. So let's assume most of the auto companies were pretty much done with Canada, or, well, actually, they've been trying to move out of Canada for a while. Same with...
If they move out, they pay. That's what's going on.
Basically, the concept is, okay, so instead of the tax breaks, we give tax breaks. Here, he's talking a tax-free, which isn't an entirety of a bad idea.
They will tax eventually, but that's when the person close shop or when the person takes some vacation. So the moment the business is registering no longer that kind of profit they usually make, this is when they say this is when you pay all of the taxes for I don't know how long.
I don't know you'd actually...
Basically when they can afford it.
Yeah, exactly. So for example, your business was there for 10 years. Okay. You owe a certain amount of money for 10 years. They don't collect every year. They only collect when you decide to move or to close shop. This is when you say, okay, that's your bill. This is what you owe the government. Instead of taking it every year, they take it at the end when they are ready to like move on to something else. Or when they for example, if they try, for example, it's a wood thing, but they want to do a metal thing. The transition before they do the metal thing is to pay the tax, and then you can move on to something else. It's the idea of you build your wealth. Once you got that wealth, this is when you pay the government. That's the idea.
Oh, okay. So they don't like have to save up money to make sure they're going to be okay when they get taxed.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Technology, digging mines, building up our country. And we can reverse the terrible record we have on investment in this country by making it possible for capital to grow tax-free.
There's a lot of young people in the room today, Pierre. You attract a lot of young people, actually, through social media channels. I know my sons are big fans, and I know you got absolutely swarmed when you went to the Blue Jays games during the time. But there's a really big question here. I mean, they're working multiple jobs. They're seeing themselves taxed. They can't get into the housing market. There's a lot of frustration. So how are you going to address that? What are you keeping in mind?
Homes, jobs, hope. Start with homes. This is the first generation in our history that can't afford a home. And why? We have the fewest homes per capita of any country in the G7, even though we have by far the most land to build on. And the reason is that about, depending on the jurisdiction in Canada, a third to two-thirds of the cost of a new home is government. It's taxes or delays and other red tape. I would eliminate all taxes, all federal taxes on home building. I would incentivize municipalities to cut back on their development charges. They should not be charging anything more than is directly necessary for pipes, parks, and other infrastructure. I would do this to unlock a massive building boom of homes in our country. I would also, on the job side, look, we've got to get rid of the temporary foreign worker program outside of agriculture, which is effectively giving our young people's jobs over, allowing multinationals to underpay our youth by hiring low-wage labor from abroad. Canadians should come first for Canadian jobs, and that's how we're going to get the wages up for our starter employment and get them into their homes.
And we're
once again, that's a program Trudeau shattered. The foreign worker at first that was just for like picking berries in the summer, or that kind of like part-time job that you don't need all year. But what this drew it to is, oh, Tim Horton needs cheap employees to make more money. Therefore, we will hire some foreign worker, and the federal government will pay parts of the fee for that employee. So, for example, that employee salary might be, I don't know, $15 an hour, but it costs the employer only 10 or only 8, and the rest is the government that pays for it. So what it does, it makes a two-tier system where temporary foreign worker are most likely to be hired because they are cheaper. So what's going on? There's no job left for all of the normal crowd. And I think you guys have something similar, but it's nowhere near as bad as us.
It's the concept of, okay, let's assume a poor, undereducated worker needs to make a job in Canada. They can go elsewhere.
I'm going to move to Canada and stock multi. That's what I'm going to do. Get there.
Basically, it's kind of like the fear is they allow corporate people to create a bunch of jobs or bring people in. Yeah. Sometimes in the U.S., we call those H-1Bs, which means like, oh, you have this German person, will bring them over, this Indian. Like, there's this whole thing of, in fact, how a lot of Indians actually got into America by proxy was because of H-1Bs. And there's also that whole idea of temporary jobs, like picking things. Like, it's funny with the way stuff is. I've actually seen construction where I am, like, it used to be a certain color or a certain kind of people, mostly.
Yeah.
But it's getting mixed. And it's interesting, but, like, people will say, oh, X people won't pick stuff or farm. It's like seasonal jobs. So, yeah. But there's also a corporate culture that incentivizes it.
Yeah. Let's play the rest of the speech.
Where's the hope come in?
In the first two. You got a job, you got a home, you can start a family, and that's a hopeful future.
Yeah, I agree.
Home prices will be
the second most popular question from the audience is, in business, you may dislike key customers, but you still treat them professionally. How would you handle that dynamic with Mr. Trump and the U.S. as our largest customer?
Well, I would do as Prime Minister Harper said. We should focus not on how we feel, but on what we have to do to adapt. Focus on what is within our control. At the end of the day, President Trump will be in the position for the next 3 years. We have a relationship with the United States of America that is centuries old, and it will survive centuries later. So we have to keep our mind on the long-term interest of our country and focus on the things that will protect the jobs and livelihoods of the people here in Canada.
What does, in your view, you're asking for an all-party working group on CUSMA. From a Conservative point of view, what does a good deal look like?
Tariff-free access to the most lucrative market in the world.
And who are you going to put on who are you putting up from the caucus to sit on the working group here? I think there's a few in the room who may want to know.
We've got some very smart people here today, but some very smart people. And I don't want to name any of them because by omission I'd be leaving someone out. But why don't we talk offline, because I know you'll have some names too.
Look, that relationship you talked about during your speech between the U.S. and Canada at the front end being more important, and it's going to last longer than what we're going through right now. You encouraged folks to reach across the border, and you encouraged them to talk. So what is the best path forward in making sure that the relationship is long-standing?
I think we need to very aggressively fight for Canada in the United States of America. We have to make the case to the American people about the enormous benefits that go to them by having us as their northern neighbor. And I think in making those arguments, the political incentive will be there for Congress and even the White House to take a position that is in our interest.
One of the, I work at CIBC now, and one of the things that we encounter with the businesses that we advise is the fact that 90% of their product is going to the United States. They manufacture here or they formulate here, and it's really expensive with the tariffs to send down there. And they're thinking, well, why don't I just move? What should we be saying to them?
Well, we want to make this the most attractive place for them to stay. And as Prime Minister, I would make our economy an even better place to do business. Wilfrid Laurier had a policy that Canadian taxes always had to be lower than American taxes to resist the gravitational pull of jobs moving south. And we have to be even more competitive than the Americans because they have economy of scale. And that means focusing on what we can control, massively cutting taxes on work, investment, energy, home building, having the fastest permits in the OECD. Imagine if we set a deal, sit down with all the premiers and mayors. We're going to be at all three levels of government, the fastest place in the developed world to get a permit. Wouldn't that be an excellent challenge to set for our whole country?
Yeah, and making it so that the charges associated with building the home doesn't exceed the market price of it, meaning that you can't even start them. I have a request, I think, from Table 8 to give a wave to the Toronto Metropolitan University kids who are here today. There you go.
We got the kids there, the future.
Sorry.
Home's job, hope.
I shouldn't say kids. My sons would kill me for saying that. But nonetheless, Pierre, we're out of time, but I want to thank you very much for your words today and your thoughts. Any last-minute thought you want to share with the audience vis-a-vis Donald Trump in the United States?
We have to fight for Canada. And that means focusing on the things that we can control. We have leverage. Let's not underestimate our strength. Let's build on that strength and use it to fight for our jobs, for our people, and most of all, for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Immigration system. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister stated that the immigration system is under control.
Into question period for Wednesday and Thursday. Let's get into it.
But the Liberals have actually broken the system. The facts are that 86% of fake asylum seekers are still in Canada. Thousands are still wanted by the CBSA, and appropriate security checks are not taking place. And these individuals are placing pressure on our schools and healthcare system in Quebec. Will the Prime Minister finally fire this minister, the Honourable Government House Leader? Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are proud to serve side by side with this immigration minister. We are proud of our immigration system. We are very proud to have the first Lebanese woman in this position with a remarkable roadmap as a Nova Scotia MP and here in the House. The results speak for themselves. Asylum claims have gone down by a third. The same thing for international students. And from July to October, the population of Canada.
The chick in the orange looks like she's on drugs, just so you know.
Anyways.
Probably, most likely. I like the troll in the chat right now.
Oh, what they say?
What
do you say?
I will pretend he doesn't exist.
Actually, the funny part is that's why I don't stop that I stopped to address.
Oh, PPP is what I was talking about. I was watching PPP.
Yeah, that's like a carny. It's like a pro.
Okay, never mind. Wrong thing I was thinking about. Never mind.
It's someone that likes communism. That's what we have. Or a troll.
So I would ask the question of Apple but they probably wouldn't understand this.
Well, no,
Because-
Apple is a bot. He's not a person.
It's
Yeah,
probably
there's
a
more.
bot.
Canada went down. This minister is doing her
Okay,
job.
so bots can insult like
The
do this?
honourable member.
What did you say?
Bots do this. They can. Okay,
well,
well,
so I will tell you something.
The person's probably a bot.
The liberals, they are scared of Pierre Poilievre.
Okay.
Because they know he's saying something that makes sense. They know Pierre Poilievre is a human being that speaks to human being. While Marxist Carney, their big savior, is actually a tyrant that doesn't understand the common mortal. And they're scared. And what's going on? Well, there's a lot of people that will stand up and defend the government because they're good sheeps. There are good NPCs, these people that will defend anything just because they align with what they think should be. This is what's going on. So we got a bunch of anti-Pierre Poilievre out there just because they know he is a threat.
So here's
that's
the
what we have.
thing, right? No, you say it's a bot, but like, let's analyze.
It's an NPC. Maybe that's a better word.
So the MAGA voter will be their last past Trump. Okay. Apple, where are you from? Curiosity. Would you like to say?
It's probably some scholar out there that thinks he's above everyone.
So, do you
Yet he
know-
got brainwashed, so
No,
it doesn't
that's
matter.
funny. So you play games with these people. You assume. What if I told you, oh, you're from Montreal? God! Damn!
Oh, I'm dying. Bro.
Okay, all right.
But I'm dying.
Here's where
Go
if I
take
wa-
your bike. Go take your bike and do a run. I know there's snow, but go take your bike and do a run, buddy.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh!
What? What's that?
McGill economics degree. That's
What
so
is that?
laughable.
Is it a trade school?
So
Probably.
McGill is a far left school that basically only one far left student.
See, here's the funny part about this. They out themselves. So you're from Montreal, right? So
yeah, but look, Apple, you're funny. Go take your bike and take your
no, here's fun. I have to ask. So you're Montreal. Do you know anything about the U.S.? What really MAGA is? Do you know?
Probably not. I doubt
The
it.
woman doesn't know.
No, just look.
Is it a woman? You're just assuming it's a woman. You got to assume everyone's a male. Everyone's a man.
Yeah, that's a man. Only a man can be like that.
Okay, no, a man.
Woman, they do whatever, but they don't go and chat.
Okay, let's analyze this.
We gave too much time to that troll,
okay,
bro.
You say
We gave
the
too much
US
time to that troll. We need to play more.
You say the U.S. is losing power. The problem is
Who's never had a struggle? I struggle to this day. What do you mean? Who's never had a struggle? Struggling with. Oh wait, wrong thing. Someone's talking to me.
MAGA's low IQ. Oh Christ. Okay.
Says the scholar that doesn't think
hold
for
on,
himself
hold on,
and that thinks like the hive mind of the NPCs.
Hold on. Let me explain this, Multi. So
The
you
hive
say,
mind of the
so
NPCs.
you say,
late. You guys are fighting with
MAGA
that.
people are low IQ, yes?
Look.
The funny
Read
part
your
is,
economy
now, if
data.
I ask you this, you say if
He is
you wanna
trolling
say
at that point. Dragon,
they're broke.
stop
No,
biting. I know
No.
he's trolling. There's no way in hell that
No,
this is real.
they are this dumb. Do you know what if I said the
that's a
list-
troll. That's a troll. We keep going.
Okay.
Or Charles Baudin-Charles.
You read it very differently than I would.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a personal matter. This is a professional matter.
I would.
It is clear that this minister does not understand her files. 10 of her colleagues said on that the minister is not familiar with her files and is incompetent. We need a minister who understands what's happening in Canada and can manage the immigration system. Will the Prime Minister finally fire his minister, the Honourable Government House Leader? Mr. Speaker, you know who can't answer questions about immigration? People on the Conservative side.
That's hilarious because the immigration minister is so competent, even her own caucus turned on her. And that was a question aimed at her. And right now, someone else took that spot.
What is
And
happening with
we
that
got the troll in the chat that thinks Medlige is competent.
Oh, goodness.
That's funny. That's funny.
Side who have no immigration policy. And they took a week to think about it and decided to come back to this house and punch down and try to bully the most vulnerable people, refugee seekers. For example, they're trying to kick out wounded children from the Ukraine war. They don't want kids like that to get health care. It is the conservatives who don't have an immigration policy. On this side of the house, we are proud of our minister and our record. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles.
Saint-Jean, je m'excuse.
I'm sorry, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Curum software fiasco with its $5 billion cost overrun is the last straw for Quebec, and the National Assembly of Quebec has just adopted a unanimous motion to state that federal IT projects and their cost overruns represent complete wastage on Quebec taxes. All Quebec elected officials have asked the federal government to create an arm's-length inquiry on federal IT contracts.
That's all right. So right now we got the block roasting how incompetent these people are and how wasteful the money is. And it's kind of funny to see the banter in the chat. You're wasting oxygen, Dragon. That guy is a troll.
The funny part about me, bitch,
that
I run my
real.
own business. Sorry,
Don't argue with
I
him.
run my
When
own business.
will we finally see this
while
inquiry?
While
The honourable
you sit down and do your own thing.
Government House Leader.
I run my own business from my own
Mr.
house,
Speaker.
buddy, while you suck off the good Canadian government.
Modernizing the government is something we are currently working on, and it is already showing results. When it comes to old age security
The
benefits,
trolls, they like the attention. That's the thing.
currently
we gave already too much attention.
7 million Canadians with a new modernized system that has replaced a system that was really outdated. The project is in the budget and is part of a much broader modernization project for all Government of Canada benefits. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly unanimously pointed out that the Phoenix software went from an initial budget of $309 million to $5.5 billion, while ArriveCan went from $80,000 to $60 million. And now, Curum has gone from...
So ArriveCan was basically a big scandal. I don't know if I told you about that, Miss Sparkle, but long story short, there was a lot of money during the COVID years that was supposed to create a new app to track down people, and the app never existed. But we still wasted like billions and billions of dollars. And where did the money go? In liberals' pocket, in scammers. And that was a big scandal that costed, I think that was like 62 billion or 80 billion. And the previous cost of that thing was like 40 billion. So like they almost doubled the budget and we never got the money back. But the troll here is enjoying his time supporting a government that's still the taxpayer money. So again, that was a big scandal, and the Curum thing they are talking about, the block, is the exact same, but instead of being COVID, it's like pension and old age retirement.
1.75 billion to 6.6 billion. And yet the Liberals continue to deny that the current budget has ended up going over projections, even though the Auditor General already had pointed that out in 2023. Once again, when will there be a public inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Employment.
You say things, it doesn't make it true. In fact, the Curum software program is actually under...
Couldn't hear, sorry. Couldn't hear. We'll let the honourable minister. We'll let the honourable minister answer the question. The honourable Minister of Jobs and Families may continue.
Mr. Speaker, over and over and over, we hear this number that's patently wrong, and I have no other way to say it, Mr. Speaker. This is the largest transformation of the way we...
I'll actually bite to something. I'm reading values from your big boy, your best friend Mark Carney, and the guy thinks Karl Marx is right. And
see, the funny part about it is
it's poison, like it's brain rot.
Okay, here's the thing. He says
But,
he does
hey,
economics. By the way, he says he does economics.
I did bite. Values is the most disgusting propaganda piece that's all about centralized control and the destruction of the free market. But hey, keep speaking economics, my friend.
So here's a funny thing, by the way. He's an economics person, right? That's what
And
you
he doesn't believe in free market.
So if I ask you about the Canadian budget, have you, when you read it, and if you actually went over it, because Multi shows this stuff, and I actually go in and read the documents, because you may think Americans are ignorant. We also think Canadians, like you, talk out the sides of your mouth. You look like a South Park character.
He is a South Park character, but not enough time given. I did buy it.
Let me say this. The thing Mandara basically brings up a point. See, on the budget, when Carney's budget comes out, it's above the budget from the prior year.
Yeah, it's always above because
now here's no. It's not just
money.
It's not just. It's
make
not
people
that.
broke.
It's not just that. If you're not talking about the idea, every nation prints money to keep up its bonds every year. The thing about it is, Carney's budget is bloated. The problem is, it's going to cause more technical debt. And the nation already has a high debt to GDP ratio. Unlike Canada, U.S. can maintain that because our economics are good. We can still have a GDP that can keep up. The thing about this is, if you don't, Carney's budget was a joke, and their spending is just a tip of the iceberg. Now, before the gay Canadian comes back and says anything about the American budget, yes, the American budget is highly bloated, but that's not unusual for the American budget unless our spending goes up more. Now, largely,
that troll, bruh.
It's fine. He's retarded. He's special.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm just saying in general. The problem with a lot of
let's not waste any more breath.
All right, no,
I'm not even
going to. Yeah, just leave them alone. They're enjoying the hell out of this. They're getting what they want.
Yeah,
exactly. Say they don't. No,
some of the benefits in the history of this country. We are moving 3 important benefit programs from paper-based, old-school technology to full modernization, where people will be able to apply and are right now able to apply online. Mr. Speaker,
you're hilarious.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I wouldn't attack the credibility of the Auditor General if I were the minister, Mr. Speaker. These Liberals seem to think this is just a joke. They're just ignoring the problem, and they keep on spending taxpayer money. The National Assembly has reminded us that over 3 failed IT projects, Ottawa has wasted more than $10 billion. That's 5 times more than it would take the government of Quebec to repair 227 hospital buildings. But there's no accountability in Ottawa. The Liberals keep saying that there haven't been any cost overruns. When will we have a public inquiry? The Honourable Minister.
Sure. As I've said, 7.7 million seniors have been transitioned to this new software. There are still some seniors who have applied for their benefits that are waiting. That number is dropping, Mr. Speaker, every week, every month, as we anticipate will continue to do. And Mr. Speaker, our officials are working very hard night and day to make sure that all cases are resolved. If the member opposite has a person in his riding who needs urgent attention, I suggest he share that name with me or have them call Service Canada. We haven't received any names yet from that member.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
The Liberal immigration minister is out of her depth, and the numbers prove it. 86% of rejected asylum seekers remain in Canada. 25,000 people were admitted without a proper security screening, and nearly 3 million temporary visa holders are nearing expiry with no clear plan in place. And yesterday, the Prime Minister claimed that the system is, quote, under control. But there are no real controls left. The Liberals dismantled them, and the minister has shown no ability to restore order. So with results like these, why is she still in her job?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I will park some of the factual inaccuracies that were included in the member's question, but let me just take a moment to say that I have been proud to work alongside my colleague for Nova Scotia, not just in her current capacity as Minister of Immigration for Canada, but previously when she served as the Immigration Minister in my home province of Nova Scotia. She was uniquely responsible for bringing the healthcare workers that provide care to my neighbours. She was uniquely responsible in helping resettle refugees from Syria.
That's hilarious. Dragon, don't bite. Don't bite. See, so either that's a troll that's laughing at you, Or that's one of these boomer that's so brainwashed by CBC that whatever you're saying will not pass because he doesn't think for himself.
When the federal Conservatives wouldn't lift a finger. She is working on a program that may be a difficult problem to solve, but she is restoring integrity to the immigration system, and the personal attacks are cruel, inappropriate, and beneath this House.
I'm actually surprised the boomer knows how to use the keypad.
It is that minister who left the immigration minister with the mess that she has to clean up. And he knows that even Liberal MPs who have been passed over for a decade can see that she's out of her depth because of the mess that he left. Yeah. These are direct quotes from them. She has no idea how to respond. She doesn't make sense. She puts her foot in her mouth. At what point will the Prime Minister acknowledge that this file requires real leadership and a serious course correction without the two of them?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, we see what the Conservatives are doing here, pitting Canadians against asylum seekers. Some of them helped us during COVID, deliberately confusing fraudulent claimants against failed asylum claimants. This isn't a dog whistle, it's a foghorn. And I know it's Lent, so I do implore them to show a little grace. So instead of shedding MPs for Lent, Mr. Speaker, which we appreciate, maybe they need to shed this line of questioning.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
They've just put up a third failed immigration minister to answer for the question. This is actually a really serious issue. And they can talk down members of this House. They can call them bad people all they want. But Canada's immigration consensus is crumbling. Stakeholders aren't getting their calls returned. Controls are gone, putting pressure on housing, on healthcare, and on jobs. And the minister is MIA throughout all of it. The House deserves a straight answer. When is she getting fired?
Yay! The Honourable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, let's assume for a second that the Conservatives actually want to help the situation. Perhaps the member opposite can turn to her right, talk to the leader of the opposition who's changed so many ridings, he's Parliament's own temporary foreign worker, and ask him to stop going around the country, pandering to communities, promising them not to be deported, and promising visas for everyone. That might help, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, they're putting up all the failed previous immigration ministers to speak for her.
Rose.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister has created...
So the roast here is Mark Miller was a previous immigration minister before we got the incompetent we have right now. And now he is minister of something else, but it was immigration, and Sean Fraser was also immigration. So that's why he's like, they're putting one after another, all the failed immigration minister. I like that. That's like the big roast. It's like it's cooking right now. I'm hungry. Any thoughts on that, Ms. Sparkle?
No, sorry, no.
It's just hilarious.
I'm listening. I'm still here. I'm still here. Just my TV is on too.
A sentencing discount system.
From the top.
Liberal government has created a sentencing discount system for foreign criminals. The Prime Minister claims that they've got this system under control. Well, let's look at the case of Rajbir Singh. This criminal sexually assaulted a young woman and received a conditional discharge so he would not have a criminal conviction registered against him so he could stay in the country. Under this Liberal PM sentencing discount policy, not only are dangerous criminals allowed to stay in the country, they get released early. When will this Prime Minister fire his immigration minister, or does he think that she's got it all under control?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the assertion of the member in the opposition party is absolutely false, Mr. Speaker. When somebody is before the courts, somebody's facing criminal charges and conviction, they're deemed to be inadmissible in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Border Service agencies take these very seriously, and they have admissible individuals removed. Last year, we removed over 22,000 individuals from Canada.
I must address that comment right now. And that's probably the only comment I will address because that's troll. That's hilarious.
Oh, okay.
I address it. How many conservative government have there been since World War II? You know what's going on? It's kind of funny. You know why? Because liberals control the media. You know why? It's because people don't think when they vote. You know what's going on? If Canada does bad, it's always the conservative fault. But let's be honest, they're never in power. So when is it the liberal fault? Really, I'm asking you, my friend, because apparently you think that because conservative are not as much in power as the liberals, it's a bad thing. I think it's actually a good thing because it highlights the incompetence we have been voting for years. Because our economy is shit, inflation is shit, and if you're truly a boomer, maybe you got your own house so you don't suffer. Maybe, just maybe you don't even eat 3 meals a day. That's why your groceries are not as expensive as actual people living their own life. And if you're a student, maybe you're in debt. So again, you don't help your case by saying how many conservative government have there been since World War II. You don't help your case. And so if you think it's a roast, if you think it's something good for your party, your camp, you're wrong, my friend. Go take a hike. Go take your bike and ride along because you're in Montreal. There's no car in Montreal. Go take your bike. Thank you. Have a good night. Have a good night, my friend. Have a good night.
But let me be very clear. The issue of lawful access is a tool that law enforcement have been asking for. The party opposite has absolutely failed in supporting those policies so that we can have a safer country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
If they had confidence in the immigration minister, then she would be answering these questions herself, Mr. Speaker. Let's take a look at another case. Joyson Lewis assaulted his girlfriend, grabbed her, tearing her shirt in the process, and threw her to the ground when he hit her again. The judge in the case sentenced this foreign criminal to 9 months of probation, specifically so that the conviction would not be entered into the record so he could stay in Canada. Why is this Liberal government doubling down on a policy that gives sentencing discounts to foreign criminals, and when will this Prime Minister fire this minister?
The Honourable Minister.
I don't know why it paused, but
Public safety.
How would you?
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a rule
Who are
of law
those
country,
three
one that
people in the
respects
front of
the
front of the thing? What are those three young
So-
people? They look like teenagers.
Those
Where?
were pages, probably.
Standing in front of it looks like a judge's.
These folks. To be honest, I have no clue. Maybe they're interns or they are
They're
helpers.
probably something. It's something formal. The thing about
that pink suit's amazing.
So let me address something. The problem with criminal migrants and hiding migrant crimes, it's nothing new. I mean, granted, it goes through ebbs and flows. The idea itself is basically, if you have it where it's not going to enter the record, you can manipulate numbers. This is not the first time this has been done. This happens in the US quite frequently. The UK has been doing this as well.
But we need to fix that. Anyway, let's play more of that.
Nobody's above the law, Mr. Speaker. And the discounts that this individual is talking about is absolutely false. What I will say is that the Canada Border Service Agencies removes those who are inadmissible to Canada, those with criminal penalties. But let me also be very clear, Mr. Speaker. The party opposite absolutely refuses to move on lawful access, a tool that law enforcement has been asking for from coast to coast to coast. This is a...
You know what? Appetite. You know what's going on? Your Liberal Party alone got roughly 2/3 of the scandals in Canada history. So 66% of the scandals are your Liberals. The other third are conservative. And you know what also makes sense? What also makes sense is all along the Liberals have been in power. So each Liberal, there were many scandals, but you guys keep electing them because you don't think, because you're NPCs. You're like the drones. China likes the kind of people you are. Anyway, well, go look for yourself if you're so smart. Do your research. You'll see I'm right. But hey, keep thinking otherwise, my friend.
See, the problem, I'll be very honest, the issue with a lot of governments right now is having accountability, and scandals go hand in hand. What's actually very interesting about liberal regimes and liberal governments for like the last 10-15 years.
I will interrupt you right now. I like this. The guy thinks he's so smart, but it's kind of funny because on two of the big things he thought that was the silver bullet, there's actually an argument that makes him wrong. But hey, keep thinking you're the intellectual in the room, my friend. Keep thinking that.
So I just want to say this. The problem is with corruption, and if and just by chance, if and I speak of this as an American and a person who also knows world history, Apple and other idiots, people who do things. Corruption does not care about your alignment. But the sweet irony of it all, majority of the governments that are being corrupt to the core within the last 30 years, if not going back a long time, have either been socialist, Marxist, or mostly liberal. Which is the irony of what? Carney has conflicts of interest that violate his own terms?
Yeah,
You don't even want to know.
Carney has 103 conflict of interest.
And you don't even want to know about the American Democrats.
And any decision Carney and his administration takes will make Carney rich. But hey, we got NPCs and drones that are proud to vote.
Literally, what's the funny part about even the U.S. government? I can point out a lot of cases where, in fact, it's been majority of liberals who have been charged repeatedly with taking bribes worse than conservatives or Republicans, which, granted, is the key of it all. Now, the issue itself...
I will address Madara because he's smart. Immigration, I believe that we should have a cap to 50,000 people per year. There's no reason why we should bring almost 500,000 people in. So you see, our metrics are messed up. Yeah, that's really happening.
Would you take?
Let me finish, Dragon.
Yes. Right.
So, what's going on with that? They know Canada is not corporation friendly. They know it's not business friendly. Our economy is down the gutter, and to pretend we are still part of the J7, to pretend we are still competitive, we need to inflate our GDP. We use immigration. I think it's completely stupid because it's pretending we are fine when we are sick. Now, what I will say is I like the concept of a cap. But here's the other thing. You need housing. You need infrastructure. And at the speed we are building, even 50,000 is too much. But I like that you want to place a cap, and I agree with the cap, but lower that cap or make our environment so business friendly that our economy will boom again, because it doesn't boom. But yeah, I think bottom line, you're right, Madara. It's common sense. Like, I've heard so many stories of immigrants that actually regret coming here. I'm not joking. They regret coming here. They're told it's a rich country, it's a good place, we'll get good money. They come here, they realize they don't make as much money as what they were doing in Africa or some of the Arab countries. So again, we got NPCs that will always vote liberal because they can't think for themselves, and this is what we get. So the second comment, it just bogs down everything that we need to work well in the country, whether it's healthcare or any social program. That's true, and we don't have the economy because we got Green Zitted that thinks we should leave the oil and the gas underground, because why not? We are net zero crazies. This is what's going on.
So okay, the issue too with immigration, the reason why it's a very hot button issue, it's because it's not as much about the birth rates of normal, because most people don't even want to know what's happening with China's birth rate. They're going to... They had a one...
It's Japan who's dying out, though.
No, but with
China also dies out.
No,
China one rule kids.
No, they're at the 3-child policy at this rate, because the thing about...
Yeah, but they're too far gone. No one's taking a part of it because of how bad they're doing. So,
well, okay. The thing about immigration being capped, most nations have a policy. Most immigration policies are 100 plus years old.
This is right out idiocy. I think there's a lot of stupid people in Canada, and Apple Tile is one of them. Anyway, let's play more of that.
This is the record that that party has in terms of defending the rights of Canadians and keeping Canada safe from.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, by the end of this year...
By the way, I will pause here because the track record, our per years were far better than whatever we got since Trudeau. So, again, they shoot themselves in the foot. I think it's a Liberal signature move. Let's shoot ourselves in the foot. Hilarious. I like it.
3 million temporary residents will have had their visas expire, and the government has no enforcement plan to ensure that they leave. Last year alone, 1.5 million permits expired, and the Liberals just simply assumed that they would magically comply. The system...
My stance is if your country sucks, you shouldn't be bringing people in because you don't look smart. You're not so good if some people are living in tents. This is what's going on. So I'm for immigration if it's smart immigration, if we have the infrastructure, and if it really elevates the day-to-day life of these people. If it doesn't elevate their lives, I'm sorry, but we shouldn't be doing that because it damages our reputation on the world stage.
So here's the thing about immigration should be allowed because now there is the problem. If your native population, let's say it is coming down to birth rates, people aren't having children, so people are coming with immigration. Now, when you look at the idea of New York City was largely white or American at some point, but it is becoming the city that people immigrated to. Now, it's not that people are against immigration. It's having healthy immigration policy.
And if we need it, again, we don't have the infrastructure, so we shouldn't be.
When you're talking about refugee status and when you're talking about normal taking in a lot of them, the thing is, that's a little more taking in refugees and taking in asylum cases should be handled differently than actual. Now, most countries do have a better way of handling it, but in the modern era of dealing with immigration, just as an example, the U.S. immigration policy hasn't budged in almost about 100+ years. The last edit to our immigration policy was under Eisenhower.
Interesting. So let's play more of that.
The honourable member for Montmorency Charlevoix. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said the immigration system is under control. I'm very sorry, but that is not at all the case. In Quebec, for example, there are 200,000 asylum seekers within Quebec, which is putting pressure on our healthcare and education and childcare systems. And today we learned in Radio Canada that the Liberal immigration minister doesn't understand her files and is not at all available on the ground. Will the Prime Minister finally stand up and fire his immigration minister, the Honourable Government House Leader? Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows very well, because this question has been asked already a number of times today and has been answered by the Minister of Immigration and other colleagues.
It wasn't.
Asylum claims have actually gone down by a third under this minister. Same thing for international students. And between July and October 2025, Canada's population even shrank slightly after having grown for several years previously. That is this immigration minister's record. Meanwhile, what is the policy of the Conservative Party?
I have on my list here the Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix, but I see the member for Richemont-Tabasca is rising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks now, I've been rising in this place to ask questions about the QRAM IT software project. The cost ballooned from $1.6 billion to $6.6 billion. That's a $5 billion cost overrun. There are 78,000 seniors waiting to receive their benefits. We've asked dozens of questions. The Liberals haven't answered our questions. Yesterday, I asked if there was anyone taking leadership on the government benches who would take ownership of this file, so that I could go and see that person, so that they could handle these files. This is unacceptable. Canadians are paying out of pockets for this. This is wasted money. What will the Liberal government be doing about this?
So that angle is more wasteful spending from the Liberals. And the other angle is a lot of the voting bloc of the Liberals in the last election are boomers. because they don't think, or the age has brought in their brain, one of the two, or maybe both in some case. But because of that, well, what you try to do is you try to strip away these boomers. What do they care about? Their pension. That's all they care about. So let's talk about pension and how the liberals are failing at giving the pension, at having a system that actually works. So that's what's going on. The boomers, always the boomers' fault.
The Honourable Minister of Employment and Families.
I find it ironic that the member opposite is saying that he's asked who to speak to, and I've said about 15 times, come and speak to me directly if you have cases that you need accelerated. I've also been very clear in this House, Mr. Speaker, that this is a massive transformation of software. We have a portfolio of money allowed to us to do that transformation, and in fact, we're under budget, Mr. Speaker. So the member opposite, if he needs to be briefed, I ask him to come to me immediately after question period, and I will talk to him.
Mr. Speaker, millennials were told that if we worked hard, play by the rules, and plan for the future, we could build a stable life here in Canada. But a recent RBC poll shows that 57% have nothing left after paying their monthly bills, and 4 in 10 believe that they may never be debt-free. After years of soaring housing costs, persistent inflation, and higher taxes, my generation is carrying record personal debt while also being handed this Liberal government's debt to pay for. When will they stop loading debt onto our generation so young Canadians can build a life and not just struggle?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are demonstrating that they have no credibility on affordability because they're ignoring all of the recommendations.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious, the gaslight. You know, houses were much cheaper back then. They were like 400K, 500K. Now it's like a 1.5 million, 1 million. It's twice the price. It's hilarious. But hey, keep lying. And by the way, our groceries are so high that some of our fellow Canadian at the border, they actually go in grocery stores in the USA because you guys have cheaper food. This is what's going on. This is what the liberals do.
Yeah, I know a fat chick who does that.
That's what's going on.
Oh my God!
Are making in order to pursue a more equitable future in Canada, Mr. Speaker. One of the recommendations they chose to ignore was the groceries and essentials benefit, Mr. Speaker. We are using a proven mechanism to provide relief to families in those income.
So, by the way, what he's speaking about right now is a program that only impacts people that earn less than minimum wage, and it's a small portion of the people, and it's basically a coupon that give, like, I believe it's like $10 or $100. I can't remember the exact number, but that's a small number that only a small number of people can access to, and they use that as a cheap gift to tell people, vote for us again, we will give you a gift. But not everyone benefits from it. But the big downside is everyone pays for it. So I'm paying for it and I won't get it. Amazing. Learn to see liberals. Are you stupid on purpose, Apple? I think that's the point we reached. I say liberals because they lie. That's the word. But I think your bike rides fried your brain because you live in a big city. Liberals
brackets that need it most with the rising cost of living, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives can quote the experts if they want, but I recommend they follow their recommendations as well.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of political talking points. The Liberals must have the humility to face the reality. Young Canadians are not falling behind by accident. They are being pushed behind by Liberal policies. They're not asking for programs. Talk to a millennial. They're asking them to get out of the way today. TransUnion Canada reports that household debt reached $2.6 trillion by the end of 2025. Families are living paycheck to paycheck just to keep a roof over their heads. When will this Liberal government realize you cannot spend your way to affordability and finally focus on bringing down...
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's a little bit ironic to be criticized about political talking points when the members opposite read from the same page over and over and over again. They
this is also what they do, the liberals.
There's no creativity from that side, Mr. Speaker. I think the level in this debate deserves a little bit more. On housing, Mr. Speaker, we've invested $13 billion in non-market housing through Build Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker, after a successful pilot, a $1.5 billion pilot on co-op housing, Mr. Speaker. These strategies are working. Rents are coming down. Home ownership is within sight for young people, and that's because of the policies of this this government, the Conservatives have a choice. They can get on board or not.
The Honourable
Owning a home is slipping away for young Canadians. Nearly half of young Canadians are forced to move out of their communities they grew up in because they can no longer afford the Liberal housing hell. From 2019 to 24, for every 100 new adults added to our population, there were only 12 housing starts intended for ownership. This is less than half the pace of previous decades. Now a new CIBC report confirms what young Canadians already know. Homes are still too expensive to buy and not profitable to build. After years of Liberal rhetoric and red tape, when will this government finally scrap the GST on all new homes and let young Canadians build life?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, well, the good news is there is a tax break for first-time homebuyers coming. Thank members of this House for standing up for our young people. And this is really what we're seeing now, is we're seeing prices start to come down, rents come down, home prices coming down. We see that in the new CMHC Housing Affordability Index report that came out this morning. The trend is in the right direction, but we have to double down. We have to focus on delivering Build Canada homes, $13 billion for affordable housing. We have to make sure that this entire House is committed to bringing down the price of housing for young Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Instead of laying foundations for homes, this Liberal government is laying foundations for another bureaucracy. This Liberal Prime Minister promised to build at a pace not seen since the Second World War. Yet a recent report from the government's own housing agency says that home building is expected to drop in each of the next 3 years, with housing starts in 2020 falling as much as 18% compared to last year. That's 55% below what is necessary to meet the Prime Minister's own targets. Instead of building homes, they're building roadblocks for the fourth Liberal housing bureaucracy. When will the Liberals finally admit that they themselves are the problem?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, again, to the member opposite, our next steps are critical. And the next step that this member can take is supporting the Build Canada Homes Act and making sure that this government has every tool available to invest in affordable housing.
Good idea.
We have $13 billion labeled for non-market housing. That will leverage tens of thousands of units of affordable housing, from rental to affordable home ownership.
That's a good idea.
We need everybody on board with this, Mr. Speaker. This is not a time to take pot shots. It's not a time to fall back on a failed record that the Conservatives have on housing. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
A new report from CIBC confirms what young Canadians already know. The dream of home ownership is slipping away. In fact, the bank says prices are too high to buy, and that the average down payment in Ontario is now nearly $300,000. That's an impossible number. But behind that number, Mr. Speaker, a young family who can't buy a home.
It's kind of funny because that down payment is what houses used to cost under a Conservative government. But hey, it's the Conservative fault, right? Right. They didn't get in power for like 11 years now, but that's their fault. Again, liberals lie. It's funny. It's funny.
Start a family or build a life. The bank says that unless we cut the cost of homes, things will only get worse. So here's our suggestion. Cut the cost of GST on all new homes. Will the Housing Minister agree to that?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, you'll forgive us if Canadians recognize that party has no credibility when it comes to housing. Their leader called middle-class housing shacks. That's right. He called co-op housing Soviet style, and that member mocked modular housing. That leader even called on his MPs to boycott the Housing Accelerator Fund that would have actually helped their ridings.
Hold on. If you're building block-style homes, you know the irony is, a little bit of history, LBJ thought his policies of building the Prague Moreau buildings in New York to help poverty, but they turned into concrete Soviet-style buildings, which happened to be community housing, increased and made them very unsafe for cities like New York and every other major city that tried it. Now, the irony is in housing in the U.S., it is about 35 to 40 even people are getting homes. Now, if you talk about home affordability, it's the ability to get a loan. Now, the interesting part is if you're trying to build affordable housing, you need to look at something different. Now, if it's housing volume, because I've shown on Multi's thing before, Canada is not building homes. Now, if these homes are getting built, they're probably being acquired. And if any homes that come up, because we already have issues in, I brought this up earlier before people like Apple and other people show up. you need to understand they're being bought out by foreign investors, or there's a leading cause for that. Now, if you're in an area like I live in that has an HOA, they usually didn't allow Airbnbs, but still investment properties are a thing. Now, for young people to have houses that are not in slums, so don't say block housing and duplexes are the way to go. Those are still considered even Section 8 housing in the United States. So, yes, it's affordable, but it is also heavily regulated and they're next to slumlord status. So if you're saying conservatives don't want that versus single-family home units, which I'm sure are possible to be built,
we got the space, we got the money, we just don't have the
space, you got the money.
We just don't have the political will because we got a bunch of NPCs like Apple that keep voting liberals, even if liberals have the worst track record ever. They are the progressive ones, so therefore Canada must vote them in. You're a good person if you vote liberal. They will do every scandal and they will get away with it.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're serious about getting houses built. That party is just full of obstruction and rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mont-Saint-Bruno,
Educators and experts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brantford South, Six Nations.
This week, Peel Police charged 4 men with sex trafficking girls as young as 11 years of age. Yet within 24 hours, these disgusting criminals were released on Liberal bail. Let that sink in. Grown men charged with exploiting young girls are now walking free. Wow. This is an absolute disgrace. This is what a broken justice system looks like. Yep. Enough is enough. When will this government stop coddling the worst criminals in our society and finally stand on the side of innocent children?
Here, here. Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just today, I was with Peel Regional Police at a human trafficking symposium, and we talked about these issues with survivors. It's really important that criminals of this type, this heinous crime, get the sentences that they deserve, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, we brought in place bail reform. Had the Conservatives cooperated, we could have had it passed before Christmas, but they chose to obstruct. I'm glad to see that the legislation is now progressing, and we could put an end to the revolt.
It's progressing because the Liberals decided, you know what? Our censorship bills, every church in Canada hates it. Every voter base, voting bloc hates that censorship bloc outside of like some of the sheeps NPCs, but like at large, the censorship agenda wasn't popular. Even some liberals didn't like it. Even caucus member didn't like it. So when they realized it was dangerous in the semi-minority parliament, that's when they decided, you know what, we will drop that and we will talk about bail reform. This is what happened. And she's just gaslighting. But that's the liberal way. You lie. This is what they do. And NPCs like Apple will keep voting them in because they don't think for themselves.
It's not that when you talk about a government, it's... See, the way governments function now...
No, again, I explained it, what happened. We had C9, C8, and C14. 14 is the bail reform. C8 and 9 were the censorship agenda. And the Conservative, they wanted to speak about bail, while the Liberals wanted to speak about censorship. And in the end, because the public opinion wasn't so keen about censorship, well, this is when the Liberals decided, you know what, we will go to bail reform. But yeah, they will blame the Conservative. Keep blaming the Conservative. Do this, Liberals. You look good.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people are meeting with government officials to discuss safety in communities impacted by resource extraction. Yet this follows a budget that included zero funding for MMIWG and the Liberals' exclusion of Indigenous women in the development of Bill C-5, despite the high rates of violence around these projects. Mr. Speaker, will the government mandate enforceable community safety plans for corporations and restore funding to address this ongoing crisis?
First place.
The Honourable Minister for women and gender
Speaker, we
equality.
owe it to survivors and those we've lost to act and prevent gender-based violence. As we advance these major projects, we're working with communities to protect women, girls, and gender-diverse people. Through our National Action Plan, we're strengthening prevention and ensuring that survivors can access those supports. This is how we ensure progress never comes at the expense of the safety of women and girls in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Yesterday, the immigration minister couldn't get up in her chair and defend her record. She can't tell us how many rejected asylum seekers remain in Canada, or how many thousands of people came here without a proper security screening, or just the most basic answers about her job. Her signature bill, C3, could give citizenship to millions of people abroad with the click of a button, and she has no details and no explanations. So I have a simple question for the minister. How many people under this piece of legislation become Canadian?
The honourable government house leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Again,
this has been not a good week
not
for the Conservative Party of Canada. This has been a week where they put in question our constitutional, to say nothing of our humanitarian obligation to look after people who are sick or injured on our territory, including the children who are fleeing war zones, including in Ukraine, or Syrian refugees or others, Mr. Speaker. It is a shameful thing that the Conservative Party have decided, of all the issues, to come back to this House and talk about these things.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
That minister still won't get up in her chair and answer basic questions about her job. Nearly 3 million temporary visa holders are nearing expiry without a clear plan, and potentially millions of more are going to become citizens, but nobody over there can stand up and answer a single detailed question about legislation in this House. The only response they tell to this side is to call them bad people for asking questions about the legislation. Does anybody over there truly believe that that minister deserves her job, or are there somebody in the backbench that can do it better?
The honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say at the outset the Minister of Immigration is doing an outstanding job, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the numbers, we have asylum that is down by 1/3. We have temporary foreign workers that are down by 50%, and international students reduced by 60%, Mr. Speaker. We're taking.
That's because your economy is shit and they're either self-deporting or they're not coming to your country. Same with the U.S.
Control of our immigration system. We have, as of last year, 2025, removed 22,000 individuals who are ineligible to be in Canada. This is work that we're doing, and we will ensure that Canada remains an open and free society for immigrants and refugees.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie.
Mr. Speaker, he promised affordable groceries. He's given us the highest food inflation in the G7. He promised to spend less, and yet the deficit is now double, and Canadians are now paying more in interest than healthcare. He promised homes people could afford, but the prices have never been worse. RBC is now reporting that it's the hardest on young Canadians who say at the end of the month that there's nothing left to save. When will this Prime Minister reverse his liberal inflationary spending so young Canadians can finally save for a home in this country again?
Mr. Speaker, I know it's Thursdays, but I have good news for the House. Canada has received the highest level of foreign direct investment in 18 years, Mr. Speaker. 18 years, but yeah, we should all applaud and rejoice in this House. Even the Conservatives should be happy. I know it's Thursday, Mr. Speaker, but in their heart, I know that they're happy that Canada is attracting investment, that Canada is leading in the world, that Canada is building a country that everyone would want to be in, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we believe in Canada.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just listen to that minister and his high-flying friends. They think everything is great, but Mr. Speaker, we know that inflation is good news for the wealthy and for the bankers, but I can tell you that Canadians, young Canadians, are being the hardest hit by this inflation. TransUnion is reporting that Canadians have now taken on a record-breaking $2.6 trillion in household debt. This debt is attached to mortgages. Canadians are breaking the bank just to keep a roof over their head. When will this Liberal Prime Minister end his inflationary spending to Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lesson from this. No, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we have taken affordability measures when it was the time not to speak.
And I had a glitch at that point. Amazing. So we'll come back eventually. And we will fast forward very soon to a very interesting question again. So the Conservative, they hammer home how not affordable houses are anymore, and it's because of the Liberals. I don't know why.
Other things to talk about, because under 11 years under these liberals, young adults are at the end of the rope. An RBC survey shows that 64 of them are living with financial anxiety. 57% have nothing left after they've paid their bills. Meanwhile, Canadian household debt is shattering records, especially because of the cost of housing. Millennials are stuck between crushing taxes and inflationary deficits. They can barely survive. When will this government finally show some common sense? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, the
Mr. Speaker,
Germany-
common sense would be for the Conservatives to vote for measures that will promote affordability. I wonder where my colleague was when she could have been voting for pharmacare. Where was she when she could have been voting for dental care? Where was she when we were voting for the National School Lunch Program and for childcare? On this side of the House, we will always be there for Canadians. We will support Canadians with affordability measures. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Well, where is the minister who's supposed to be helping take care of seniors? For example, Jeannette Larrivée is 81 years old and she can't enjoy her retirement. Instead, she's sending out CVs because she doesn't have enough money to put food on the table. In Lanaudière, the number of job seekers above 75 has gone from 3 to 14%. These liberal ministers are not taking care of anyone, especially not seniors. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, seniors who are watching us from home understand something. They know there's a difference between rhetoric in the House and this government's actions. We have taken clear action. For example, the groceries benefit, which is a concrete measure which will help people throughout the country and will help our seniors and families. That is exactly what people expect from a responsible government. I hope our Conservative colleagues will go to their ridings next week and talk about how that benefit will help families. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have said that Curram is a success story, but it's actually harming 85,000 retirees. Yesterday, the Minister of Jobs said that it's no big deal when people don't get their OAS because, according to her, people don't depend on these payments on a monthly basis because they are new beneficiaries. But all retirees include their pension when they're making their financial plans, and some of them only have their pension as an income. How can the Liberals be so disconnected?
Because
the Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we had an outdated system from the 70s. It was causing so many mistakes. It was unreliable.
And now also at this, I heard rumors that they are trying to sneaking digital IDs through that.
So this government stepped up and decided to start a broad project to transform the system into a new functional system that enables people to sign up for themselves. It will serve 7.7 million Canadians. In fact, it's already helping these Canadians. The Honourable Member. Well, the member is saying that it's working and that it hasn't been expensive. That is exactly why the National Assembly of Quebec has unanimously asked for an arm's length inquiry. Because if you listen to Liberals, we'll never hear the truth about the current problems because they don't think there's a problem. They don't think it's an issue if 85,000 retirees are seeing errors with their pension. They don't think it's an issue. They don't think it's an issue if cost overruns are $5 billion. They don't see it as a cost overrun. They just say, well, it costs more than we planned at the beginning, but it's not a cost overrun. Listen, every time I hear their answers, we see that we need an inquiry. When will there be an inquiry? The Honourable Minister.
Let me say this. A lot of people will budget. What I usually hear from this is, okay, they had to update a computer system, which they should have did in the first place. Now, here's the problem. The oversight didn't check that their budget was overcosted. Now, you can call that government bureaucracy, or something is more expensive than you think. Now, in a small chance, someone's getting paid. There's corruption or something involved and you're trying to get things out. But in reality, if a project like that went over budget and then someone is having to pay for it, it's not wrong to ask questions. The other thing, it is kind of like, I want to say this as well. There's a concept in technically due to an economy crash of 2008, the world lost a lot of wealth. People could say wealth didn't disappear in the 2008 crash. It did. It affected the global economy, and nothing's been really the same. The economy comes back. There's a lot of people who survive on social safety nets to fill in. US, you got WIC, you got a couple of other things. But the ironic part about this is you have people who do live paycheck to paycheck. Both parents work for their child, okay? They still have to work, and if they miss a paycheck, they can be evicted from their apartments, their homes. Some people can't save. This has been a way of life for a while. Now, in the US, we can finally get to the point we can save, but we still have people living paycheck to paycheck. And when, let's say someone is retired, 100% of their income are those payments. That's all they got.
I'll get up again and explain exactly what we are doing here, which is exactly what Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker. They expect modern systems that provide benefits in a seamless way that they can actually apply for online, and that's exactly the programs that we are designing for seniors. 7.7 million seniors are already on the new system. There are 2 more benefits plans to go, Mr. Speaker, employment insurance and CPP. And Mr. Speaker, we are confident that Canadians know this is exactly what they need for the next generation.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, all of the Quebec parties want this government to stop wasting Quebecers' money. Like with Phoenix, Arrivecan, and Curram, every time Ottawa takes on one of these IT contracts, it turns into a scandal. Just with those 3 projects, the Liberals have wasted more than $10 billion in cost overruns. Meanwhile, Quebecers
too much.
Are seeing a situation where we don't even know if we have enough money for our kids' school trips. Quebec is fed up with this. When will there finally be an arm's-length inquiry on federal IT contracts? The Honourable Minister.
I think the question is about old age security, so I'll stick to that program. And in fact, that 60-year-old program, which was fraught with problems, was something that the Government of Canada sought to modernize, because in fact, Canadians now expect to be able to apply for their benefits online, to be able to have more control about how they apply for their benefits. And in fact, 7.7 million Canadians have transitioned to this new program. For some particular cases with difficult information, we have seen some delays, and as that member knows, we are seeing a decline in...
The Honourable Member for Parkland. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, the system meant to help our seniors becomes another expensive disaster. This government continues to hire incompetent consultants that massively overrun their budgets by $5 billion. The president of the public service criticized the government, saying if the system had been designed by public servants, it would have been easier to maintain and understand, as the experts would have been in-house. Why doesn't this government trust our public servants that they would do a better job than their rich consultants?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I just can't tolerate the Conservatives talking down the good work of our public servants. Our public servants are overseeing the management of a specialized software program. Now, I know that they might not have any interest or desire to know about IT systems, but this requires specialized training and expertise. These are not jobs that last forever in the government. These are jobs we need to procure for specific reasons. That's what we are doing to make sure that Canadians' dollars are well spent on ensuring we model.
With those ministers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Terranova, the Peninsula.
Yesterday, these Liberals voted against my bill to allow Newfoundlanders and Labradorians to access to recreational food cod fishery 7 days a week like the rest of Atlantic Canada. Now they're fishing for excuses. They wrongfully state that we never did any consultation, and they're spreading misinformation and imagining new fees. Why don't one of these Newfoundlanders stand up and tell us why they don't put political parties behind them, add amendments to address any of their concerns, and work with us to make better policy?
So one of the floor crossers from the region he mentioned, so that's a jab directly at the floor crosser, which is hilarious. I like it. Jab, jab, jab.
Policies for Newfoundland and Labrador.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, fisheries management decisions must be rooted in science for the long-term economic prosperity of coastal communities. Our government will continue to make evidence-based decisions through meaningful consultations.
Powell River.
3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources claimed that the decision to allow Brookfield Renewables to send Canadian hydroelectricity out of Powell River to the United States with almost no benefit to Canadians was out of his hands and instead rested with Canada's energy regulator. The only problem is the regulator told me that they made their recommendation to reject the permit 2 months ago, and since that time, it's been sitting on the Minister's desk. So will the Minister commit to accepting the regulator's recommendation and to denying Brookfield this permit?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural
The
Resources.
digging for conspiracies about Brookfield is just exhausting. I think this entire House is tired of it. We trust our regulators to make...
It's not conspiracies. Like, there are country right now in the 103 conflict of interest of Carney toward Brookfield. So again, this is gaslight at its finest. It's ridiculous. It's insulting to the people like you. But I guess they still have people like Apple that vote for them, so
It's
that's
a
fine.
defense mechanism.
Decisions, and we work on
the... See, the thing is, they know that Carney potentially has a lot of corruption or conflicts.
Yeah, has a lot of them.
Look, it's
documented.
It is. I'm just saying, like, it's basically like, okay, a U.S. president is and vice president, if they have any business holdings, are supposed to divest themselves. Now, did Trump caught crap for not separating himself from his business? Even though he gave it to his daughter, the suspicion's there. But it's really the daughter and the ex-wife and others who really run his business now.
Political level to make sure that the framework support good decision making. I think we just have to put aside some of this conspiracy searching on the other side.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. The new Build Canada Homes program is shambolic and it won't work. The Prime Minister promised that 500,000 homes would be built, but according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Canada Homes will only build 5,000 homes per year. At that rate, it will take a century to build 500,000 homes as promised. The program is truly a joke. What's more, there is no definition of affordable housing. There are no targets for social or cooperative housing. There are no rules on the percentage of income someone should pay. When will the Liberals take care of people?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the NDP doesn't have a huge budget for doing their homework and research, but that said, I encourage them to do some more research. We held information.
You pause, Multi.
It's funny because I was muted. But the job here is the NDP lost party status. Now they are at 7th seat instead of 12. Therefore, they get less funding. And this is what she is saying. She's like, oh, yeah, at least we have party status. I know you don't. It's so funny. I like that roast for once. A liberal as a response that I can stand by because the NDP doesn't seem to understand and learn from their mistakes. So let's play more.
Technically, the NDP would say. So the thing about the NDP is going to probably feed off the Liberals.
Yeah.
Now, let's assume you do have an election. The idea is the NDP could gain seats, but those would probably come from Liberal districts.
Yeah.
Sessions, briefings, we properly informed all parliamentarians about what Build Canada Homes will accomplish. There will be co-op housing, social housing. This will help all communities everywhere in Canada. We will build faster. We will issue permits faster. We will work with all levels of government. Mr. Speaker, we will build for all Canadians everywhere in Canada. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, 33% of people in Manitoba seeking abortion care must travel to access it. Where's the federal government? Fast-tracking projects of national interest without protections for Indigenous women and girls. Check. Blaming international students, migrants, and asylum seekers for the housing crisis. Check. Ensuring women and gender-diverse people can access their right to health care. Crickets. If the Prime Minister supports the right to safe health care, will he fund access to that care?
You're here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for her very important question. For too long, women's health was a blind spot in our healthcare system. Even today, women's unique health needs continue to be misdiagnosed, misrepresented, misunderstood. While we've made real progress in advancing gender equality and women's rights, including sexual and reproductive rights, too many people around the world are rolling back these improvements. Our government will always work to remove these barriers and close the gender gap in research, ensuring equitable healthcare for everybody, for women. Thank you.
Final question period for this week. This is also the final reaction, and we will only select a few moments.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The Canadian economy is suffering the effects of unjustified tariffs from the Trump administration in the U.S. Conservatives propose creating a strategic critical mineral reserve as well as an all-party CUSMA working group to address these challenges and to create a tariff-free auto pact. This would restore our leverage and support Canadian manufacturing. So will the government work with us to ensure that Canada can negotiate trade deals that benefit our workers and our economy?
Now, Minister of Industry.
Speaker, to answer directly to my colleague, obviously we can. We can get to a good deal. This is exactly why the Prime Minister is engaged, but also this is exactly why our colleague, the Minister of Canada-US Trade, is in Washington today, meeting with the representative for trade to do that work. That being said, we took good note of what the leader of the opposition said yesterday at a Canadian club, and we're very happy that a lot of our program is being copied.
Damn, that just means they're going to steal it.
And that's funny because the liberals are the ones that steal ideas.
Well, the thing is, they're just going to steal it. Now, I didn't say this during because it's doing.
And by the way, I will also add this. It's kind of funny because Pierre Poilievre had a very similar message in the past as well. But hey, I guess because that was a well-received speech, they needed to mention it here. That's interesting.
Well, I mean, if you're stealing the ideas of your opposition, see, there's the thing. A lot of people will not put their ideas out unless they want it taken or stolen. But, okay, Poilievre was talking, sounds good. Like he does, creating leverage. See, you need to, when you talk to Trump,
you need leverage.
You need to show something. What have I said about Carney? Carney does not show any kind of, he goes, well, you're going to accept my terms. You need to have a bargaining chip. Poilievre would know, sorry if I butcher the name, he knows you need to go into negotiations with some sort of position. Trump is going to do what's best for America, but it's not the tariffs hurting Canada as much as your own combination, your own policies.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Conservatives have consistently demonstrated a willingness to work with the government to get results for Canadians in the face of these unjustified tariffs from U.S. President Donald Trump. Look at the constructive amendments to the budget bill that they adopted and our support for efforts to relieve taxes on Canadians in this challenging time. Our proposal for an all-party CUSMA working group to get a tariff-free auto pact, to create a strategic critical mineral reserve will help us to negotiate from a position of strength. So will the government accept our offer to work together to get the best results in the interest of all Canadians?
Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, there are lots of things we cannot control. Certainly we can control the White House, but there are lots of things we can control. And what we can control is how to build one strong Canadian economy. Who said that first? Prime Minister Carney. Who copied
That's
that
a lie.
yesterday?
That was
the leader of the
freaking
opposition.
Pierre Poilievre.
Mr. Speaker, of course we'll work on an auto pact that is tariff-free. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we will work to have a strong critical mineral supply. And of course, we're going to work as one Team Canada. The Conservatives should just get on board.
Pierre, member St. Albert, Sturgeon River. Speaker, the numbers are in, and Canada's economy shrank during the fourth quarter of 2025. In fact, Canada's economy is the only shrinking economy in the G7. The Prime Minister promised to build the strongest economy in the G7. Instead, he's delivered the weakest. So, in the face of that, will the Prime Minister accept any responsibility for the dismal state of Canada's economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
It's always interesting when the Conservatives cite reports, they only cite part of the report. Of course, it's unfortunate that we saw a contraction of 0.6% in real GDP. What else does the report say? It says that consumer demand is up. It says that domestic business investment is up. Beyond that, my colleague's very well read. I'm sure he read Bloomberg yesterday. The highest foreign direct investment Canada has seen since 2007 at almost $100 billion. A major nation-building project is exactly what this country is engaged in to bring jobs and purchasing power. We will achieve exactly that. Short time as in the constituency. She brings great experience as a former town councillor, and importantly, as a lawyer, she stood up for women who had been abused in domestic relationships. Mr. Speaker, she points to Bill C-15. Of course, its main focus is the economy, but within that bill is a focus also on people across communities and especially vulnerable
populations. I want to hear about the last few.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are failing to stop criminals from stealing our cars. Vehicle identification numbers, or VINs, from exported vehicles are being used to sell stolen cars. CBSA has a record of these VINs, but refuses to share it with Canadian used car dealers who would use it to identify stolen vehicles. Instead, the government has given an American company a monopoly on this data, charging Canadians $40 million each year just to get access to our own data. It's absurd. Why won't the Liberals give Canadians access to our own data so that we can stop car theft?
That's it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, combating crime.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is great to hear the honourable member talk about pieces of legislation that are required to catch criminals and put them away. The fact of the matter is, we've had significant pieces of legislation in front of this House for almost a year. Strong Borders Act, Combating Hate Act, bail reform.
The Combating Hate Act is C9. It's so bad, it's poison at that point. Like, so many group of interests are against combating hate. It's hilarious. Again, these arguments are really bad. They don't help their cause.
Intimate partner violence. Significant pieces of legislation that the Conservatives have obstructed and prevented from getting passed. So why don't you come over here and join us in catching the criminals?
Order again. Comments to the chair.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Jobs and Families said, in quotes, nobody should be expected to work for free. Yet this came after the Liberals undermined CUPE flight attendants' strike against unpaid labour using Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code, siding with their corporate friends. Last week, this anti-worker stance led to a final settlement that CUPE said was, in quotes, not the outcome the union fought to achieve. Shame. Will the Liberals finally recognize workers' rights and support my bill to repeal Section 107? Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Labour.
Mr. Speaker, we stand firmly on the side of the House that nobody should work for free in this country. We take any kind of claims of unpaid work very seriously. Workers must be paid for the hours that they work. We're going to make sure that employers are following the rules. And we stood up in terms of the airline industry to make sure that we were doing an investigation into the labor practices in that industry. We are continuing with that investigation right now to get further information to make sure that those practices are in compliance with the labor code.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Honourable Minister for Housing. We were stunned as British Columbia MPs when the provincial government killed the BC Community Housing Fund. We now have projects that are ready to roll. The land has been purchased, the zoning's completed, the permits are in place for senior low-income housing, for veterans housing, on Galiano Island, on Main Island, in Saanich, and across British Columbia. Will the federal government step up and create a defined program for shovel-ready projects to make sure the housing gets built for the people who need it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for this important question. The Prime Minister has been clear. We need to focus on what we can control. That's why our government announced a new partnership with BC that will deliver 1,100 homes across the province with shovels in the ground in the months to come. This partnership includes 700 supportive and transitional homes. We're also delivering right now, just today, the Minister is visiting Bob and Michael's place in BC. That is a place with enable federal funding that are opening doors today as they provide 200 supportive homes for the community. This is an important issue and we're taking action, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Order, and that concludes question period for today. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Health.
And with this is the end of question period. What do you have going on your end of the internet, my friend?
Well, I'm still working my way through Neo 3. I'm almost done. I would say I'm almost done with it, but I mean, life is such games that if I do those. But mostly gaming content. Monday I'll have a political stream of my own. I was going to go over State of the Union last Wednesday, but hell, StreamYards doesn't like to comply. But
I feel you. I understand.
Actually, no, it wouldn't send out a verification email.
Interesting.
But anyways, no, I do have at least one, I guess, sorter. It'll go over the State of the Union address, and I guess some other. I have a couple of other topics I want to hit as well. I may be hitting the bombing of Iran, but we'll have to see how well that pans out. But other than that, gaming, I have Neo 3 that I'm finishing, and next week marks the beginning of seasonal content for games. A bunch are about to kick over soon, within the next 2 weeks.
Interesting. When it comes to my content, Monday, I will talk about Scream 7 and Crime 101, 2 February movies about crimes. I enjoy both. I will have a good time talking about these 2 movies. On Tuesday or Thursday, I don't know which one of the 2, but one of these 2 days, we'll see a Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow stream where we finish the game. And on Wednesday, we talk about Preacher, Season 1 and 2. And on Friday, it will be Resident Evil 9 stream. I think that will be the new day for now for these streams. I enjoyed the first 4 hours I have played of that game. I really suck at it, but it's kind of fun to get humiliated on stream. Anyhow, that's what's going on. And next Saturday, if the dragon is available, we will talk more about politics once again.
So, what console are you playing Resident Evil on?
Xbox Series X.
Okay. How do you like the Grace section?
Up to now, I think it's underwhelming. I really enjoy Leon. Grace, not a big fan. There are parts I like with Grace, but my biggest issue with Grace, there's this action. I like action.
So there's a big thing you have to concede. That game's kind of controversial. Not for the reason. It's because it's doing the bilateral. It's like bi-storytelling. And it's hit or miss because some people don't like the Grace section or they feel that they overdo it. but it does eventually break into the Leon section. Now, granted, I mean, some have said the Leon section's member berries, but I don't know. Some people have played it only the 4 hours and they get through the parts, but it's an interesting game. It's just not my cup of tea.
Amazing. Well, again, that's the planning. Movie reviews, Resident Evil, and politics next Saturday. Saturday is our day for politics, except if something happens and we need to cover it Friday. But usually I like our Saturday politics. Anyway, with this, that was a fun time. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you, chat. Even the bot. The bot was also very funny because I actually realized there are trolls that do exist. There are NPCs.
I don't think he's a
exist.
troll, delusional, and convinced
He's
themselves.
an NPC. This is what he is. With this, we are out. And Madara, you're amazing. I want you more often on stream, Madara. I liked our exchange, Madara. That was very fun, Madara.
Yeah.
Anyway, with this, we are out. See you next Saturday for another stream like that. Take care. Have a great one.